feed. If you don't get it, you should. He is a soldier in the 3rd Separate Assault Brigade of the Armed Forces of Ukraine, and he broadcasts from. He's most recently, I think, been on the front lines in Bakhmut. He's an incredible human being. I've never seen somebody so unflappable in the face of what's going on around there, and also he's got a great sense of humor, and it's a wonderful example of how high the morale is in the Ukrainian armed forces. So that's it's at 3 o'clock Eastern, uh, uh, 8 o'clock London, I think. Anyway, 2 hours from now, be here, be there or be square. Okay, thank you.
So, Damon, that New York Times report, that sounds really interesting. I haven't read it or anything. Have they done a full-on OSIT type thing, or what? Or is it broadly the engineering approach?
It looks like we've lost Doman. We've been suffering Twitter talks in the last few days.
Never mind. I'll go and read it myself. I didn't have a subscription, but hopefully I'll work it out.
Yeah, I think they've got some kind of deal where you can look at a certain number a month before they start trying to ding you. I must say, it's the New York Times has not actually really covered itself in glory with its coverage of Ukraine, and the fact that even they understand at this point that it was the Russians who did it. At least that's something to feel positive about.
Yeah, I lived in New York for 5 years, and I have to admit I was never a big fan of the New York Times because actually I have to admit I find it pretty boring. But I do like, in relatively small doses, the Washington Post. So I actually have a subscription to them.
Well, I've lived in New York my whole life, and the New York Times makes me very sad. When I was in 6th grade, which is when I still rode a dinosaur to school, our teacher had us all get subscriptions to the New York Times for the year. And at that point, the New York Times was really the paper of record. That was where you went to get the definitive answer about everything that was going on in the world. And they're certainly not that anymore, and it's very sad. I actually, based on Axel's recommendation, I subscribe to the Frankfurter Allgemeine Zeitung, which I think runs rings around anything in the United States at this point, which is sort of sad. Although I'm glad that I can get it in English.
Oh, the Faust. Yeah, no, I lived in Germany for 3 years too, so I used to read that once in a while. But yeah, I was kind of pleased to get out of Germany, and when I did, I moved to New York. So, although weirdly, Robin, my next door neighbor in New York turned out to be an old school German Nazi.
My, how nice. Well, actually, I have a relative like that. So I feel your pain. Yet there have to be at least a few of them around somewhere. And oddly enough, they don't seem to be very many in Ukraine, although Putin keeps on telling us about them. In fact, I spent a year in Freiburg, so we have that in common also.
And then my next door neighbor was he'd spent the war in Norway, which is where my father's from. So I told him not to mention that if my father ever came to visit us. And then he'd spent the rest of the war in Russia. And I asked him where, since I used to live in Russia too. And he said, I was everywhere. And I said, so why did you move to New York? And he said, Herr Hitler, he made such a mess of things. And he says, and then he goes, then he said to me, the worst thing about moving to New York was having to work for Jews. And I'm thinking, what? Well, I lived in Larchmont in Westchester County. It was like 50% Jewish. So, the guy's got an issue. And when he says, Herr Hitler made a mess of things, what he was really saying to me was that, he didn't win. And anyway, that's what we're here to do. We're here to make sure that Russia doesn't win.
Yes. Yeah, exactly. Actually, as my relative who was had the same sort of attitude. He spent several years in Russian on a Russian POW camp and came back and went through denazification, which didn't take with him. But that's very funny. I mean, if you want to be with more Jews than any place outside of Israel, you move to New York. So this guy didn't have both oars in the water. It sounds like, although he may just some people love to be with people they hate. You know, it gives them a thrill to have people to hate all the time. So maybe he was one of those.
Yeah, no, I don't think so. I think, to be fair to his name was Oscar. To be fair to him, I mean, he was like, he was 21 when he got out of a Soviet prisoner of war camp, and all he'd known is, I guess, in his adult life was Hitler, and he was probably pretty brainwashed by him one way or another, and that probably didn't give him the sort of critical faculties he needed to work out that he should have moved to Idaho or, I don't know, Oklahoma or something. So he moved to Larchmere. He moved to the US. His wife was German too. He was from a farming background in the Black Forest area, and probably not the smartest guy in the room. So he was just a grunt in Hitler's army, didn't really know much about what was going on, but he still kind of clung on to the attitudes into his 80s when I lived next door to him.
That's rather astonishing. You know, one of the things I read an article lately by someone whose name I can't pronounce, so I won't try, but he's a psychiatrist, and he was writing about what happens to people who are exposed their whole life to propaganda and how it really, really messes your brain up. It's not an excuse, but it definitely, it definitely does. It makes it much harder to think clearly. I think I've read Timothy Snyder wrote a book which I plug every time I'm on. I'm afraid, called "The Road to Unfreedom," which is an amazing discussion of the theoretical framework behind Ruski Mir, behind Putin's fascist agenda. And one of the things he talks about, and once you understand this, you can see how this worked with the Nazis also, is that the disinformation is not to make people believe something that's not true, but it's like a cluster bomb of disinformation. The way that propaganda works, they throw out different things to different groups to get everyone at each other and to get everyone doubting what's really going on in the world because there's so many different stories, and it leads to people sort of checking out from their critical functions and just believing whatever it is that they're being told because it's an awful lot easier than trying to figure out what's going on and what's right. You know what? There was something I'm not sure it was discussed in the space already or not, but Rabbi Putin had his delivered himself of a Jewish religious opinion that that Volodymyr Zelensky is not a Volodymyr. Excuse me, I never pronounced that right. Volodymyr Zelensky is not a real Jew, and this first of all, I mean, let's it's ridiculous, obviously, but it reminded me of a book that I've read recently called Putin's Hybrid War and the Jews. And it's about this the use of propaganda. Fortunately, Putin's attempt put to divide Ukrainians, Jews, because there was a large Jewish population in Ukraine. Non-Jews and Jews in Ukraine was singularly unsuccessful. In fact, if you ever see Rabbi Asman's feed on Twitter, you can tell the man is very pro-Ukrainian and poo-poos all of the nonsense that Putin tries to spread about neo-Nazis in Ukraine, where, as we know, I assume we know, the issue of neo-Nazism is less of an issue in Ukraine than just about anywhere in Europe. And France, especially, would be happy to have so few neo-Nazis. Um, But it's something to be something I didn't before the invasion. I had no idea about a lot of this, and it's really important that we get this message out of how easily people can be manipulated if they're not aware that what they're hearing is not news but rather manipulation.
I think it goes a bit. I totally agree with you, Robin. I mean, I think the purpose of the disinformation that the Russians fling at us is to make us believe in nothing. If we believe in nothing, then we won't believe in a Ukrainian victory, and that's where they want us. So there's that element. But on the Jewish angle, so what's the Putin's statement was very interesting, and he's not said that kind of thing before. I've never seen him say that sort of thing before. Uh, but if you think back to last year with Lavrov's statement about the Jews making the best Nazis, and therefore Zelensky was a Nazi because he was so because he was Jewish. He was ultimately completely qualified as a Nazi, completely obviously nonsensical in every sense. But then he got his knuckles rapped because that didn't go down too well with the Israelis for obvious reasons. Um, uh, but to hear that from Putin himself, and he's actually been, pretty friendly, to Jews in general. So perfectly happy to go and, to go and visit the synagogue in Moscow and have pictures with the chief rabbi and all that stuff. Until, of course, the chief rabbi left shortly after the invasion of Ukraine. But I think the key element in that statement from the conference in Petersburg was this is the first time that we've heard Putin say something directly about Jews, and I actually think that the Russians in general are pretty latently anti-Semitic. Now, I know there's Ukrainian accounts out there who say this all the time, like Dr. Anna. Dr. Anna views, Dr. Anna's Jewish from Odessa, I think, and she views the Russians as irredeemably anti-Semitic. And I'm kind of slightly beginning to agree with her more than I have to date.
Yeah, yeah, I absolutely agree with that. I mean, I'm old enough to remember the refuseniks, the Jews when Jews were trying to leave the Soviet Union in the 70s, and what they were put through just because they wanted to leave. It was, there's a sadistic quality to Russian culture, unfortunately, that seems to pop up in situations like that. Yeah, it's interesting with Putin. I mean, this is a real anomaly. I mean, my feeling is that Russians take anti-Semitism to an Olympic level a lot of the time. Putin has never plugged into that before. In fact, what's interesting here, I think he's in such a bubble. He doesn't realize what he sounds like outside sometimes, because in some ways he was saying, I like Jews. I know good Jews. Zelensky's a bad Jew. Um, which was sort of, I mean, it's a bizarre construction, but he really wasn't criticizing Zelensky for being Jewish. He was saying he wasn't Jewish enough, which and therefore a Nazi, which, as you say, I mean, is hysterical on its face. But he's a very complex individual. I've just started reading a book called Putin's People by Catherine Belton. I'd never heard of her before. She's investigated.
She's the FT correspondent who got
Right.
sued. She got sued for libel for publishing that book.
Did she really? It's a great book. So that even recommends it more. I'm only about 50 pages into it, and it's already been very interesting. So I'm looking forward to know. And actually, that's what I wanted to mention. I was on with Alan a few nights ago, and oddly enough, we had 3 or 4 people calling from Germany at what must have been 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning there, including somebody who goes by the name Medienbotschaft, who was really fabulous. And one of the things he pointed out, which I subsequently have seen in this book, was the fact that when Soviet Union fell apart and all the KGB pulled out of East Germany, that they had spent years beforehand putting in place basically deep cover operatives to keep all of their nefarious nonsense going on, even after the KGB pulled out. Um, and was saying that that was definitely the case, that the fascist element in Germany is much more widespread in the East, which made me realize something that I hadn't quite so clearly before, is the fact that, I mean, you look at Putin. Putin was a communist, supposedly, and now he's a fascist. How did that work? But really, all of these different ways of going at things were ways of pushing the Russian imperialist narrative. If communism worked, it worked. If fascism works, then they'll do that now. And it explains why people who were recruited by the KGB as part of the communist Soviet Union are now apparently still working quite happily for the fascist Russian Federation. A lot of things are becoming clearer in all of this. I had another issue I wanted to bring up. As this came up a couple of days ago. Um, the issue of when is this war going to be over? Um, and there were differences of opinion about, first of all, how long it's going to take, and also questions about certain people saying, well, it's going to take years. And I was thinking, as I'm thinking about it, yeah, I don't like that when people say that. I wanna know it's gonna be over soon. I don't want Ukrainians to have to face this, losing people and, the destruction of their country for so many more years. We know they're gonna win in the end, but we don't want to let it. We don't want it to go on any longer than it really has to. But I was thinking, in some ways, when is this over is not the right question. The question is when and how fast is it going to get better. I mean, it's very possible that there's some kind of low level nonsense is going to be going on with with the death throes of the Russian Federation for several more years. But if the skies are safe over Ukraine, if Russia is out of Crimea and out of the Donbass, then maybe the war isn't over completely, but that would be a sea change in from what's going on now. So I think that that's something we need to look at, rather than where. And I have my Vyshyvanka and my Hortitsia in the freezer, waiting for the day that I can celebrate when Ukraine is won completely. But in the meantime, I think we're going to have to be happy with incremental improvements, and those are what we need at this point. We only have one speaker on the panel now. What has happened here? Has everybody left us? I've bored everyone to death. Ming, you're still here, aren't you?
I am. I am. Sorry, I just lost sound for a moment there. Yeah, no. So the question, when will it be over? I actually have a theory about that. So I think, even in a scenario where Ukraine, gets back to its 1991 borders and all the rest of it, my theory is that this will mirror the Crimean War. And the Crimean War was a war that the British, French, Turks, and I think the Kingdom of one of the Italian kingdoms, it was Sardinia or somewhere, fought a war against the Russians and basically conquered Crimea. And that war ended with the death of the Tsar. I think it was Alexander the First, and after that, the Russians sued for peace. They completely lost the war anyway, but it didn't end until the Tsar died. And I think the joke in the Times or Punch or whatever it was at the time was that General Winter won because the Tsar died of flu or something. And Putin isn't looking very well. I don't know if you've noticed this, Robin.
Yes, it always heartens me.
Yeah, he's looking a bit shaky. So I think my current theory is, irrespective of Ukraine's successes on the ground, that if anything happens to Putin, and I'm not saying he's going to drop dead or anything, but anything happens to him health-wise, that will be the moment for the Russians to say, okay, enough of this. This was Putin's war, ditch him or whatever, and take it from there.
Yeah, that sounds certainly possible. We have two speakers up. I think Goldman was first, and then Mark. I don't know. Did you notice me?
I didn't.
I believe Mark was first.
Okay, thank
Okay,
you, Mark.
thank you. I'll be brief. In regards to Putin, I just heard him as described as a relatively complex person, and maybe as, but I've always thought of him as a very simple person. He was a low-level KGB bureaucrat. He wasn't like he was some glamorous spy. He was a low-level KGB bureaucrat that was at the right time in the right place when the Soviet Union collapsed, and he worked out a deal with the president at that time, who was facing corruption charges. I forget his name. And that
Yeltsin.
I'm sorry, Yeltsin. Yeah, thank you. And Yeltsin, based on that deal, appointed him to be the president or whatever it is. Yeah, I just don't see a lot there. I'm absolutely convinced in that he is a psychopath, and I don't say that because I just dislike the guy or his politics. But when you look at what he did in Syria, in Chechnya, and what he's doing in Ukraine, he is clearly a psychopath, where human lives are meaningless to him. So I know I'm probably preaching to the choir, but yeah, right at the right time in the right place. That's his claim to fame. Anyway, so that's my 2 cents. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Mark. It's interesting. Well, first of all, I can never decide whether he's a psychopath or whether he's totally sane and totally evil, and I'm not sure if it makes much difference one way or the other. The interesting thing about what Putin's role was in East Germany, I had always heard what you've said, that he was a low-level functionary. He was in Dresden. He was out in the sticks. He didn't. But take a look at this book, Putin's People, by Catherine Belton. She brings some interesting information, interesting support for the fact that perhaps that he was quite high up and involved in Western counterintelligence, in propaganda in the West. It's not something I had ever heard, but she makes a pretty good case for it. And as I said, I'm only 50 pages into the book, so we'll see what happens. But I recommend it if you have time to put into reading something. It's about 500 pages. I'm looking forward to continuing with it, though. It looks very good.
Okay, I definitely will, Robin. Thank you. What was the name of the book again?
It's called Putin's People: How the KGB Took Back Russia and Then Took on the West. The author is Catherine Belton, Belton.
All right, thank you. I appreciate that.
You're welcome.
I'll step down to listener.
Chris, you're next.
Hey, Robin.
Sorry, we skipped Zid Goldman.
Yeah.
Excuse me, Chris. Well, let's go to Zagolan. Yeah, I'm sorry. And then it's Chris and then Meta.
Yeah, I was just going to comment on the end of the war, and this has been something I've been kind of thinking about for a while. I don't know what stops Russia from ever launching Kinzhals and Caliper missiles from deep in their territory, other than the U.S. allowing U.S. equipment to be used in Russian territory. I don't see any path other than Putin dying, and that's not to me, that's not a plan. But there's nothing that's going to stop them from doing that. And sanctions have proven that it doesn't work. Obviously they've been able to continue to manufacture Kinzhal and caliper missiles, but I don't know what stops. There's nothing on the horizon that stops them from being able to continue to launch from the Caspian Sea and launch deep over their territory, Kinzhals and calipers. So to me, it eludes me whatever. There's nothing to me in place right now that will end the war other than hope, and the hope is that Putin dies.
Yeah, I agree with you. I mean, President Zelensky made the point a couple of days ago, and then we'll go to Chris, that if the sanctions were really airtight and Russia could not get the microcomputer, the microchips that they needed from the West, that would be the end of their production of missiles. But it doesn't look as though that's going to happen anytime soon, unfortunately. And yeah, if he died, it wouldn't be perfect, but there would be a lot of infighting about who comes next, and that would weaken the Russian Federation hopefully long enough to get some to for us to be able to do something also. Over to Chris.
If Mete was before me, then ladies first, Robin. I don't have a problem.
You were actually before me, but then you dropped down, and then. But okay, I'll just have a couple of things, about the war ending. I'm sort of hopeful because of the Thomas Tyner yesterday, as he said, or was it Chris? I think it was Chris, not you, Chris, but the Chris I can't pronounce it. Yeah, but that they're running out of men, and he can't mobilize. And if he hasn't got men, he won't be able to fight. Okay, they have still some, but the news is that General Staff has today announced that Russia has gone on offensive in the east and defensive in the west, which I think is a good news because, as Thomas Tyner said, Bakhmut is like one of these places that Ukraine know inside and out. They know every, sewer where you can hide. They know every inch of it. And Wagners who have left it, they don't. So there's new troops in Bakhmut all the time, and just to grind their men, they don't have much to replace the men with, and just keep them running because they're moving their troops all the time. It wears them out, and if they have gone to defensive in the south, I hope that will ease up the helicopter thing as well, because that's what I'm most worried about. But then yeah, was it who was it now? The Goldman. Oh no. Oh, it was maybe you, Robin, who said about the psychopath thing. The little I read psychology, for a person like Putin, he would have to be a psychopath, if not sociopath, because a narcissist. That's sort of the steps of evil. But narcissism can develop, because you've been abused or something like that when you're a child, and you can sort of, you have some hope, maybe. But psychopath, if you look at the statistics in jails, all the serial killers and all the criminals, if you scan their brain, they actually lack some parts of brain that that has the empathy thing, so they cannot put themselves in another person's situation, and that makes them pure evil, and that enables them to just not mind about anyone. That's like the short version of it, what I've learned reading psychology. But that was all for me. But I think it's good news that they are on defensive in South. Thank you.
Yeah, it certainly is. Chris and then Mark. Ming, I'm going to step away for about 30 seconds. I'll be right back. Okay, over to Chris.
Thanks, Robin. Hello, Ming. How are you?
Pretty good, Chris. How are you?
I'm good. I'm good. I may have had one too many glasses of red wine, for this, but anyway, here I am. Here I am.
Yeah. I'm in the same boat as you. I've been sailing this afternoon, which involves drinks in the yacht club afterwards. So
is that what is that? The Royal Dublin or something? Is it?
Yeah, no. I'm actually no. We've got a couple of Royal Yacht Clubs, but I'm in the National Yacht Club. So anyway.
How did you go on?
It was terrible because there was a great big cruise ship, a Regal Princess cruise ship, absolutely like skyscraper on the seas,
right?
Which cast a huge wind shadow over us.
So
our final result was pretty middling.
I've got I've got this on my bucket list, don't you? To come out there and race in Dublin Bay with you one day.
Excellent. You'd be very welcome.
Thank you. Well, I forced myself on you there, Ming, but thank you anyway for responding. Yeah, I was going to say, Ming. I can't remember who said it, but it was somebody on the space that was talking or something, and they were calling Putin a T-boy. So I've been calling him the T-boy ever since then. But I don't know whether I keep saying this, right? I'm still waiting for somebody to come back to me and say that they've watched it as well. Have you watched that documentary, The Last Tsar, yet? That's on Netflix.
I haven't, but I will.
Well, I think it's worth a watch. I really appreciate you watching it, Ming. Right? Go and have a look at it, right, and then tell me what you think. But to me, right, it's like you see so many things in that. Obviously, I don't know how accurate a depiction it is of what actually happened with Tsar Nicholas II, right? But let's assume that it is accurate, right? And then if somebody wants to come up and say it isn't accurate, okay, fine. But there was a couple of things that struck me out of it, Ming, right? One of them was so that was 1917 or something like that. Is that right? That he was when was
1917 was the revolution, but I think he wasn't executed until 1918, something like that.
Okay, great. That was sort of what I was going to ask, right? I was going to say, yeah, I think it was like that he was that the whole family was executed, obviously in putting aside conspiracy theories about they weren't all executed, but anyway, yeah, the whole family was executed in 1918. So in 1917, he basically went to the front. Right now, the way that the film depicts it, there was no point in him going to the front, right? Because all he did was sat in an office, somewhere near the front. Yeah. But at that time, you were getting, the scenarios of the soldiers beginning to turn on the officers. So there was an image, that I've got in my mind, whereby, one of the officers at the front basically said, "Right, lads, over the top and at 'em," and they basically went, "No." So he gets his pistol out, and then they all point their rifles at him, right, and basically say, "Okay, well, yeah, you've." I think he picked on some individual in particular. That right? Well, you've threatened us, and now we've had enough of it. Frankly, so we're about to shoot you. And so there was that incident that, like, just made me, which I think is like reminiscent of what's going on now. And then the other thing that struck me was that they really didn't believe that the populace would turn against them. Not until probably not even when they were herded into, you know, the room and shot, apparently, right? They didn't believe it. You know, the Tsar and his family did not believe that anybody was going to topple them or shoot them or whatever. And in fact, of course, there were loads of people around them that were basically saying, yeah, that you know, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Oh yeah, okay. There are mobs climbing over the fences of the palace, right? Or attempting to, but don't worry it, because the people love you and they won't do anything against you, right? Well, of course, then, you know, the Tsarina and that, you know, got moved away from the palace and that to somewhere, inverted commas, safe. And then the Tsar came back from the front lines where he was being useless anyway, apparently, right? And joined them. And then they got shot. So the point I'm trying to make, Ming, is that they don't, you know, I doubt if Putin will realize until it actually happens that it's all over. And what do you think?
Yeah, I mean, a couple of things about that, Chris. So, yeah, no, I actually now recall I have seen this thing that you're talking about, the last Tsar, and you're right. It was absolutely extraordinary to watch that moment when they simply don't believe that the people have turned against them. But the weirdest thing about Nicholas II was that his reign kicked off with a massacre in the most incompetent circumstances. So what happens when a new Tsar gets crowned is that the Tsar's supposed to lay on a great spread for all the, you know, peasantry to enjoy. And anyway, so Tsar Nicholas does that. You know, they're meant to go and have food and drink and whatnot. And everybody shows up and there's not enough to go around. And it's an absolute disaster, and they're all terribly upset, and his soldiers end up shooting, like, I don't know, I forget how many, it's like maybe 200 of them or something. So that's literally how his reign started. And from there on in, because the guy was basically a bit of a thickie, right? So from there on in, it went from bad to worse. And you know, but Putin's a bit different. Now, Putin's not stupid. You know, Nicholas II was pretty stupid. And the other big difference, you know, and obviously I'd love to see 1917 scenarios in the Russian army, but the other big difference with 1917 is that the Russian army doesn't have the equivalent of the Bolsheviks actively in their ranks, you know, promoting revolution and promoting mutiny and all the rest of it. So, you know, there's no spark there at the moment to kick anything off. So I don't know. I mean, you know, I'm pretty sure you're right that if anything happens to Putin, it'll become as a total surprise to him. But I don't see it happening yet.
No, and thank you actually for reminding me about that. I remember that as well, and that was like the beginning of the end, wasn't it? At the beginning, as you said, right? Yeah. You thought, oh well, this isn't going well, is it? But I think I think the other thing is that you know, that, what shall we call it? The tipping point here, the tipping point for Putin, right? Well, one of the big problems is that he is okay. If I said running out, that might be too strong a term, right? But obviously, the troops that are in Ukraine are being attrited at the minute, and he has not called for another mobilization, at least not sort of officially. I think you'd agree, right? There seems to be, if you like, people being grabbed and stuff like that ad hoc, but there is not another mobilization, right? So there is going to be a lag between the people that the Russians that are left in Ukraine and another wave of Russians, right? And it's too late probably for him. It's too late. And because the Ukrainians haven't even got started yet. When they do get started and that, they're going to be, attrited dramatically, I think. And as you say, Ming, there is no other influence there like the Bolsheviks, and I take that point as well, right? But there are definitely morale influences there, aren't there? Right?
Yeah, absolutely right. Absolutely right.
Yeah,
The morale is probably at rock bottom.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah.
Okay, I'm afraid I've lost track between Mark and Meadow. Which of you? Who is next?
Mark is
Meta.
Mark is next.
Okay, Mark, Meta, and then Mexico.
All right, thank you, Meta. I really enjoy your thoughts. I feel bad going ahead of you, so I'll look forward to after I made my brief comments. I'm just piling on a little bit more in regards to Putin, the psychopath, in regards to the blowing up of the dam in a New York Times story, which has some pretty conclusive evidence based on blueprints they received of the dam and the science behind the dam and how to blow it up. So it is inconceivable that Putin wasn't in the decision process on blowing up the dam. He absolutely had to be. And so, I mean, this isn't just about Putin's disregard for killing defenseless Ukrainian civilians. He had to know that once that dam was blown, that left side of the Dnipro, which had hundreds, maybe thousands of Russian soldiers right along the lines along the river, as well as the civilians on that left bank, were going to die. But again, whether they're Ukrainian civilians or Russians, he just didn't give a damn. I mean, and it's reflected in past history with the Kursk submarine, where he just let those sailors die, even though the West had the technology and he offered the technology to rescue them. He just didn't give a damn. Russian, Ukrainian, yeah, it's no difference. He's just a psychopath. Again, I know I'm kind of preaching to the choir, but I've just grown to detest that guy. Anyway, thank
agree
you.
with you in the sense that he may or may not be a psychopath, but the one thing that I've always found that it's a mistake to underestimate, which is the Russian spectacular ability at total incompetence. And I think the dam issue was more of the same.
Okay, Meta now, and then Lexicon.
Yeah, Mark, you're totally right. Putin was absolutely behind the decision, but I think it has been like left to Shoigu. They have mined this dam last October, and it's already well known that the Ukrainians were close to get on the east bank. There's evidence of that, and it's already old news. But he has had that all the time. That if the Ukrainians are getting over, then the dam will be blown. I don't know if he did that order, in the minute, but that has been the plan all the time. And about Putin, I don't really compare him with even Stalin or Hitler so much. I don't know if you read. It's so confusing for me because in Finland we have given Finnish names to all these stars, but there's history about, I don't know if it's Vlad or Ivan or something terrible, but anyway, this Tsar, the first Tsar in 1543 or something, you should all read his bio or his life story. He's throwing birds and people from windows, and when he got to power after terrible childhood, he killed basically his family and his everyone near him. And Putin is clever in that way. He's getting rid of anyone who he even suspects of something. Plus, he's playing these. He has this FSB, and he has the military, and he has all these different players, and he's sort of and Prigozhin, and he's playing them against each other, so nobody knows who's attacking who from the inside. So that's how he's protecting himself. And but I hope that the Silvakis or someone will get brave enough. I hope it's FSB, because FSB has all the means. They have the poisons. They have done all the poisonings. They have done all these window throwings, all these 5-shot suicides. They have staged it. I hope it's from the FSB that they understand that this is just a fall of Russia. I hope so. But thanks, Mark, for your comments, and thanks everyone for listening. Thank you.
Thank you, Lexicon.
Thank you. Hi, Robin, Meta,
Hello
and
there.
everybody. Yeah, I think, Meta, you're absolutely right. Certainly about the dam that Putin would have, I imagine, as you say, he signed off on it, shall we say, from early on. And I think they take a sort of pride, these autocratic leaders, in being able to disdain the number of, have no concern for the number of lives something costs. We've seen from way early on in the war, when things started going bad for the Russians, how these state TV propagandists talked about how Russians are so good at dying, and they quote from their poetry and so on. We are better at dying than anybody else. And it's like slightly a joke, except it's true. Also due to the fact that they aren't the ones dying. And so yes, I think I don't see any difference between psychopath or sociopath. You're just a sociopath if you're in charge and you've got the whole country. But a thing I do think, yeah, I agree that Putin is not stupid. At the same time, he's no Einstein. And I think the way he's gone about his running of this country has had the result of making himself stupid by failing to get the information inputs and the knowledge inputs that he should have. And to me, some evidence for that is from a few days ago, we saw he met these military bloggers. These, I don't know how many there were, 20, couple of dozen, whatever. And he talked to them about how the war's going. He's talking to a collection of the people who go online and look at all the OSINT they can. They have got people embedded, apparently, in the ranks here and there, like their contacts, their networks. They know what's happening. He sits them down together where they be able to jostle elbows and talk with each other at the coffee hour. And he tells them things about the war that they know absolutely are untrue. They ask him questions. How many people how many tanks have we taken? And he kind of rolls his eyes back into that bit of his head where he's taking from memory, in the last 2 days. I think it's 164, he says. And then he kind of casts his memory, and 360 other armored vehicles. These guys, Prigozhin says the same day that there were 2 tanks knocked off. these people know that. They know what we know. So what does that mean? It means the man has sat himself down in front of a group of people who not only know, but who know each other. They all know they know. He doesn't think about the fact that they know, but they know that they know that he doesn't know or care or doesn't realize they know, whatever, doesn't see the consequences of that. How harmful is that to a bunch of people who are among the sort of the literati and the glitterati, you know, the ones that make noise in networks and parties and whatever. So I know nothing. I never studied systems theory. I know nothing beyond what we all pick up in our everyday life that's been, you know, common knowledge parlance over the last half century or more. And so enough to know that nothing, no army, no supply chain, no industry, no bureaucracy works in, or no part of it works in a vacuum. Each of these things has some impinges in some way, has some impact on other parts of the system. So you can't just kind of fall apart militarily in Ukraine without that impinging on the whole of industry, the whole of the military complex, the whole of the, you can see the financial system, what's happening in the consumption and standard of living and so on. Now, Russia is a very big country. It's unwieldy. There's a hell of a lot of bureaucracy it takes to run this. Some of them have got a bit of access or think that they might have a leg up, some way to do a little better. These people are grumbling. We have enough intercepts of their phone calls to see that some very high ones who are up there in the, what are we at, 9 figures if you're a billionaire? Anyway, some of them up there have been pissed off for quite a long time. So, you know, one of the oppositionists says when speaking abroad at workshops, at some point, this bureaucracy and some part of the glitterati and the oligarchy and the, you know, some of these people who are pissed off enough to know that this can't go on, there's nothing can happen except that this harms us worse, will of course have enough brains, and here's this evidence that the man does not know what he's talking about, and therefore he's plunging us headlong at an accelerating place, like something coming in at Mach 7 that accelerates um, into really a pit of ruin and disaster, and it's can only get worse. And so, as this person I've quoted before says, some group of them will kind of shuffle him off. And as you say, Mette and others, Chris, I think he'll be the last to know. Like he'll be probably as Khrushchev was, and as who didn't die, but Brezhnev got shuffled off. I mean, a lot of them got shuffled out the door. They got told, don't come back from vacation from your dacha in Sochi, like Gorbachev. I'm sure they all blinked in surprise when a secretary had to come into the room and say, sir, we've received a message and apparently you can't come and the railroad's been stopped. You know, and I think that it will happen because those systems have enough, impinge enough upon each other that that the pace of disaster is going to accelerate. To me, it won't become very clear until Ukraine shows that it's basically got Crimea by the neck. And, you know, that whole thing. And we can imagine the cascading, what's a collective word for cascades, series set of disasters becomes evident to all. And the fact that there's no road back. And so, yeah, I think that he's not going to decide. He will be blinking in the light. But I think that at some point, this Russian army and bureaucracy will not have to wait till the very last wounded tank it gets pushed across the border. Something is going to, you know, before they'll talk about peace long before that. But at any rate, yeah, at some point, the Ukrainian army will push that whole system to the brink, and stuff will fall apart very rapidly at the end.
Well, as they say, from your lips to God's ears. Thank you. I wanted to welcome David Brookfield into the house. Thank you so much for coming up.
Oh, well, thank you very much. As I said, Sorbonne or Jumbo to you all.
Jumbo.
Yes.
David, we're going to go to Chris next, so I'm going to step away to brew myself another cup of Welsh brew. Thank you.
Well, what a good thing. I have no idea what we've been talking about. I was in the garden and I've come back in, but I can see that Chris has his hand up.
Yes,
so, Chris.
Okay, maybe Chris can give you a brief overview. We've basically been talking about Putin's pathology most recently.
Oh, right. His psychopathy. Right. Okay. Well, we're going to be here for a very long time. Chris. Yeah.
David, how are you? Did you watch the Trooping of the Colour today?
I did not. It is not something I've ever taken pleasure from watching. It just reminded me of the times when I used to have to bull my boots and do and stand, and try and make it look as if I was smart, right? Both intellectually and in the way I dress. It was never going to happen.
Well, my son put it on actually, and then I started looking at it, and I got a bit fascinated. Particularly because I'm not sure whether the Welsh Guards were sort of like the lead battalion or company. I think it was actually, in the Trooping of the Colour this time. Is that what they do? Do they rotate the companies that are sort of like the lead one? Anyway, because the whatever he was, colonel,
the household guards they rotate, don't they? So it'll be the Welsh Guards. I mean, here's the thing: I wasn't even sure if the Welsh Guards still existed, or they could have just disappeared. What about the Scots Guards? Do they exist? I presume they do.
I think they do. I think they do.
Coldstream's Grenadiers, right? Okay.
Yeah. Well, and obviously the Welsh Guards. I feel like I should know. Since my like a whole load of my mum had 10 brothers. I think 5 of whom were Welsh Guards and were killed in the Second World War. So the Welsh Guards. Obviously, I should. I feel like I should keep up on, and then of course there are all the Welsh Guards that were lost in the Falklands, recently.
Yes, exactly. More
the
recent,
anniversary,
right.
the anniversary of Anyway, so to try and actually Lexicon was basically sort of saying what I was heading towards. Actually, in that to me, David, Putin is somebody that thought he was really cool and thought he really knew a lot. But funnily enough, I think is starting to realize that maybe he didn't know so much. And actually, it's so funny, David, that Lexicon I saw that thing where Putin had gathered all these people around him. I didn't realize until Lexicon said it, right, that what they were the mill bloggers and that. So I don't know whether you saw that video or that video. I think it was Lexicon, wasn't it? Yeah, it reminds me so much. I'll make an admission to you here, right? Is that in my long and somewhat illustrious career, I've been in 5 multi-level marketing companies, and one of them was called Market America. So the Americans may have heard of Market America, a multi-level.
So is that like a mad, crazy version of Amway? Is it?
David, please don't because Amway was the first one that I was in, David.
Exactly right. You said multi-level marketing. I just go, oh my word, Chris. I'm just going. You surprised me.
Yeah. So well, David. We won't go into this now, right? But I was always fascinated with the concept of what should we call it, the distribution network, right? So we could go into
which is very different from distributed networks, right?
Exactly. Very different to distributed networks. Yeah. So I was running it alongside an IT company that I was working for at the time, David. Actually, it just fascinated me, right? And one of the things that fascinated me was like the cult-like aspect of it, right? Because you have to be, David, more than I think in the military, right? You have to be follow the system, as they say, right? And you have to be like the product of the product, right? And blah 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 blah. I could go on ad infinitum about it, right? Anyway, that's why I was in 5, was because I was just endlessly
Because one
fascinated.
wasn't enough.
Yeah, that's right.
You just thought you'd just carry on.
That's right. That's right. That's actually right, David. It really did take me, a long time. And actually, right. So that brings me to the end, right? So to market America, right? And again, I'm revealing too much here, right? But I became one of the leaders of a division of Market America, which is called Motives, right? Which is a makeup division, right?
I can see you now knocking on the door, just like an Avon lady.
Well, you see, I mean, David, you're just like feeding me all the lines here, right? Right. So the thing was, right? The thing was that I was very successful, but I didn't follow the system, right? Because basically, I never met anybody that was in my network, right? They were because I did it all online, right? So, but then I got to like a certain level where you had to go to certain events, right? Well, you didn't have to go, but you sort of had to go if you like, if you were still playing the game and that, right? So anyway, so the result was that the guy that owned Market America has a super yacht, right? And so I went on a super yacht right there for a party that was thrown for the bloggers of the makeup industry, right? And the whole idea was that you would, wine them, dine them, entertain them, talk to them, etc., about, how great Motives makeup was. And that, actually, it was good as well. But it just made me think of that, David, right? So I say I could go on, I could rabbit on here now, particularly since I've had a few glasses of red, right? But yeah, it just made me it made me think of that. It made me think, so actually, Putin, you're beginning to realize that you didn't know as much as you thought. And now you've had to arrange for this meeting of the mill bloggers. You've had to get them all together, right? And actually say things to them, but you've probably also got to maybe listen. Maybe he didn't listen, David, right? But sort of, that's the idea. He's like, to me, that's like just the seed of him realizing, yeah, actually, I was way out of touch with what's going on in the world today. I'll stop there.
No, that's a fabulous story. And listen, I can absolutely see the similarities with a multi-level marketing system and Putin and Russia. Right? It's a multi-level. It's a multi-level crime lord scheme, isn't it? But running the same way. And I do get it. There was a very good comedy, and I just didn't finish seeing it. I think might be called Florida, which is sort of set in, I think it's in the 80s, it might be the 90s, with a quite a well-known actress. I can't remember her name, but it's exploring the multi-level marketing point. It's very, very funny. Yeah, you're right. Don't follow the system. Yes, because the system is designed to make the people above them wealthy, right?
Yeah, I have to just tell you just quickly before we go to the other hand, right? I have to just tell you that the one after Amway was called NSA, David, right? And the brand ambassador for NSA was O.J. Simpson.
Well, there we are. Right, there we are. Just says it all. Uh, did they have was there a side gig of madcap escapes by car or anything like that?
Well. You won't be surprised to know that one day we got. I think it was before emails actually, and that. So one day we got a phone call saying we might have a few problems here because our brand ambassador has just been arrested. Well, actually, at the minute he's driving down motorways with a convoy of police chasing him.
There's no bad advertising, right?
Yeah.
There you are. Someone somewhere will have thought of a way of turning that around in advertising. Right. Okay. Well, that's actually very, very funny. So yeah, he is. I mean, the guy is clearly he defines the power corrupts. Ultimate power or absolute power corrupts absolutely. Right. And I can see Messi, you've got your hand up.
Yeah, I'm stepping down, so but Chris, you're killing me. I've been giggling so my stomach aches. But anyway, Lexicon, thank you for putting. Oh, Chris, I have to get a tip from you for my lipstick. Before for because you know so much makeup.
You would be welcome, Mete. You would be welcome, right? Seriously, I know more about makeup than it's proper for any man to know.
Yeah, but for Lexicon, thank you for formulating Putin so nicely. I really, really, really agree with you on every level, and I can only imagine how it is on these meetings with Putin, even with meal bloggers or his general staff or anything. Everybody's lying to him. Everyone, and everyone is, you know they are against each other, and everyone's competing, and everyone's and trying to find the truth must be hard for Putin, and that will be his end in some way. And David, I will send you a picture of my midsummer rose because it just started to bloom a week early.
Oh, do it. Thank you.
Yeah, but that must be a sign for it's a full moon tonight, so there must be something good for Ukraine, I hope. Thank you. That was all from me, but Lexicon, please continue and say more because you are professional on this one. Thank you.
No, well, you opened the door to it, but yeah, I think the difference between somebody attempting to know, realizing that he doesn't know enough, and what Putin's doing is that this is I think some journalists mentioned it. This is the old trope that the beloved trope that the high leader, like the Tsar, going down there during World War I to see the troops, goes down to the massa, and goes to see what they think. The pretense of the meeting was that he was going there to chat with these people. Now, the reason they're called is clearly because they're the ones who know stuff. Now, what's of interest to a lot of people looking at the event is that they're the ones who know stuff because they do a lot of observing, and they've got their feelers out all over the place, or in their antennae up and all that stuff. And they not only know, but they talk online. These folks don't write in official journals. They talk online and say what's happening. They are the few people, that handful, because of whom some Russian people, those that maybe 10, 20, 30% of younger people who care to know what's happening, read them, listen to them, watch them. So what he's gone and done is it was question and answer, and all of these commentators talked about it later on, except you saw their questions and you saw a lot of his answers, and far from asking them what actually is happening, because not a single one dared to tell him what's actually happening, every single one of them asked in a fawning way in the presence of the power, what he thought about this and that, and what did his information say about this and that. And then he had all those nice phrases. Oh, well, I really didn't know this at all, when one of them said a little something to him. And he took notes. Yes, some of them noted that he took notes frequently and repeatedly during the session. So it was a show and tell of going down to La Masa, to the masses, to see, to find out, to have his ear to the ground and find out what's happening. But in reality, what I thought was his own self-entrapment was that instead of finding out from them and inviting them to have the nerve to say something, he told them things. And everything he told them was dead wrong. So what he's gone and done is made obvious to a group who are mouthy persons. He's gone and shown them that he hasn't the faintest notion of what's really happening down there on the line. And I think that is a danger for him. That is not just going to sit there. That's not just for us to laugh at. I mean, we're going to laugh at it. It's for him to show something, but what he's shown is the opposite. And to me, the effects of that kind of thing percolate out. You don't think they're all saying to each other, oh my God, did you see his face when he tried to say this? You saw their funny little smiles, sycophantish little grins at him and laughing at his little jokes. I think that they're practiced. They're practiced at being useful and being accommodating. And it's specifically not speaking truth to power, but they're practiced at getting their opinions around. And I think my favorite cartoon, good shot, sir. I think he's shot himself once again in the foot with that little stunt.
I mean, there's a possibility. I just think that everyone is so terrified of him. And those millboggers know that he quite literally has life and death over them. I suspect that they'll only be saying things in an environment that they are 100% sure, and even then they still won't be entirely sure whether it's safe to say things. I mean, that's the nature of it, right?
But you know, they're the ones who have these blogs, and we've seen that's when we tell each other, did you see what this one said? Did you hear what this one said? Those are the places where the truth escapes from time to time, and people read them, I mean, avidly, because they're looking for little hints about what's actually happening. So no, that what I'm saying is his mistake was to take the one group of people who are willing to whisper about in the dusky corners of the internet. And so I think he chose just the wrong group of people with whom to make his little charade of having his ear to the ground and demonstrating his detailed knowledge. That's what he did that was so stupid. He demonstrated his depth of ignorance. Amazing.
You know, lexicon is one of the things that I was astounded at with Putin is the fact that he's apparently totally computer illiterate. He doesn't use email. He doesn't go on the internet. So it's possible that these bloggers, I mean, are his sycophants going to come and tell him what these bloggers have been saying? I sort of doubt it.
They won't. They won't.
Yeah. So he doesn't even realize that he's speaking to people who are not in the tank for him, which it's you know it's as they say, you make your bed and then you lie in it. He has created a situation where no one is going to tell him the truth, and he's isolated himself from any way that he could find out himself. I think it's great. He should continue.
Yeah, that is exactly my point. You did it more succinctly.
Yes, I will just add a little bit. Yeah, you're right. I mean, they are gabberers, but are they going to mail as in private? So it's interesting. So I don't know if anyone has seen the film, the Liebden Anderen, The Lives of Others, which is based in
Movie, yeah.
It's exactly the time I was in Berlin, right? And that is a very, very real depiction of the East, right? And I just can't help but think they've returned to those days. So so they'll be going through going through little moments. So there may be the younger ones who won't remember those old days and how dangerous it was. Maybe they will be prone, but I suspect the potential is, and this is the other one about these sorts of characters, is they are people who would sell their grandmothers, though, right? So that's always going to be in their minds. Are they going to be so stupid? Yeah, good question. That was a very good question. We shall find out shortly, I guess, won't we, Lexi?
Well, we're just hoping, we're just keeping our ears to the ground and sharing with each other every time we see another telltale sign.
Yes. So I'm looking, give me a second there, Robin. I'm trying to add something to the nest. 1 second.
Sounds good to me. Yeah, I saw that movie. I spent a year in Germany in the late 70s because I'm older than the hills now. And I think I saw that movie after I got back. It was incredibly dystopian movie, and it gives you a feeling of the hopelessness that people dealt with living in East Germany. Many ways, from what I understand, it was actually worse than being in this actual Soviet Union. That the repression was worse, and it's the fact that, I guess, part of the premise is someone who's working for the Stasi, who is listening in on people's mundane conversations and begins to wonder about whether he's doing the right thing or not. It's a great movie. Anyway, Chris, sorry, over to you.
Thank you, Robin. Well, I think what Lexkin is saying is absolutely fascinating, and obviously your contribution to that as well, Robin. And I didn't expect to really be making the analogy between an event on a super yacht in Fort Lauderdale and Putin, but actually it does seem to fit rather well, because I suspect that you're exactly right, Lexicon, right? Not only maybe he's not realizing, because czars don't realize until the last minute that they are completely out of touch. But as you say, the mill bloggers themselves will be realizing, or maybe realizing, how out of touch Putin is, right? I think that's exactly right. And as I say, it is actually quite fascinating, the analogy, because one of the reasons that we did that event on the super yacht was that the guy's wife, who was running, basically the guy who owned Market America, whose name escapes me for the minute, but maybe somebody will know. She was basically running the Motives cosmetics division herself, and she was doing it in an entirely different way to what the rest of the company, if you like, worked to. And it was definitely a telling is not selling approach. So it was definitely you're here to listen to people. You're not here to tell them, right, how things are. You're here to listen to the young people who are the communicators of the age, which was, in this case, the makeup bloggers, the cosmetic bloggers and vloggers, because it was still video blogging was still, fairly early on in those days, and that. And so there was there was quite a tension actually in the organization between the old school, that just wanted to do it the same old way, and the new school, represented by the cosmetics division, if you like, Motives and that, which wanted to do it in a completely different way. And by the way, was succeeding massively by doing it in that way. So I think actually, I really think it's quite fascinating what you've said about. I like I say, I saw that meeting in passing. I didn't know the detail of it. It's quite fascinating. your observations on that, and I agree with you. I think it will just widen the rift between Putin and well, his people, inverted commas.
I mean, yeah, maybe it will. Maybe I don't have much hope that it will do that. I think so many of them have bought into the madness, and so many of them just don't care, do they? They're just doing their thing, yeah. I'd be glad if it did, but I can't see it happening, I'm afraid.
David, I think I understand what you're saying, right? And again, there is an analogy there, right? You know, because I can tell you, right, that, you know, in like a successful MLM company, that, you know, you're gonna have a really hard job making them change from what they did before. Right? Yeah, really hard job, right? And equally, I think, you know, it's going to be a massively hard job here when you've got basically, I mean, how do you describe this? You know, you've got like czar after czar after czar, century after centuries, and that have been doing exactly the same thing. But my sense is that there are cracks, albeit small, in the system. You know, obviously, I might be just hoping. You know, but I truly think that, just like, you know, like observing it from a distance, objectively, and that, to me, you know, the tipping point is coming and the cracks are appearing.
Yeah, I mean, look, there's always going to, in any system, there's always something that can break down, isn't it? It's the numbers as to whether they can get traction to for revolution to happen. You need about 3.5%, but that's in they talk about in other countries. But you have people who here have every moment of their life since when they were born, they have been indoctrinated, right? So many have left, and here's the thing: many have left to escape this system, but still believe in it, and that just tells you the level of indoctrination and the few numbers that of people who probably who have escaped it and have retained their mind. I speak to a couple, and in fact, Blue, if you're listening, I haven't spoken to you in ages. You should get a little conversation going again. It's, I just can't see it happening in numbers for revolution to happen. So 3.5% of 150 million is quite a few people. But how would you get that? And all the other things for it. We've got the crime lords. There are so many in power who would slaughter thousands to retain their power. And this is, herein lies the problem. I think Axel believes this as well. I'm of the absolute opinion the only way that you would affect change in Russia would be an army of occupation, like we did with Germany and in Japan. But that isn't going to happen, right? That our best chance, and in fact, here's the counterweight argument to this, is also that because the argument is, oh well, because the risks are higher. Our best chance is of the breakup of the states, and then holding out the give us your nuclear weapons, we'll buy them off you, and we will help you, right? And that's would be and then it would need to be a considerable amount of carrot and a considerable amount of stick. And importantly, because we make this mistake all the time, we let the person in charge is the person who's been the most corrupt person. The stick would have to be on those people, right? Have to be. But too many times you get people going, oh, no. Well, he sort of controls those guys over there. But he's an absolute loon. Why would we do that? It would be considerable amount of carrot and stick. And the stick, how would we do that with these people? We have the argument, of course, with this basis is that, well, they would sell to ISIS. But that's just nonsense, isn't it? Right? Why would they sell to ISIS? These people who are commercial in their money, ISIS can't outspend, outbuy the West, right? They go, oh, why are they going to give a nuclear bomb to ISIS for for 500,000 when someone say here's 100 million? It's a nonsensical argument. It would only happen if ideologically that's the way they were bound. But that would probably mean they've already done this. So anyway, this is a rabbit hole probably we want to avoid. But Chris, you've got your hand back up.
Well, I was only going to say, sorry, what was your 3.5% number? What was that?
To effect a revolution.
That's like a proven percentage to effect a revolution that's been recorded over time, is it?
It's what's suggested by people who are supposed to know. But I don't think how they've proven it. Don't ask me. But 3.5% is what's seen, right? So.
Well, I suppose all I was going to say, David, right, was that in any cult, right, and I include MLMs in cults, right, right, but in any cult, there are always people that break away, right? So I don't know whether the same thing applies to, if you like, the breakdown of a cult. You know, I mean, obviously, I have seen. MLM networks just like fall apart, go from a position of strength, if you like, to just fall apart, right? Because, which starts with a small number and then snowballs, right? So I mean, 3.5% sort of makes sense to me in a way, right? I didn't know that number, but it sort of makes sense to me. That you start off with what seems like a very small number, but actually it has a big effect. So what I was going to say, and if you want to get off the subject, that's fine. But what I was going to say was that earlier on, I was hearing, I think it was Mockers, David, right? So I've been doing more listening to the space than I have talking until now. But I was hearing Mockers saying that, there were a lot of men and arms going out of Ukraine back into Russia.
Yeah, I've repeated that as well for quite a while. It's been well known since, this time last year, reports of weapons and ammunitions, large consignments of ammunition going back into Russia, into criminal hands. There've been all sorts of videos of stuff, even the point. So the fireworks sellers in Russia, they're a thing, right? It's like the Doner kebab wagon in the UK, where they've got the Doner wars. They have the fireworks stand wars, and there were a whole load of them who they had their handguns out and shooting at each other, right, over who gets the best spot. So things like this happen when weapons and ammunition get around, and importantly, especially in the crime area, the biggest thing often isn't the weapon, it's getting hold of ammunition, right? So when people get truckloads of ammunition, truckloads of it, then you've got the problem. But I guess my point really was about the 3.5%, is that we have those madmen who are prepared to slaughter thousands and tens. They've already slaughtered tens of thousands because they've done that in Ukraine of Russians. So maybe they would need more than 3.5%. And part of the problem is, again, how do you remove the criminal element out of Russia? That's always going to be the problem, because it's all pervasive. How do you remove those tentacles of organized crime and violent organized crime?
Yeah, that was exactly my question. I don't see much of an indication that there are people willing to start a revolution, but there are certainly many people who are a part of organized crime who'd be happy to take those weapons and use them for nefarious purposes. Do you see any indication of any kind of ground swelling of revolt against Putin and his government?
I don't think I've seen anything. I mean, look, with the Belgorod was that was, you might call that a little acorn, stuff happening, but the people there fighting there, they're very similar to, they're of the same bent as Putin, aren't they? But whether that's something that might start a groundswell, I mean, revolutions like the Tolput puddle martyrs, etc., they've typically come from when the peasants, call them the peasants, the people who've been downtrodden, etc. But it appears that the Russian populace are prepared to be trodden down a very long way. I don't, you look at their life and you're just going, golly, and what they do, how they behave, the pervasiveness of violence throughout their culture, and in just the utter aggressiveness. You see it in videos. You see the ones when they're on holiday and someone asks them to, can you be a little bit quiet? And then they're getting up and going, I'm going to kill you, right? Because that's their thing, isn't it? But then what they haven't understood is just sometime, and this is probably more likely to happen. There are people who just go, yeah, okay, right. I'm going to do the counter escalation theory on you, and instead of when they've got to go, they just knock them out straight away, which is what we haven't done, which is what we should have done in the first place. Because when you've got a psycho, that's what you need to do. I don't see it, Robin. I don't see anything at the moment. Maybe there's a little acorn. The stories will have got out about Belgorod, though, and there will be people in Russia talking about it. Whether out in the very far east on the Pacific, where they've, that's been literally ethnically cleansed, they've just sent them off to die. Whether something will happen there, but of course, that just means more people prepared to die, but fighting in Russia. Not sure it's going to happen.
Yeah, that's part of the issue too. Is that the take on life, the Russian take on life, seems to glorify suffering, and between the glorification of suffering and the discounting of the worth of the individual, it's going to take people who don't buy into that philosophy anymore, and that doesn't seem like it's something that's happening so far, from what I can see.
No, and like I said, there are people who've escaped, but they just behave like Russians, but outside of the country. They accept all the benefits of not being in Russia, i.e., you're not going to get arrested, you're not going to go to prison, you're not going to be, you're not going to be someone shaking you down every 2 seconds. But they still glorify Russia. So I suspect
Exactly.
there's, but I would also that I've been saying this to Nick and Tom since the year dot. I seriously think that maybe they have a heavy metals contamination problem somewhere, because which they know lead, for instance, that the suggestion is that the part of the downfall of the Roman Empire was lead poisoning, which has inhibition problems, and violence and all of these things. And we know that that's how the Roman Empire went. Are they going through that part? Except for they were never really an empire, and they never really were successful. But that maybe they've reached that peak component where so many of them are contaminated, and they're brain damaged. I mean, when you look at it, there's another video that's come. When I say video, there's images have come out where another unit has been executing refuseniks by the hammer. And you've got to ask yourself about that sort of behaviour, really.
David, 2 years ago, I would have said you're crazy, but at this point, the crazier it is, the more likely it is. And certainly, Russia has never been interested in keeping a clean environment. It wouldn't that be crazy? But it does have a certain appeal to it that something like that has gone on. Okay,
I was going to jokingly say, is 2 years ago, you'd have been correct about my craziness. But anyway, there you are.
All of us. Anyway, I think we have Meta and then Skykiss.
Yeah, I forgot to say I was here speaking earlier, but I forgot to warn everyone that there is a video again circulating. It's about Russian killing Russians, but it's very gross, and you should be aware. It has started from Telegram and now it's in Twitter, so don't watch it if it comes your way. You know, these videos that have been circulated before, it's not good for your health, mental health. But then, David, please don't mock heavy metal, because the heavy metal music is like Finland's #1 export. It's Saturday. I'm making these statements. Heavy metal is not bad, but poison is bad. Toxic is bad.
There's nothing wrong with a little bit of thrash metal as long as you've got your ear defenders in.
Yeah, thanks. But don't watch the video if it comes your way. Thank you.
Yeah, I would mention, David, you might have been the one who told us about this to start with. If you haven't already, it's a very good idea to go into your Twitter settings and set it so that videos don't automatically start playing when you pull them up, so that you can. I didn't do that in the beginning. That horrible I can't remember his name now. The Ukrainian soldier who was shot. I unfortunately I didn't see the actual, but I did see a one that was blurred out because I didn't have it set to not play, and I don't want anybody else to go through that.
There are just some things you can't unsee, right? And they'll be with you for all of your life. That's the thing to remember, isn't it?
Yes, exactly. Skykiss. Skykiss, over to you.
Thank you. Yeah, I have on my calendar that it's a new moon tonight, and actually overnight, and I'm going to have like a little new moon party. I mean, celebration. Anyway, what I really wanted to mention was a couple of days ago, and unfortunately, I didn't put the date. And sometimes I said who said it, like if it was Alex from Georgia. But we were talking, and I believe Axel was in this conversation. We were talking about, well, first, someone, I wish I could remember right now. I'm still waking up who it was talking about the serfdom, the long-standing basic structure of the Russian Empire and the serfdom that all these people, as you were both just talking about, all these people who were essentially worthless. And even though I believe it was Nicholas the First, I've got that written down.
It was Thomas. Kaikis, it was Thomas who was talking about the. Yeah,
yeah.
it was Thomas
Okay,
Simon.
good.
Yeah,
Good. Okay, that must have been Thursday. Okay, very good. I'll write that down. I'm glad you remember. And so yeah, it says here Alexander II freed them, but they were still worthless. And it's just, I've never really looked at this like national psychology, but all nations have these. It's sort of the ethos of the national way of doing things, way of thinking things. Some of it might be positive and good and fun, and some of it might be ridiculous. But this thing with Russia, I mean, yeah, we would, that was new to me. I didn't know that. I didn't know about that. this serfdom, long-standing, I don't know, hundreds of years of people.
Well, since their existence, that's the way
Okay,
we to
since
think of
their
it. Right?
existence. Okay, so I've really got to read all the way to when it was established, when this place called Russia was established, and I remember, parts of it as we've been in this space 15 months, and we've learned more and more about Russia. A lot of it really horrible and shocking, and sad. But this whole thing of people considering other human beings, even people they work with, like, I'm sure there's like this structure in the Kremlin, and there are people who are maybe on level 3 or level 4 from the top, who think all the people who work below them are worthless. And then people at the top just like, oh, well, it's just a pawn in that person's game to be able to retain power. As you said, they're willing to take people out just to, I mean, actually kill them to retain power. It's just nuts.
Thing to remember, Skykiss, or the best way to look at it is, the elites see everyone else as property.
Property,
Right?
yes.
So that's very much how it is. They see them as property, they see them as human beings, or anyone that needs to be treated with dignity, respect, and all of these things that we're used to, right? They don't. They just see them as property, and so it's not even pawns. Property to be dispensed with, killed, done with whatever they want, which is why they do whatever they want if they're
Right.
not stopped. And
Right.
that's probably the way, which is why they're so dangerous, and it's why the way we deal with them is so strange. And but a lot of that is money that we're now starting to realize just how much big business doesn't give a damn about genocide and the rest of it, as long as it's making money, right? So they've taken realpolitik. That's the Germans. They're going, no, it's only, this is the German way of just saying it's only business, right?
Mhm.
So it's only business is killing people. So they've taken it to the nth degree.
Right. And one last thing I'll say. Last night I was involved in a little bit in a thread where we were just discussing Russia is insane, or Russians are insane. Like, the whole country just has this totally insane ethos. I mean, I like the word ethos. I don't like to use that word on that, but that's what it is. It's their method of being, their way of being in the world.
Well, they're raison d'etre, right?
Yes, exactly. Another term I really like, and it's very nice. I use it all the time. I mean, I interject French all the time in my English when I'm writing.
Always
Anyway,
makes me think of Yehuda. That's French.
well, yeah, Canadian French, and I grew up in New Orleans, so 5 years of French lessons. I used to be pretty good at it, so I never got to be fluent, though. It takes a long time. So very good at writing, reading, a little bit of translation, but not speaking. But I'm working on it. Okay, I have to work on that and my Ukrainian at the same time. Thank you very much for having me up, and thank you for co-hosting.
No, my pleasure, Skykiss. If you do a lot of reading, I highly recommend. In fact, I can't recommend strongly enough that given how this war is, and our need to get something that's different and funny in our life, I can only suggest you pick up a copy of The Color of Magic by Terry Pratchett and read it. and it will be a joy to your life. It's funny, it's brilliant, and there's about 50 books in the series, so you could be reading. Yeah, if you did one a day, I used to read a lot, and when I was competing, I had a lot of time on my hands, right? So because resting is as important to athletes as it is as training. So, and I'd get through a decent sized book every 3 days. So there's enough to keep you going for almost half a year there if you do one every 3 days. They are brilliant books. Give them a read. They are very funny, very funny.
Yeah, I have about 300 books. Most of them are really good and very, very little fiction, but I like fiction, but most of it's nonfiction.
Well, this is comedy fiction. It's
I
about a
love
world
comedy.
that doesn't. It's about a world that doesn't exist. They've got pixies, goblins, werewolves, vampires, and all everything in the world, right? Trolls. They've got absolutely everything in it. Witches, wizards. Make a list. And by the way, this world is flat, and it goes through space. On the back of 4 elephants that are on top of a turtle. Anyway, long story, but pick the book up. It is extraordinarily funny.
All right, thank you. It sounds like just my thing. No, I read children's classics and dissect them and enjoy them. Thank you.
I think it's Abdullah and then Chris, isn't it, Robin?
It is.
Yeah. Where's my pen?
Sky, because you have a live mic.
Sure.
Abdullah, assalamu alaikum.
Hey, wa alaikum, Robin. Thank you so much. Good evening, Sapper. I just came up to tell David, were you one of the experts the New York Times spoke with? Because it seems that they have come to the same conclusion that you came up with about 2 weeks ago.
No, they did. I did speak to a journalist. I spent a long time explaining that why I don't think. Well, maybe he was from the New York Times. No, I would say he wasn't. But yes, I mean it was obvious, wasn't it? Right? All those issues that they said, the things that came out, they just wasn't possible for them to be true. So it was only obvious, and you don't even need to be an engineer to work that one out, I suspect. Although, in fairness, my friend David, I do know that you believe there may have been a bit of element of truth to it. But yes. Yeah, no. So no, I waffled there for a while. So no, definitely not. I did not speak to anyone from the New York Times.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah. While I was reading David, it was like point by point all the points that you have made. So that's why we're so thankful to have you, David, and your expertise. Really, we appreciate it.
I'm not going to be able to get out of the room now. My head has just grown. Thank you very much for your very kind words, Abdullah. Thank you. Power. What did I say earlier, Robin? Power corrupts. It's going to my head already.
Well, while you're enjoying your crown, we'll go to Chris.
Well, I'm just going to weigh heavily on the crown and that, and say yes, David, you were right early on, and that I've seen many people agreeing with you now. So yeah, that wasn't what I was going to say, but since Abdullah has said it, I'll just support that. And I was going to say something completely weird to Sky Kiss. Actually, I was going to say that she's just reminded me not to be concerned about weird people turning up to camp on our fields at this time of year, because I believe it's the one of the Wiccan ceremonies of Litha, I believe, for the summer solstice, and that, which I think may be what she's referring to. So Sky Kiss, I live, I can say this because nobody will know where it is, but I live in Wicanor, which is which attracts a lot of people at this time of the year.
Yes, it does. Right. Okay. So I'm going to point everyone to the Nest. I've put a couple of tweets up into the Nest. We have I put several up. First one, three in, which is the Nuno Felix one. I really do give it a retweet because Nuno is a very, very good friend of the space. The 7 minutes 45, I think, is where his interview starts. It's really well worth having a listen to, right? And right, someone's telling me something elsewhere. And I'm going, okay, sure, Robin. I wasn't aware. Anyway, the next tweet going in, which is an interesting one. I don't know if we talked about it whilst we're doing stuff. There's did we talk about the Zelensky speech with the South Africans? Anyone?
I'm sorry. Did we mentioned it only very briefly? Is that what you're asking? I got distracted.
Well, I was wondering if we talked about it at all.
Not really. The fact that they came primarily, apparently, according to Podolyak, they came primarily to ask Ukraine to vacate the arrest warrant for Putin, which I thought showed that chutzpah is not only a Jewish characteristic.
No, yes. So it's a very yes. South Africa is a basket case country in some ways. It is definitely not the country of that Mandela of when Mandela was there. It's been taken over. The ANC are in hook to Putin and the Russians, and now that it's time to pay the piper, and they're suffering. Right? It doesn't surprise me. The whole arms thing doesn't surprise me either. The whole idea that they didn't fill any paperwork out and thought they could just bamboozle everyone and go, oh, there we are. You've got to let us in. Is not a surprise to me either. It is, as Maddie and some of the others who might come up and tell us, it's a mad, mad country with the way it's going. They have, in actual fact, very sadly, taken on the Russian disease, corruption, etc. So Shower Zuma, who was being investigated by, they had a corruption unit called the Scorpions. He was being investigated for numerous things, but corruption was one of them, and he got rid of the unit.
David, the truck minutes are here, and Verlaine is here, so I'm going to drop down, and Axel's going to come up for the interview. And let's go Proximo to our Ukrainian friends. I'm so glad you're here. I'll be listening.
I won't try and say anything in anything but English because I would only make a dreadful mess of it. But welcome to you all. Verlaine, it is once again beautiful and wonderful to see you.
Hi, David. Can you hear me okay? Because I can only
loud and clear.
Captions.
Sorry, you can't hear me. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, you're the only person I can't hear. I think there's a Twitch pox once again. But you can hear my crickets, I'm sure.
Well, I hear you as well. So there we are. When Axel comes up, I will recycle myself, and then if you still don't hear me, the problem will be yours, Verlaine.
Well, I think I have enough problems as where I am, so I think one won't make much of a difference. No.
No, I do know that feeling at times, but not in the same way as you, Verlaine. But yeah. Anyway, where is Axel? What's he doing? He's. I mean, does anyone know what what are we going to start having a fine for being AWOL, George? What do you think?
I believe so. He should cook everybody schnitzel.
I was just thinking he should just buy booze. I mean, I'm okay with that. I'm simple. I don't need schnitzel, but the booze would be wonderful. Right, you've got your hand up though, George.
No, I just answer your question. I think you should buy everybody at MriyaReport schnitzel.
Yes. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Anyway, you just reminded me. The I don't know how you reminded me, but the thought came into my head. So I've said. So before we start, I would dearly love everyone to, if you go down to that little icon, the heart icon at the bottom, retweet, share the space, tell everyone how amazing we are, etc. I'm going to go into a little spiel. I say spiel because I can barely remember it. But anyway, we've been live for 478 days, 24 hours a day, 24/7, etc., etc. We do very good work. We fundraise for everyone. We've got the amazing Filane and a Rabisha unit, which we've helped out. The Mind Stuff, obviously, Chef Zhenya, who does great food on the front line as well, right? And her son, many, many things here. I don't ask anyone to buy a coffee because, I keep telling everyone I'm an adult. I'm not entirely sure how true that is, but I'm certainly old enough to buy booze. But if you've got enough for a pint, then maybe you could give a donation of just a pint's worth to the MriyaReport. You can do that via their website. And whilst we're waiting for Axel, Axel's there. He is. I was ignoring him. I'm just adding Axel. Axel's here. Oh, look. Oh no, there. He is as a speaker. Well done, Axel. No. No, Axel, we're barely hearing you. It's you're actually. No, you're. It's all mad. I think he's disconnecting, reconnecting. So, Leela, welcome to you. I can see you're up as well. Hey. And wonderful to see you. Hey, absolutely wonderful. Thank you. It's so cool to be here. I think it's amazing that you are here. Thank you very much. And let me try and see if I can get Axel back in. I mean, look, he's up and down. I can't say what I want to say, but there is an English saying, up and down like something. I won't say it, but that's what he is like at the moment. Oh, he's requesting again.
Here we go.
Why are you so awkward?
Lilia, except Andy. Andy is with me. He's one of the speakers also. Andy Mac, he's requesting a few times.
I am not seeing anyone else. This is what Twitter does to us. It's an absolute nightmare. I'm not seeing anyone requesting now at all. Axel.
All righty.
Oh.
Hey Ryan. Oh. Hey. So we have Ryan there, we have Lilia there, we have everybody there. Lilia, dobry wieczór. Dobry wieczór. Hi everyone. Very good to have you here. So, how are you doing today? How's your tremendously challenging Saturday? I presume it was yet another of those days, wasn't it?
But 1 second, Axel. 1 second. Just so everyone knows. Oh no, you're not a co-host yet. Are you able to co-host yourself, Axel?
No, I'm not. But if Nancy can do that, I shall be gladly.
Yeah. Let me explain. Filane can't hear me, so I'm going to, as soon as you're up as a co-host.
The thing is, I haven't seen or haven't heard how much David was actually talking once I started reading how much he talks.
Yes, she sees how much I talk. Yes, there's the thing. But anyway, Axel, as soon as that's absolutely brilliant. My mum would love that. Oh, you are a co-host. I'm going to recycle myself down, and I will come up as quickly as I can.
Not a problem, David. Whilst you're recycling, we'll take it over. Lilia. So finally, we are complete. I'm very glad to have you with us here. Question, Lilia. Where do we want to start? You want to tell us the story as to why we are talking to each other and why we had, despite the tragic events and despite the challenge of all of this, so much fun when we talked about what you were delivering first. What kind of fruits were you delivering?
Oh, of course, pineapples. Yeah. I'm still waiting for my brother to enter, but yeah, unfortunately, he's at the hospital now. And yeah, he's basically the one who gave me the idea to go to the hospitals, because I was, like having a soldier brother means you're helping him and his comrades, of course, but you're like all concentrated on him and his guys. But so yeah, the story. Okay, I'm not. Okay, he's not still there, but can I start telling the story right now, or should we wait for him a bit?
Do you know when he will join? Like the exact month?
No.
Lydia,
I have
it's
no
not a
idea.
problem. For the benefit of the audience, let's give it a go. Let's start, and you tell people generally what you've been doing and why you've been doing it.
Okay, so the main thing is I go to hospitals to visit the wounded soldiers, and I don't only like I don't like to just go to hospital and drop all the stuff and just leave. The main thing is to spend time with the soldiers, because that's what they actually appreciate and need a lot. And I do remember my first visit was I didn't know what to say and how to do it and everything. So yeah, basically just sharing time with them and thanking them. Just I entered to a room and I told we are volunteers, group of volunteers. If I go alone or with some girl or with group of people, we just normally tell thank you guys so much for defending us, and like it's a very 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 beautiful and emotional moment, because they're like, so you came to see us, and you like we're unknown soldiers for you, and you came to see us seriously. And we're like, yeah, let's meet each other. So how did you ended up at the hospital? And I started joking with them and like, oh, how many contusions do you have, or oh, how many injuries did you have, or how many grams of, I don't know, Russian rockets, pieces of Russian rockets you have on your body, or something like this. And yeah, and we just started talking, and we spend some time with them, and then we keep connection with them, and with some of the soldiers we keep talking and keep having good connection. It's very beautiful, honestly.
Dark humor is a very valuable currency in a war zone.
Absolutely is,
Sorry,
Ryan.
what do you mean?
He said dark humor is an important piece of communication. It's a very important currency that you can trade jokes with the soldiers, because humor is what remains.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, like, I know that a lot of civilian people are very, very, very afraid to talk with soldiers directly, and they're afraid to offend them. But like, I just like, oh, okay, if somebody will if somebody will, react rude to one of my jokes, I would just tell, okay, sorry, because I understand this person is damaged and for a reason, but I will not take it personally, and I just try to show them that my brother's a soldier. I know he can die any fucking second, so I just like I'm just and I have also a T-shirt with my brother, and I'm telling, oh, this is my brother, so we're like, I can understand you a little bit, so probably that's also one of the reasons why I like to do it. Oh, I think my brother's entering. He'll enter now. I'll just send him a link.
No worries. We're fine.
Yeah.
Lila, that's the difference between you going to make a delivery of medical supplies to a hospital and someone from Renegade going, is if we go, we don't want to stick our nose in or intrude upon the soldiers, and it's not an intrusion when you're there. So you can go and support them and tell them, hey, thank you, we appreciate you defending us, and you're not perceived as somebody being nosy.
I'm like, it's I've been criticized by this kind of activity actually on a group chat of volunteers, foreign volunteers.
Don't listen to them.
Like,
Tell them
why are you
it's none of their
going
business.
messing around? Like, why are you bothering them? And I'm like, okay, first of all, it was the idea of my brother who's a soldier, so probably he knows a bit better than you do. So I'm like, okay, thank you for your advice. Thanks for your opinion. It's very important for us. Something like this.
Yeah. Thanks for your opinion. I have no interest in it.
Yeah, exactly.
Keep doing what you're doing.
Thank you so much. Looks like my brother is gonna enter very soon. Just so
no stress. We'll continue whilst he does that and takes up your link. The key thing, Lilia, which we wanted to highlight is that there is a special bond which is created by people who do not expect attention. And we've heard this many times. We had Natalia Kamikova from the Veterans Affairs, the Minister of Veterans Affairs, and who's been working with them and representing them before, that whilst people try to organize structures, and from the structures many things follow, it is this individual attention, this human bond, which makes it completely different. When we see images of President Zelensky going to see veterans, of course, it is both a media opportunity, it's an obligation, but it's also a signal by the state. But if the civil society, if the individuals like you do it, the heartfelt emotion, the support for the troops comes across in a completely different way. Can you speak a bit about how this evolved and share a few anecdotes as to how you experienced it?
Every time when somebody asks me to share anecdotes, I forget all of them. But yeah, I mean, like, I don't know. It's mostly always a beautiful experience. I never know. Every time I open the room and I knock the door and I always ask for permission to enter. Every time I don't know who is like behind that door, so I don't know what kind of people will be there, what kind of trauma they have and everything. But I don't know. I just want to just all of them just show that we haven't forgot about them. That their effort is highly appreciated, and that people support the soldiers who are fighting, actually, who are on the front line, who are like actual fighters. But once a soldier like goes to hospital for any reason, normally like like maybe his friends care about him and family, but not everybody like has friends and family around. Not every family can go and visit him every day, and I know they're super bored there. So it's just basically like, I don't know, just humans appreciation of as a human being, and as Ukrainian, they're defending me. So like the main thing is just to tell them thank you from the bottom of my heart. And yeah, that's it. I don't know if that was a question. I just got a bit distracted with my brother trying to understand how does Twitter works.
So Lila, just so you know, I've sent your brother a link as a DM. All he has to do is click on that.
Yeah,
but it's coming from me as well. But
yeah, I also sent him, and he listened to us, but for some reason he can't request to speak. But
is he on a computer?
Is he on a computer?
No, on his phone. Okay. I will just send him. Yeah, give me a sec. I will just send him the screenshot Victoria sent me before. Yeah, because he heard us.
It's entirely possible if he's using a web browser on his phone to log in, which he may very well be. You can't speak like that. He needs to use the app.
No, I think he had. No, he definitely has the app. Okay, so I told him, and he'll figure out. Yeah, I'm just waiting.
He's
for
a
him.
smart. He's a smart.
Maybe he could send you a screenshot.
Yeah, I will share him the screenshot where he should request the microphone. So.
No, I mean maybe he.
Can't hear you. Repeat, please.
Like I said, maybe he will send you a screenshot.
No, it's okay. I just
We'll
sent
get
him
there,
and I will
Andy.
wait
We'll get
for
there.
his message.
It's not a
Yeah,
problem.
yeah,
In the meantime, whilst he's
yeah.
doing this, Lilia, the key thing, which is why we wanted you and your brother to come up here, is to speak a little bit about how you have started to organize yourselves and what happened, what he did. There he is. I can see Roman already.
Yay!
Yay! It works.
Wow! No way! And now turn on the microphone. It's внизу зліва. I forgot how to tell down.
Bottom left.
Bottom left, yeah. Yay. Roman,
Roman,
you're a
can you hear
speaker
us?
now, but you have to talk.
Yeah, sure. Good evening.
Excellent. Добрый вечер, Roman. Good evening.
Добрий вечір. Добрий вечір.
Добрий вечір. It's a much better connection than a few days ago. Very good to have you here. We were already talking to Lilia about how this all came to be. Maybe can you introduce yourself to the audience, just for the record, who you are, what you're doing, and then I extend them. We can take it forward because your story is quite unique and also evidentiary for what Ukrainian men have been doing.
Добре, вам українською представитись or English? English version or Ukrainian?
As you see fit, doesn't matter. I have my
okay.
friend Verlaine here, and she's exceptionally good at making sure that we can put this into decent English. No problem. Do it in Ukrainian.
All right, I can do it in English. It's okay. Without translation. So, long story short, I'm Roman. I'm 31, and what I'm doing now, I'm fighting for Ukraine's freedom on the battlefield. And and now I'm recovering after assault operation near Bakhmut.
When did you start? When did your volunteering start?
I was fighting 1 year in 2015, and then I start in full scale invasion in 24th of February 2022.
And what kind of unit was that when you entered it?
It was veterans of Azov battalion, and then we grow to brigade. So right now we fight near Bakhmut. But we have lots of guys, not only from Azov, but just volunteer civilian people from armed forces of Ukraine. Different peoples fighting with us, but all of us are volunteer soldiers.
Can you describe this? Is that a mechanized unit, or is there?
It's assault brigade. So
assault brigade, yeah.
Yes. Yes.
Maybe for the audience, I mean, most of us know it already, but maybe you can explain it a little bit better as to the functionality within Ukraine, because it's different. The assault brigades Ukraine has are different from what NATO works with. Maybe you can explain a little bit how you're set up, how you're organized, and how you're acting.
I can explain how we fight, but how we are organized, I don't know.
Within limits, of course.
How organized? I don't know how to answer this question. How organized our brigade? I don't understand what do you want to know. Who is my supervisor, or what the name of my commander?
It's about typically a force structure in an assault brigade in Ukraine is very specific. You have a different evolving concept, and maybe you can just explain how your troop is organized and how you're fighting and how you're operating.
Maybe let's get down to more interesting question, because I don't know how to explain our organization. It's army, stupid, boring things which I hate, guys. That's all I want to say. And I'm in army only because I must fight against Russian invasion. It's like all big organization. We have commander, and And this, guys, I really don't know how to answer. Do you have another
Not a
question?
problem. Oh, of course, we have many questions, Roman. The reason why I'm asking is because most people in the West do not understand the setup of the Ukrainian
It's
armed
like the
forces. but
same
it's complete-
army. It's like the same as in all army all over the world. Nothing special.
Maybe I think Excel meant like how you organize in the sense of you're the assault brigade, so you're going on counteroffensive, and you're
No,
the ones
they
who
ask
are.
how organized our brigade.
Roman, the question goes into the direction of what Lilia highlighted, the functionality of the troops and why you're organized in a certain way. Verlaine, I think you understand what I mean, right?
Yeah, I mean, like, no, що ти саме як штурмова бригада. So they're basically
Я сказав це.
going on like more counteroffensive and stuff. Assault, like the meaning of the
Daniel,
word.
it's. I ask you, do you have more interesting or more valuable question? Because
Not a problem, Roman. Of course, we typically start at the beginning to set the stage, but it's completely fine. So you've been fighting in Bakhmut in recent weeks and months. Can you tell the audience a little bit about your experience and how it has impacted you and the troops?
Experience. Okay, maybe you can. I don't know what to say about. Maybe can you clarify, please, about experience? What do you mean? Fighting
Okay,
experience,
it's
survival
very simple.
experience.
So I can tell you how it is. Okay, we've been following the war quite closely. We've seen as to how the operations in Bakhmut have been conducted. We've followed the messages of General Sirski and the commanders in the region. We've seen how extremely hard the battles have been.
Okay.
However, it's different when people who have been in battle can explain the massive amount of operations and the assaults, the many hundreds of assaults by Russian soldiers. And maybe you can explain your experience in that.
Believe it or not, it's something unbelievable. You don't believe me while you see so many people run through the field wave by wave and they die and they continue run again and again. I mean, Wagner group who tried to capture our position. It was day by day and month by month. It's really something like in movies, but I never see such movies before. It's like really zombie apocalypses. I don't know what to say. They it's something stupid because they wasn't afraid to die. They was under some drug stuff, some narcotics, I suppose. And if they return to their position, I mean Wagner, they will be killed by their brothers, by their fellows. So the only way to survive for enemies, for Russian soldiers, is to take our position. That's why it was highly motivated elements, zombies, who at least who never managed to take even Bakhmut fully for more than half a year.
We're told they were coming in waves after waves after waves. You just indicated this as well. And there was very little order to them, that they were shot down, mowed down, then a next wave came.
Yes.
Was there a change in that rhythm at some point in time? You said Wagner troops, they used inexperienced troops to set them in and scout out your positions, and you then withdrew fighting, or how did this work?
Do you mean change right now or then
How
during
it worked
fight?
then during the fight?
Yeah, of course. First, the mission is reconnaissance and try. And can you hear me?
Very well, loud and clear. 555.
Can you?
Of course. Yep.
Okay,
Yeah,
so of course the first goal was to find out our position, and it was reconnaissance. So they just drop few groups of men, maybe 20, 50 men, just to find out where our position is situated, and then they drop special forces Wagner, because Wagner, it's not only cannon fodder, it's also special forces guys who very well equipped and very well prepared. So it was very big, it was combination. We fight against prisoners and against zombie and against special forces Wagner.
You just said that they came in waves of 20s or 30s or 50s. How did they coordinate this with drones and artillery? Can you speak a bit about the rhythm of their battle?
Yeah, sure. They have infinity drones. All the little group had have drone operator, and they coordinated to and with artillery and with the, so they drop group of Wagner, and they tell them by the radio which direction they should go, and drone fly about their head. So the commander, who was sitting maybe 5 kilometers from the front, they was pretty smart guys, and they would coordinate what you're doing. So they had lots of like stupid soldiers, but they had smart commander, and that's why sometimes the attack was pretty successful.
Was there any way for your troop, for your brigade, to counteract this and target the command posts up there? Were you able to attack them, or were they just too far away, or could you just not find them?
Sometimes yes, sometimes no. It depends how good they hide, and it depends of our weapon and opportunity. But for sure, we destroyed them every day. But it was, you see, they are outnumber our forces in many times. That's why even when we destroy them every day, it's not help us.
I understand this, and I appreciate you talking openly about this. But in terms of the drone usage your own troops have, how would you rate the performance of the drones you and your colleagues are employing?
What do you mean? Can you repeat first?
How do you assess the performance of the Ukrainian side's drones? Do you have enough? I mean, there's never enough ammunition. There's never enough kit. I understand this, but are you feeling comfortable with the usage of drones on the Ukrainian side to defend against the Russians?
Yeah, of course, it's always not enough weapon, and especially drones, because they destroyed many of them destroyed on the battlefield every single day.
What do you think is the average life of a drone? How many sorties?
Oh, I can't calculate. It's impossible, from my opinion.
Rule of
because
thumb, gut feel.
some no, it will be not precise, even approximately, because some of them live maybe first fly and it destroyed, and some of them can live months. So it's not average number, from my opinion.
Okay. So how, when you've survived these waves of, as you said, stupid infantry being forwarded but guided by their commanders, how many times did you manage to cycle out? Because obviously that takes a toll, both on performance and on your mind, and you have to you have to say deter them. How many days on end did you stay in the trench and then were cycled out to recover?
You mean rotation on battle?
Yeah, cycling out from the front line. Typically, you cycle out a
Okay.
unit after some time at the front line.
It depends. It depends. On the winter, it was maybe 1, 2, maximum 3 days, because it was impossible to survive even without enemies, just to survive in this freaking frozen land, in frozen trenches. But sometimes it's a week, sometimes 10 days. It depends on mission. It depends on our losses and on many factors. So let's say from 1 to 10 days.
That is a pretty long time, if I may say so. If I compare this to previous
Some units stay longer on the trenches. So it depends, because they had another task, maybe just only protect trenches and that's all. Because our task was protect and defend, and also counterattack. It was always counterattack, little counterattack operation there. Active defenders, they call it.
Yeah, I understand. And key component of defense is obviously counterattack and
Sorry?
managing the key a key component of active of an active defense is this counterattack. Now, how did you gain ground with your counterattacks properly, or was it just literally just intruding, probing, reverting, and going back to your position?
Can you rephrase, please? Because
sure, of course, not a problem.
you...
Did you when you counterattacked, were these counterattacks only intrusions that you would penetrate their lines, go through,
I got
take out the positions, and then come back?
It also depends on our mission and on our task. What we're planning to do with this. Sometimes yes, sometimes we only just counterattack, get out of them, destroy enemies in the trenches, and then step back. And so enemies get to these trenches again in a few hours. Sometimes we take the trench and defend them. So it's very different tasks.
Understood. We were told that sometime in March this year, more and more units in and around Bakhmut were using different mortar artillery. Was that also in your unit?
Use a mortar? What is it?
Verleen, shoot a mortar.
Minomet.
Yeah. So can you repeat?
We were told that yes, of course. We were told that in March there was an influx of more mortar from the west, and that some units were actually benefiting from it, and that helped in the urban battle in and around Bakhmut.
Yeah, sure. When we had this Western weapon, this mortar, I saw this M777. It's so precisely, and it saved many lives. So I just want to say thank you to you all guys who push the government to help us with this, because it's incredibly help us.
I think this is the least we can do, given the fact that you are fighting for both Ukraine and freedom and democracy.
Yeah.
So how is the morale of your troops? Sorry, Axel. I would offer a few more questions for Roman, and then we'll leave him to go because he's still at the hospital. And
not a problem.
Yeah, just Roman, tell us when you want to leave and when you feel more tired. I know you're under some medicine also, so feel free to just tell. It's the last question.
I had maybe in few minutes evening torture procedure, hospital procedure, which called injection. Yeah. So wish me luck, guys. But
yes, good luck to that.
Yeah, but maybe a few more questions I can respond. So please. Yeah, you asked about moral. Oh no, what are you asking?
I asked about how the morals of your troop. I mean, you're now in the hospital. You're recovering, but when you were last with your troop, how was the moral setup? How were the guys feeling?
In general, very good. Finally, finally we liberated our land. We can't compare this feeling to any others because we hello.
Yes, we hear you.
Okay.
Keep talking.
Okay, because when we liberate our land and we step on the land which was under Russian occupation, it's something incredible and unbelievable, and we are highly motivated to continue. But the only thing which can affect on our mood, it's that when we kick infantry out from the position, we must defend ourselves against infinity artillery and the Russian aviation, and we can't protect ourselves against it, and it's bad for our moral. But yeah, something like this.
That's understood, and thank you for that. Now you're in hospital. I'm not going to ask you about how you feel. It doesn't really. You've already indicated this, but
I'm better than others, so
that's what I heard. Yes, and you mentioned this before. So,
And we also visited Roman a couple of days ago. So now he was.
Це ти потім скажеш. You will say
He was
afterward.
he was a receiver of the idea he actually gave me a couple of months ago. Now he was the one we were visiting the hospital. But yeah, it's for later when Roman will leave.
Да.
What will happen after you come out of the hospital? Where will you go?
Sorry?
What happens after you're out of the hospital and you've recovered? You're back to your troops, right?
Yeah, sure. Liberation operation is not over, so my troop need me. So I'll return to the battlefield.
Where do you think the battlefield will be when you return?
Oh, I think the same. I think the same near Bakhmut area.
We're hearing a lot of good news about what Ukrainian armed forces, your soldiers and fighters are doing there in the region. It's very hard. We understand this, but at the same time, seemingly your troops are now facing a lot more regular Russian army, who seemingly have the same kind of silly ideas as the Wagnerites. What kind of equipment would your units need most? What do you think? What is missing at the moment, other than ammunition, which is always missing?
No, my friend, we need F-16. That's what we need. We need airplanes for sure, because it can change everything and save lives. Of course, we need real tanks. We need Leopards. We need armored vehicles. We need many things that Europe and the USA had, but do it very slowly. I don't know why. They just watch how it's happened and how Ukrainian soldiers pay bloody check and bloody price for that, for waiting. That's all we need, because we have motivation, we have courage, we have power, but we must receive what we was promised. You know, when they take out our nuclear weapon, they promise us safety.
Yeah, I think everybody amongst us agrees with that. That the failure to protect Ukraine is coming home to kill Ukrainians and also threaten Western democracy. Now, Roman, what will you do when the war ends?
Guys, it's very big and huge topic, but
you have something in mind, right?
My friend, I had so much plans for Ukraine and for recovery and for recovery injured soldiers and for raised business and the economy, and for my personal vocation, many awesome things will happen after victory. But right now we should work hard. So
fully understood. What I wanted to highlight, and thank you for that answer, is that the Ukrainians know what the Ukrainians know what they're fighting for, and you have plans for the future. This is what the fight is about. It's about the future of the country, of your friends, of your families, and the likes. And this is why you need more support from us, and faster support.
Yes, guys, that's what we're talking about. So thank you very much for listening, guys, and for spending this evening in Kiev, in Ukraine. It's evening. So
same here. Дякую. Best regards from
Дякую.
Tallinn, Estonia.
All right, be in touch. Take care, guys.
Thank you, Roman.
Thank you.
Все, Лілія, я полетів
Thank you very much.
спати, бо я вже втомлений дуже.
Давай, дякую дуже.
Okay, bye-bye.
Thank you for tuning.
Дуже
Thank
дякую.
you for tuning in.
All right, Lilian. So now we heard your brother. Tell us a little bit about your brother, because he's very serious. He's recovering in hospital. This is not easy for him. And now he has to face yet again another injection, which he really doesn't like. I fully appreciate this. And he said as much the days before. How do you feel when you see him in the hospital and not the others you saw before?
I mean, he at least has less chances to die from a Russian bullet or from some artillery. So, yeah. I mean, that's kind of obvious, I think. I mean, I want him to recover, of course, but at the same time, it's like, okay, at least he has some time to sleep. He doesn't have to be exhausted all the time. People are taking care about him, and yeah, he at least has some time to sleep. So it's kind of weird, but okay, yeah, it's kind of weird. But if you know, I mean, yeah, thanks, Ryan, for the heart. I guess you understood me, but yeah, it's really weird. But I mean, the times we're living in, it's you have a lot of weird emotions and weird thoughts, and like, I know he's having some rest right now, but I know he will be back to the fight as soon as possible, and he would like to be back to fight sooner than he should be. But you know, as every soldier I met in the hospital, and they for example were supposed to stay for 5 days, they were telling, no, my guys can't be without me for 5 days. They need me now. So just you know, help me faster, and then I'll be back to fight. So that's always like this.
Well, then, Lydia, maybe we can switch gears now and talk a little bit about how you started the volunteering and what happened then. Can you give us a little background to this?
Yeah, sure. I think it was in March or April. No idea. I don't remember, honestly. Yeah, and just Roman. Yeah, it was in March, 13 of March. So Roman ended up in the hospital, and he got contusion. His guys also got contusion because they were fighting in Bakhmut. It was super rough, and I know he loves fruits, so I wanted to send him fruits by post office. You know, like buy pineapples, order some cool, tasty, amazing mangoes, stuff like this. And I wrote this idea on my story, and I hid the story from him. And a lot of people like replied me like, "Hey, I want to join too. I want to, you know, cheer them up, cheer the guys up. How can I join?" Like, and just people started to send money to my card, and I bought a lot of fruits. Bought like half of the hood of my car full of fruits, and then I called Roman and told, okay, to which post office should I send you something, but I haven't told him what exactly because I wanted to make it a surprise. And he told, okay, what do you want to send me? Don't send me anything. I'm fine. I can buy myself, etc. And then I told him the whole idea, and then he told me, okay, it's my decision. You take the fruits and you bring it to a hospital. And at that time, I was living in Lviv because since the full invasion, I moved from Kiev to Lviv. So just took the fruits, and with one girl, we went to the hospital, and we just randomly went to one of the hospitals and just opened the door, and there were soldiers without the legs and arms. And I remember I was super nervous because I didn't know what to tell and how to explain who I am and what am I doing and why do I have the pineapple in my head. So I just I started hey, my brothers. I don't know. I just started with some long story. I haven't told I'm a volunteer. I wasn't considering myself a volunteer at that time. And yeah, just that's how it happened. And then there were more times. And then the first time I went to the east of Ukraine, I felt that I have no time to live in Lviv anymore. So I moved back to Kiev, where my home is. So now other people are probably going and live hospitals in Kiev and more in east of Ukraine hospitals. Yeah.
Lydia, but this has continued since. So, and you're constantly in this state of delivering supplies, going into the hospitals, talking to people. This is a very important social function. How many people are doing what you're doing?
Good question. I know a girl. I've never met her in person, but I wrote it on my Instagram story hey, who would like to do it on your own city? Just message me. I will tell you how I did it, how I started. Maybe opinion or share my experience and stuff like this. So I know she's constantly going there, but normally I don't know. I haven't I know volunteers visiting soldiers, but I don't know. I in some hospitals in Kiev we met the how are they called the капелланы. Ты знаешь як, Андрей? Капелланы английское.
Капелланы?
Yeah. I forgot how this military pastor is called, the church
You
people.
can say chaplain or padre.
Yeah,
it's the same.
Chaplain. Yeah, so the the chaplains, and sometimes my guys, I mean the ones who I've met at the hospitals, write me hey, nobody's visiting me, and I'm okay, posting a story and people are going there. It's always funny. But no, I'm I don't really know how many people are doing some. I know people are supporting hospitals and soldiers, but I don't know if they're just randomly going to unknown soldiers and just chilling with them.
The interesting thing is, Lydia, I was just discussing this with a friend, that essentially Ukraine wins the war because it has a civilian society. It has that civilian support. This is what we've been saying on this program. And when you and I spoke before, we discussed it already. It's a completely different setup in terms of culture. What you're doing is the Lord's work, as I would call it, but at the same time, this is what my friend Verlaine here, Vika, would have always said is, this is what's practical. This is, this is the right thing to do. And people just do that.
One of the very, very important thing my brother always told it's when a fighting soldier who is in good health, who is not injured, I mean who is still fighting, knows that the moment he will end up at the hospital, because let's be honest, it's just a matter of time when the soldiers will end up in the hospital at some point. Because if you're fighting, you're anyways will end up at the hospital with a contusion or something more serious. So every soldier knows if he's fighting, if he's on the front line, he will he can die or get injured. It's like not very difficult. So if all the soldiers will know that the moment they will end up at the hospital, the civilian people will not forget about them, it's gonna be way easier for them to fight. So just my Roman's idea, and I totally support it, and I try to do it as I try to make it real, and reality is just I want to all the soldiers who are fighting know that we civilians, we the background. I'm not fighting. I mean, I can shoot, but I'm not shooting now. So we're a background. We are like a peaceful part, but we just want to let them know that the whole society will support them. And Roman, when you ask him about his plans after the victory, he told a lot of plans. He told about the recovery. So we all have to be ready that after the victory, there are gonna be a huge amount of soldiers who will be going back home to a peaceful life, and we have to be ready as a society to receive them and to show them respect, to be patient, to to not to be like, oh, he has a contusion. If we see somebody behaving weirdly, some soldier behaving weirdly on the street, not to be like, oh, he is with the contusion, with disrespectful meaning. No, we have to be super patient and respectful and grateful till the end of our lives to all the soldiers who will be back, who will be lucky enough to be back to home, to peaceful life. And I think these hospital visits, it's one of the tiny bricks on this big house we all have to build.
Lilian, would you allow me to open the floor to a few questions from the audience? Because both Ryan,
Sure.
Robin, Skykes, they all have their hands up, and I'm sure that there's a couple of very good questions. Ryan, would you mind starting?
Yeah, of course. Pleasure.
Mine was more a comment of support and agreement.
You have no question, Ryan. Please, come on.
I wish.
Thank you.
I agree with her so much about what she's saying, how effective and useful support from civilian volunteers is, just for moral support. And I wish somebody who was doing the work she was doing could show these soldiers how many civilians who are not in condition to fight line up routinely to donate blood to make sure the soldiers have what they need. I was left speechless when I went to a blood donation center and saw how many people were standing in line, just spending part of their day to get their blood to make sure that the soldiers had enough stuff to live.
That's very beautiful.
That's
terrible.
They honestly, they had so many. I was sent there by one of the firemen in Kharkiv, and he was apologizing profusely to me because he sent me there and they turned me away. But I told him, no, that's a good thing. If they're turning me away because I'm not Ukrainian, that means they have more than enough Ukrainian blood donors, and that's a positive thing. I don't care if I came over here, but I wish other people could see how much community support there is, even when it's people hiding in a basement so they can donate blood.
That's very, very important. Thank you for sharing this. I can tell, comment here this experience. Thank you.
Thank you, Ryan, and much appreciated. Shall we go to Skykes, who has a question? Skykes.
Yes, thank you. First of all, I've been wanting to tell everyone there's a card up in the nest, and it was the sixth one, I haven't checked where it's moved, about our guest. And even though Roman had to go get an injection, sister is here. And I've been following both of you for quite some time. And so this is really wonderful that he was able to come and speak with us at all.
I
Because
convinced him. I really asked him a lot. Like I asked him, like, please come, please, please.
Well, thank you. No, it was really wonderful just to have him in the space. And last night, a number of us were on his, his thread, his tweet, with him, his video and him talking from the field. And some of us had I go, oh yeah, I commented a few days ago. Well, I have something else to put there. And so, a number of my friends in NAFO were sending him pictures and all kinds of, just happy things. And I said, I'm going to get him a picture that's just really peaceful, so he has something to think of if he's tired and he closes his eyes and he just wants to sort of, in my parlance, it would be space out. You just relax and you go, deeply off into sleep because you have let your troubles and your cares melt away so that you can sleep well. And that's was my thinking when I posted the picture. And so that was just something I did last night. And, often, first of all, I really wanted to say something about what Ryan said. I remember, Ryan, when you were describing this experience of the blood bank for the soldiers and you're being turned away. I remember that. And we were all really touched that so many people had turned out to support their defenders. So it's just, I mean, the Ukrainian people have taught us all so much about how to be good humans. Even if we're already pretty good humans, they remind us we can be better. And we are trying to, we put a lot of talk, time, writing, efforts into getting the F-16s. So I do want you to, when you have a chance to tell Roman, we are making every effort to get all the kit and equipment and the F-16s and other big equipment. So we worked really, really hard on getting the Leopards free. It was a huge campaign and everybody got on board. We all got behind that because we just felt it's so important. And we've learned, I mean, those of us who came into the space, who are artists or writers or nurses, we have learned so much about what the military means. And we're learning it so that we can help get it. It is interesting. It's very interesting. But anyway, and I want to thank you for taking fruit, because that's really important that soldiers and civilians too are getting enough nutrition just to live, just to continue to survive. And that's what we really want for everyone who's Ukrainian. We want your culture and your people to survive. And we care and we love everyone. I mean, that's a really big thing in NAFO. We even after the war, we're all going to continue to be there for you and to love and care for you.
Thank you,
Yes.
Sam.
And
It's
you're
much
all welcome in
appreciated.
Ukraine.
Thank
And
you.
you're all very welcome in Ukraine.
Oh, we're going to come to spend our dollars and euros in Ukraine, because that's
Of
one of the
course.
best things which we can do right after all this happens. We're going to go there and
Yeah.
spend our money and help people to recover, because that's another thing which is otherwise not considered. People who are now supporting Ukraine will come and support in reconstruction, and they will also spend their money there. And we will make sure that education and those topics, which Roman also and you talked about before, all the things which you had planned for Ukraine, all the things which Gambini said
Yeah.
will be financed, initiated, and this will, it's not governments who do this. This is what people do. And we owe you that.
Yeah, but the government is, I mean, the government is the mirror of us. So when we start changing it, I mean, the governments will do what we want to do. We are very, like, we're too stubborn to just, you know, like, yeah, I mean, yeah, sorry, just when you told it's not government, I mean, government just the mirror. So we all will do the whole thing, and we all will have to rebuild it. So yeah, we're welcome after Victor. I mean, those who want to still want to come here, I will also would like to meet you, but I know not everybody will be crazy enough to come to Ukraine right now, when it's not the safest place in the world. But still, you're very welcome, and thank you, Skykis, for your comments. Appreciate it.
All right,
Leela.
we have lots. Sorry, Ryan, I apologize, but we have lots and lots of questions up. Ryan, if you don't mind, given the fact that you're one of us anyway, I would really love to go to questions. We had Robin, we have Ming, we have Anke, we have Mette. Lydia, please stay with us. Robin, Anke, we'll do the ladies first, Mette, and then Ming. Robin.
Thank you, Axel. I'm not sure I'm a lady, but I am a woman. A very quick.
I'm so sorry. I'm so old school. I wouldn't be able to dictate you as just a woman. You're a lady in my
No,
book.
that's fine. Vielen Dank.
I'm a single lady. I'm a single lady. I'm a
Yes.
single lady. When Axel told lady, I had this song in my head.
Listen, I don't want to take a lot of time because there are a lot of people who I'm sure have more important things to say than I do, but I just wanted to thank you for what you're doing, and thank Roman when you speak with him. For his Twitter feed and his Instagram page does something very important, which I'm not sure he might be aware of. It's so easy for people who don't know Ukraine, who haven't been in Ukraine, don't know Ukrainians, to think of Ukraine as a place where there's a war. And one of the things that Roman does so beautifully is remind us all that these are human beings, that Roman had a career before the war, God willing he will go back to. And the fact that he recently put up a picture of himself before the war, I think he was in a bar in a suit, and you know, it reminded us again that these are human beings. All of you are people who want to go back to your lives, and you should know, I'm sure you are aware that you have support all over the world to get you back there as fast as possible. So I will let other people go on, but just a thank you for everything you do, and you have our love and our prayers, and Godspeed.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
All right, Anke.
Hey there. I'd like to repeat what Robin was just saying about please do thank him and all of the other soldiers that you meet in the hospital. I mean, I want to thank you for that effort, because seeing injured people and missing limbs and all that, that's not easy. And I appreciate you for taking that burden. Secondly, I also want to ask, kind of wanted to ask Roman, but maybe you can speak to this. What does he do to stay, to keep his humanity while he's seeing all this death? You know, I mean, not only are you causing death to other human beings, you know, they're your enemy, you got to kill them, but it's never fun, you know, as a human being, and having to deal with his own fallen comrades, whether they've died or whether, he's having to put tourniquets on them or whatever. I mean, I've seen the clips where he's said, where he sits there and he's just enjoying an energy bar or some
Yes.
chocolate.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Or, those little things that help you hang on to your humanity in the midst of all this hell. I'd love for you to speak to that. And I don't know, is the Army, or, are the military forces working with the soldiers to help them, stay sane in all of this?
Thank you for the first part of your speech. And I'll start with the second question. Yes, they're psychologists. Normally, they're psychologists. And second, I can tell, not because I'm Roman's sister, but I just know he's a very unique person. He's not just like a Ukrainian English speaking soldier, but he also works a lot on self development, on always trying to learn new things. I mean, before the full invasion, he was doing a lot of things, just self-development all the time. And actually, if you follow, by the way, who doesn't follow him on Instagram, I truly recommend. And I'm not speaking now as his sister. I'm like, he's an incredibly unique man. And just recently he told, like, doesn't matter that it's war or not, or anything which is happening around you, you always have to keep learning new things. You don't have to just become a vegetable, and you can't just be like, oh, I'm a soldier and I'm doing nothing else but a soldier, but I'm fighting. So he always tries, first of all, it's just his how he is. He always tries to tries to find beautiful things on the middle of something terrible. For example, his the video which just went super viral on TikTok the previous summer, when he just laid down and the bullets and the sound of war, and he's telling, oh, and I see the butterflies and they're super beautiful. And people were commenting what the hell is wrong with this guy? I mean, he's on war and he's telling how beautiful the butterflies are and the bees. What? So it's not that he's just lucky to be so positive or something. He really works super hard on keeping being, I wouldn't tell positive, but not to get mad, and just to try also to understand that death, unfortunately, it's something that is going to happen with all of us. But the question is, why did you live? I mean, we're all gonna die, but what did you left after your death? What impact you did? How many people's lives you changed? What are the good things you did in this life, and how did you actually die? If you died being an alcoholic or just a shitty person, or you died defending your country, defending your loved ones, defending your city, your every inch of your land. That's the question.
Thank you so much, Lilia. I'm struggling a little because I'm feeling super touched by all of this and the lessons that not only he's showing for himself and all of Ukraine, but also for the rest of the world. And I really hope that he continues to do this, because it's people like you and him who I believe can help make not only Ukraine, but the entire world a better place by the way you are. And I have one last question, and I don't know if you have an answer or not, but is there anything, I mean, we're doing what we can, with our donations and by pleading with our governments to do what we can to get those F-16s, and I mean, heck, even helicopters, ATACMS, all of that stuff. But is there anything else that we can do, whether it's for the guys in the hospital or anything? I mean, is there some place we can send cards? Is there some place that we can, I don't know, T-shirts, anything to remind these people, whether they are able to go back to the front or not? Is there anything that your ordinary everyday person can do to help with these guys? Thanks. That's my last question. Thanks.
It's a really great question, and for me, it sounds more like a future project. I mean, I'm sure there are like some kind of this initiations, like maybe projects of other volunteers. I don't know about it, but it really sounds like something very, very cool. And yeah, now you made me think. I'm opening my notes. I probably will find somebody who will.
Because what you're doing
start
to try to remind them that they're not, recovering there by themselves. The importance of keeping up the morale of people who are laying there in a hospital just trying to heal. I know how important the mental aspect of all of that is, and reminding them that they're not there by themselves, I think would really help.
For example, I mean, from like my experience, sometimes a few times I received some boxes with like gift sweets and stuff with cute things, and I brought it to the hospital and I told, oh, this was sent by, I don't know, some girl from Germany, and gave it to the soldiers, and they were like, wow, seriously. I mean, one thing it's when I'm bringing it, and another thing it's they know that there's somebody who they don't know personally, who they never met, but somebody who thought about the soldiers and who sent them this gift. And then I brought it to them and gave it. And this is beautiful. I mean, it's possible to do, and I think it potentially can be something really cool. Now I start to have so many ideas in my head. So thanks for asking about this question. It's one of the things I would like to do.
Thank you, Anke. Much appreciated. And thank you, Lilia. Let's move to Mette who had her hand up, and then we go to Ming, then Ryan, and Stikers. Mette.
I'll try to be short, Leela, but I have so much to say to you. But, I'm talking to you as a granddaughter of a grandfather who suffered from PTSD all his life because of Russians. But, I mean, you have the spirit. We call it sisu in Finland. Finland was in rubbles after the Winter War, in total rubbles. And Finland recovered pretty quickly because of the sisu, because of the spirit that the Ukrainians have. And I'm in tears. I'm in tears listening to you guys. And, Bakhmut, I've talked with some soldiers who have been there, and it's like, even if you don't have the battle at the moment, you can't get 2 hours of sleep because of the smell and because of the dying Wagners dying there, and it's a hell on earth. And to recover from that and to come to society, it's so important that the whole world understands that what Ukraine is going through. I understand it, and I think all this space understands it. And if I could, I would come with you and bring some fruits, because I know my grandfather got the first banana in after the war, and it was so. But in the 45, there were no fruits in shops anyway. So fruits are something. But what you're doing is so wonderful. I wish we could come up with something, but I think my thought is we should try, MriyaReport could try to get some kind of internet real doctors, works to help the Ukrainian soldiers to recover from the horrors? I don't know. Maybe fruits, maybe some treatment. I don't know. You let us know, and we try to do it. But keep on doing what you're doing, and Ukraine will survive, and we won't. We won't. You know, I know that whole Finland would want to fight beside you, but it's not possible at the moment. But you know, it's frustrating. It's frustrating to be here, and you know, but it's so great what you're doing, and I hope you all keep on keeping the spirit, because Ukrainian spirit is just like 100%. It's so wonderful, and you will prevail. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Of course, can I just also correct one thing? When somebody is telling like we will survive, I feel like we're the how is it called? It feels for me, it's not personal to you, but I hear it very often. Like when, for me, one of the very, very, very important thing is the vocabulary used when talking about Ukraine and the war. And when somebody tells me when this all ends, I always tell when Ukraine will win. So I always correct. I'm a bit like always correcting people on this thing. Also, Ukraine will not survive. We will win. I mean, we just have no other option.
I meant, of course, win. But prevailing,
no,
I mean, you will always flourish. Is that a better word? You know what I mean? Ukraine will be.
Of course, I'm just telling it like also like for those who are listening, like just it's super for us. It's super important that also the vocabulary people from abroad using, and it's like it's extra important. Just like Ukraine will win, and we will like it's our home, and we've no other option. If somebody will attack your home, you will like you're or a slave or you will fight. We're not slaves, so the only option is fight, and then the light will prevail the evil. Don't take it like personally that I'm telling it to you. I think sorry, I think I heard it like so many times like that I'm just started to be like, okay, now please let me correct this for a little bit. So but I understand what you meant. Just telling to other people.
I'm
also.
sorry. I'm sorry. I will never say that word again. Ukraine will win.
Yeah, I mean, please, yes, this is way better, and this is like with more hope than when this will end. What will end? This? What? We don't want the end. We want the victory. That's it. So, and thank you. I feel really sorry about your grandfather. I unfortunately can't imagine what is it, and we'll have the same experience. And I hope our people will recover like as fast as possible. And I really hope so. And sending you hugs from far away from Kiev.
My grandfather had a very good life since, but he suffered from this. He didn't speak to so many people, but me he speak to. So, but he had a very good career and 3 sons and everything. But it's the society that has to recover, and that's what Ukraine has as in their benefit, because all of the society is with you. You know, you're not unnormal. If you go abroad and fight, and fight like the U.S. fighters from the Vietnam War, they have PTSD, but nobody understands them when they come home. But in Ukraine and in Finland, it was the same. The whole society supports them and knows what they've done. They are heroes. They are not weirdos. They are heroes. And that's very important, very important.
Thank you so much.
And all love from Finland.
Thank
really.
you. Thanks a lot.
Your heroes, all of you.
Yeah, with your support also.
So, Axel, if I may, I would like to make a comment as well, if I can. Yeah, it's. I mean, it's wonderful. I mean, it's great listening to you. Obviously, the topic isn't great, but Leela, I would like to add something. Just to say how what an amazing thing you're doing. Many years ago, the British Army, we used to have our own hospitals, and then we got rid of them. And when Afghanistan arrived, we'd pretty much lost all of ours. So what we had was a system where British soldiers who'd, like you say, lost legs, etc., they would go to hospital, but they would be on a ward with, could be some women in there having hysterectomies, and no one understood really what they were going through. So luckily, yeah, no, but so, which is why what you're doing is so beautiful, is because the guys, as you know, will have gone through some extraordinary things, and you're bringing a level of humanity and understanding that might not have happened, and that's just a wonderful thing. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
I missed the order though, Axel.
The order was Ming, then Ryan, then Chris.
Thanks, Axel. So, sorry, mic check. Can everybody hear me?
Loud and clear.
Yeah. So, Lila, I just wanted to say, I think your brother produced one of the most important videos of the war. And when I say this, and you've mentioned it already, it's the one with the butterflies and bees.
Yeah.
And I had no idea who he was. And I just saw that video, and he talks about the butterflies and the bees, and about Etazloy, the evil that he's confronting. And for me, it was so touching. And that video stayed in my mind. And like I said, I had no idea who he was or anything. He was just a Ukrainian confronting this evil. And every time someone I came across who was feeling down or depressed about the progress of the war, I would send them that video to cheer them up. And one of the people I sent that to, she was having a really bad time, was Sarah Ashton Cirillo, and she really appreciated it. And so and this is before she joined the army, before she, but when she was still reporting. And then on New Year's Day, I still had no idea who he was. But New Year's Day this year, I reposted that video and I just said, every time, through the highs and lows of the past year, I returned to this video. And you replied to it, and that's how you and I became mutual followers. And your brother was alive. I would just love to meet him. I would so much love to shake him by the hand. He's a fantastic man, as are you. I apologize. I've just misgendered you. Fantastic woman. But yeah, if you could just let him know, because he sounded a bit down this evening, just let him know what he did then just surpasses everything.
Thank you so much. I could hear in your voice that it's really very that video really touched your heart, and I really wish that he would be making another kind of videos of showing his travels and showing the sunsets and talking about the beauty of the life from the beaches on Bali, Goa, Australian beaches, everywhere in the world, instead of just reminding people how beautiful life is from the front line. I wish that it would be different, but as in one of his stories he told, like, we on his post he also wrote that we don't choose the situation we are in, and we can't be like, oh, why do I have this, why do we have the war and stuff. No, it's what for we have this. So I think every time he makes all his videos and then like edit it and everything, he is just with the idea, what for am I here? So he is happy to be lucky enough to see the butterflies and listen to the bees, and not listening the bullets around his head, but the butterflies. And just I totally agree with you. It's a great reminder for all of us, and especially when we feel down or when we start to, like, complain about something which is really not important at all. We just like, are you alive? Do you have two arms and two legs? Are your loved ones alive? So you're a very happy person. So thank you so much for telling this, and I will definitely tell him. I know he knows that this video, like, is amazing, but it's always amazing to hear it from somebody like now in life. And thank you. I appreciate that you shared this experience, that you sent it to Sarah. I didn't know that, and it's touched my heart. Thanks a lot.
Right, the hands. So we've lexicon. Everyone else's hand appears to have disappeared. Lexicon.
Oh, hi. Hello. I think I was listening for half of this segment before I realized, yeah, I know Roman because it's Roman, right? Jake Bro posts. Jake Bro every day does a post, right? And he almost always puts on a clip from Roman. And then, so a couple of weeks ago, wasn't it? And so of course I understand, this is such a beautiful spirit, such a beautiful man. I think the whole world loves him. And so the other day Jake Bro said, oh, I have a very special clip. It must have been Jake's birthday, because Roman says that he's sending special wishes to Jake, who is a wonderful guy who talks about Ukraine every day. And Jake Bro was so, Bro is like a brother too. Bro was so moved, he was in tears that Roman thought about him and sent him a message that would go out to all of the people watching Jake Bro's podcast. It was really wonderful. I think it's the most moved I've seen him and I've been watching him, I guess, the whole war. And he introduced me to Roman. So I understand what everybody's saying. This is a man who can touch millions. He really can. You're so lucky. You're both so lucky to have each other. I really love you.
I can't even tell who's luckier, me or him.
That's right. It's impossible to know.
It's your dad who's lucky to have both of you.
Our dad is the luckiest and the most patience to see us growing as kids and fighting with each other. Actually, we're the three of us, so it's two older brothers, and I'm the youngest. And now he's finally like, okay, now I see the result of my work. Definitely.
He certainly did good work, and I have to agree with Ming. Full disclosure, when I first met you at a barbecue in Bucha, I had no idea that your brother was Roman.
Even though I told you, I had a T-shirt with him, and I was like, "Oh, this is my brother," and I was like, "Ah, okay, not a
Well,
soldier.
yeah, I guess I was distracted. I wasn't paying close enough attention. But Chris and I both know exactly who your brother is because we've seen his videos before, and we find them to be refreshing and recharging, just as volunteers. He mentioned earlier on the space that it's a difficult fight because the Russians have seemingly infinite artillery and infinite infantry, but the Ukrainians, like your brother, have infinite optimism, and it's evidenced both in your spirit and in your brother's. And you can't beat that.
Yep, exactly.
Amen to that. Chris.
Thanks, David. Hi, Leela. I was just going to say, if I don't know if it's been said already, but if that video could be put up, could it in the nest or something? You know, if we could see it again. I'm not sure if I've seen it or not, but I'd like to. And Leela, just to say that I speak to a lot of people in Ukraine and try and support them as much as I can, particularly people in the cyber and tech world. You may know Yana Rudenko, do you? We've just been promoting her this month and that. And one of the things, just to let you know, is that I try to get them up here on the space. And I don't know whether you agree with me, Leela, but Twitter is not something that everybody uses in Ukraine.
Yeah.
And also they don't really know about Twitter Spaces either. Would you agree with me?
Yeah, it's not very
Yeah.
popular here. Yeah, that's true.
No. Okay. So trust me on this. I know what I'm talking about here because I've basically tried to persuade many people to come up onto to the space, and that usually means getting them onto Twitter first of all, right? And so I'm thinking about somebody in particular that folks here know, Anna from U Control, and it probably took me about 6 months or something. She's in Kiev, and it took me about 6 months. And then when she got here, she said, "Oh my goodness, Chris, why wasn't I here before?" And I was like, "Well, I've been telling you for 6 months. I've been trying to persuade you to come up, right?" And she said, and I said, "Well, why? What did you like?" She said, "I couldn't believe that there are all these people all around the world, Chris, that are supporting us." And I just put that in your list there, Leela, because we do have, a lot of soldiers that come up from, either from the front line or that are recuperating or whatever. And some of them I know do get a lot of enjoyment and benefit from just like listening to us prattle on type of thing. So I would perhaps put that on your list, and that you'll have to do the same as me, Leela. You'll have to persuade them to go on Twitter, and then
I do
and then go on Twitter Spaces and that. But genuinely, I know that it does help, and somebody has already said, yeah, actually, it did help. I think maybe you just said that. Maybe that it does help. That people know that we are caring about them and working for them all the time here, all the time.
Yeah, you feel the support of the community is always important, and but I think Twitter here is not very popular. It started to be popular for like younger people, but I know, for example, like I think in like here people are 40 plus, they're not on Twitter, for example, and they're not also on maybe on Instagram, but it's totally different audiences, first of all. But I know I've already met a lot of great people on Twitter who doesn't have Instagram or Facebook. They only use Twitter, and that's really great. So Twitter, it's cool, and the spaces are really cool also. Where are you talking about Anna T?
No.
Oh.
Her name is Anna Opanasenko. So she works for U Control. Do you know U Control in Kiev? The
No.
company. Okay. Well, we can DM one another, and I can give you some more information if you like. I'm following
Chris,
you. Yeah.
send us her info, and I'll see if we can get her on.
Thanks.
Anyway, a light-hearted question here, Leela. I see that you're a singer.
Yep.
Yeah. Well, would you do a rendition of Hey Sokoli then? I've been trying to get Fellaine to do this for ages. She won't, but I'm putting you on the spot, Leela.
Sorry, what do you want me to do again?
Hey Sokoli.
Oh.
Or I say Hey Sokoli. I don't know. Look, I
Hey
struggle with my.
Sokola.
Yeah. That's the
Oh
one.
my God, I would love to do that, but unfortunately, as you can probably hear, I got sick, and I can't sing now. It just hurts my throat, even speaking.
She's really good.
About singing.
Well, listen, Leela. Then what we can do is we can make a date, right? Obviously, you and I aren't having a date, but we'll make a date for you to come up, and we could do that, and you could do the Red for Burnham as well, right? Both
We
songs.
can make a singing space.
Yes, exactly. Well, no, come here and do it live and a cappella if you want. But if you want to put the music with it, that's as good.
Come where exactly?
Come here, right? You come on here and you sing both songs on the Maria Report.
I'll have to think about it, but
What was there to think about?
I will have to see. I first have to recover my voice general one. Normally, I don't sound like this when I speak, and I don't cough all the time.
You'd better do it, or one of us Americans is going to try to sing it, and you don't want that. Trust me.
No, it's so much better with a Ukrainian accent.
But you, David, will have to learn the Ukrainian song so we can sing together.
Yeah, you don't want me singing. But anyway, yes. Well, it's a deal. I will try and learn it. I've listened to it most days, but they are for the last 6 to 18 months now, almost. I've been listening to both songs. I can't put them down. It's a strange thing, but they're both beautiful.
Which is
and the Oi Lu Chevrolet Kalina. Yeah, it's beautiful, isn't it?
Yeah, this one is the remix. There's the original one which
the
is
Sitch Rifleman. Yeah.
Okay.
We can do both versions. I'm all for this because I have an idea for another song as well. But I will DM you about that. Wonderful.
Okay, deal.
Right, so we got hands. I think it was Ryan and it was Ryan first, then Meta afterwards. Ryan.
2 quick questions. I was wondering if you and Andy had thought up a name for your fruit delivery operation yet, and I was thinking or wanting to suggest the Pineapple Express.
Perfect.
Also, we sometimes we call ourselves in the stories by Pineapple Gang or Pineapple Company or whatever connected with pineapple.
Pineapple Express. I think you should go with Pineapple Express. Second question, I was wondering what you've both been doing down and around Kherson, and if you're still in that general area or not.
Oh yeah, fun. Like okay, yeah. Kherson. I will let Andy now speak. So let me introduce to Andy, my very good friend and great organizer, and a person who doesn't irritate me as most people do when I spend a lot of time together. So we haven't killed each other in more than a week. It's a very good reference for me. So there we go.
Yes, thank you for introduction. Thank you very much. So basically, most of the time during this being more, my volunteering was more in a different field, in the field of technical medicine. I was teaching people tactical medicine, but here just unexpectedly it just so happened that I just let the guys use my car to go to
Has always happened
Kherson.
unexpected with us.
Yeah, absolutely, 100% of
You
the
haven't
times.
planned it at all.
So
We
yeah,
just
they tried.
told you
Yeah,
you're
they
coming.
took my pickup truck and they tried to go to Kherson area, and basically they couldn't drive all that far away because they burned right through the head gasket. I mean, it just sometimes happens. So I helped them tow the truck, and one of them, who is actually a professional lifeguard, and he's from abroad. He's from United Kingdom, I believe. He went straight to Kherson, and the three of them were back to Kyiv. And the very next day, so in the morning, I decided, hey, like, you guys like got one place left, and we got a different car now, a more spacious one, actually a minivan, right? So on the morning, I decided, like, hey, I should actually join the team, you know.
And
So
Andy is a driver, and I was the only driver in our group this trip. And Andy was also like a spare driver, which was really great for me also to be able to have some rest.
and actually a mechanic, you know, a little bit, another mechanic. I
A
can
lot.
not
You're
only
a lot
drive.
mechanic, not a little bit. We broke our wheels like 10 times. So yeah, you're a mechanic.
Yeah, I believe so. Yeah, around 10 times, maybe 9 if we're lucky. So, anyways, uh, first off, we went straight to her son. So we arrived to her son, I believe, by the end of the second day. It was no, by the end of
No,
eight.
fourth day.
By the end of
We
eight.
arrived like third or fourth day when like a lot of
Yeah.
villagers were
Anyways,
living there. Yeah.
Yep. Anyways. So at first, we went to actually a really interesting couple, like a little older couple who hosted us in Stanislav, in the city in the Kherson region, and they had like for the entire evening they told us the stories from the time when they were under Russian occupation, and those were actually amazing. I believe we will be back to those a little bit later. First off, I just wanted to like answer the direct question you posed. So the very next morning, we went to Kherson, but we delivered different like various humanitarian aid. There were some like dog food, cat food. There were like a lot of clothes, some food,
Medicine,
water,
Egypt,
whatever. Yeah.
yeah.
Also, we mounted a huge construction on top of our van to deliver. At first, we only delivered like 200 liters of water in a tank, which we mounted to the top of our van, which was not an easy task to do actually, and
Yeah,
to have it
spent half a
delivered
day
without
doing it.
spilling it. Yep. We
I
spent.
was just observing and making story and recording stories while the guys were doing it.
Yeah, this is how it went. Absolutely, I can confirm. So, anyways, by the time we arrived to Kherson, we could quickly distribute most of the aid we had, like the clothes, the dog food, whatever. But speaking of water, the people who actually needed water were spread throughout the city, so not very much of them could come to us or even knew we were here. So at first we thought like, hey, maybe we didn't even have to do it because this is so stupid, and people in Kherson already, most of them have some water supplies. But then the situation changed like 180 degrees when Leila thank you for figuring out the context of
Yeah.
people
What's
of the
going on
people of the
around?
community, what's going on around, because as many people do not realize, so everyone was going down to Kherson to help in whatever ways they could. But many people believe that the problems only start like downstream from the dams that Russians exploded, right? So they blew it up, so the water starts flowing downstream and causes like massive damage. But not so many people realize that upstream from the dam, there is a lot of damage dealt in different way. So of course there is no flood over here, but the water level in the reservoirs is so low. The entire villages, small cities, they don't have any kind of water supply. They don't have like drinkable water. They don't have like technical water, so they have nothing to drink, nothing to wash with, and it's actually a humanitarian disaster. And we have discovered like a few smaller regions or like districts where the problem was like the hardest, and coordinated it with the local authorities, so that we would arrive on the very next morning. We would arrive and distribute water between people, between the locals. So here's where the fun part starts. We came back to one of the bigger cities to just buy two more tanks. So we had like 700 liters of water in our minivan. And
And
to
a Volkswagen T4, which is like it's okay, but yeah, like it's a pretty old one, which was getting broken all the
2002
time on the
actually.
way.
Yeah, it's not super reliable, but at least anyways we could fit this 700 liters of water in it. And for our friends from across the pond, it's approximately 115 fluid ounces. We arrived actually at the agreed time, which was, well, not exactly the agreed time, because our car broke a few times in the road. So in the road we had to like fix it up a little bit. Mostly it was punctured tires, punctured tires, once even a blown up tire. So yeah, anyways, we arrived and there were people waiting for us. And this was like the pinnacle of the mission, because at that point we realized that what we are doing, especially the water delivery, it was like actually really needed. So people were there craving for it, and we could deliver it. And you know at the same time it was heartbreaking to see like what these people had to endure, and mostly to realize that everyone knows about Kherson, but these people around here, and for all I know, these are about 700,000 people affected, who just don't have any kind of water supply, and nobody even knows it, and they feel left behind and forgotten. And they've been so thankful to us for just like some mere like, I don't know, 10-20 liters of water each of them could get. It's actually crazy, just to think about it.
It's
And
also one of the biggest problems when one place like I mean we're not, of course we're not comparing the damage which Harrison got and the areas up the stream got. It's uncomparable, but other villages were out of attention, and like nobody, I mean we haven't seen on the news talking about the villages we visited. We just like had to communicate with the water mission guys and ask them where it's really super needed, and where is the place where people aren't going, because of course most of the volunteers went to her son, which is great. But unfortunately like other villages were not known, and these volunteers told us, please go there if you can, just please go, because in Kherson, the thing is, as we arrived to Kherson, the third or the fourth day after the bombed dam, there were already a lot of bigger organizations who were distributing water. So, and we had only like this, a van, and like it felt like, okay, we don't have so much help. We don't have so many things we can do. we're smaller than like bigger organizations. We saw that the tracks coming and stuff. That's why, yeah, it always like happens when something terrible happening, and there's always like a hotspot, and there's also the areas around. And yeah, as Andy said, like seeing like, I don't know, 4 years old kids on the line and being super patient, and moms with a, I don't know, 9-month-old daughter just waiting online to get first, we at the morning we were given water with no limit, but then at some point we were told like, okay, now we have to limit you. Unfortunately, we can give like 5 liters per person, and it's just it's crazy. I mean, it's crazy that it feels like we. I mean, one thing, it's a fight on the battlefield, you know, when, as like my brother spoke before, it's like soldier against the invaders, it's one thing, but the others, when like seeing how like Russians doing everything just as there wasn't on the battlefield, they're doing everything possible and impossible to uh, damage and destroy the civilians.
Yeah, so basically, it was just like, I will repeat myself, but it was actually heartbreaking to see how these people were left behind. And for what we heard from them, just the day before we arrived, the day before, there was some supply of water delivered to them, but they could only get like 1.5 liters of water each. So it was like really really limited. And the day after us, there was like a fire truck, but a fire truck could only distribute the technical water, which you are not supposed to drink, you know. So the like, don't be mistaken, the problem is still there. So the water supply is actually needed, and it's more needed in the place people hear less about, and that's the main problem with it. So I mean, not undermining Kherson in any way, and of course, what we saw in Kherson is like actually heartbreaking. Like we saw all these houses which were basically, some of them were underwater up to the rooftop, and some of them so I even went into one of the houses with the owner to help him bring a couple canisters of drinkable water from the basement, which actually popped up right to the floor. So the houses and the livelihoods of people, like whatever they could collect. One thing you should realize is, um, especially in that part of Ukraine, but actually in most of Ukraine, what people have in their houses is what they could collect during their entire lives. So their entire livelihoods were actually getting destroyed by it. And as one of the guys said, so I might he was like kind of like an older guy, so he said like, I might very well live another 20 years, but I obviously just won't make and won't create in 20 years what I already have saved up for the 60 years that I have already lived. And his house was practically destroyed. That's the guy to whose house I actually went, and there are a few videos from it which I will probably post a little bit later, because yeah, just gotta edit them and make sure on the most important parts stay. So anyways, but still, not to undermine it, her son is getting like a lot of help, like major help. And the problem is with those who get like, you know, less of the limelight, and those were actually the places we went to, you know. because without limelight, they couldn't get enough help. And there we were actually needed. So quite naturally, we went where we were needed and not where the most hype is at. So basically, that's the story of this part.
I mean,
And
it's a huge. Sorry, Andy. I interrupted you. I do apologise. It is a huge job. We have Frontline Kitchen. So he comes on. Richard comes on here and talks quite often. So they went down and they took two boats with them to see how they could help, and took food down there as well. So it's a huge job, isn't it?
It's an amazing job. It's an amazing job.
It
That is super cool. I mean, my props to the guys.
We
Kudos to
definitely
them.
we knew we couldn't we couldn't do actually the like evacuation and stuff. Like we could just bring water and we had the full van packed, and then we distributed it all pretty fast, and then we were like, okay, what's next? Like what can we do with our van? We're not even like a big organization or something where we can deliver a lot of stuff or something. So but that's a huge work the other organizations were doing. I know Ryan, Chris, Julia from Renegade Relief Runners went there. I've actually communicated with you guys also. So thanks to all who were going to Kherson and who are still going to Kherson to help.
Look, it's an amazing job you've done. Here's a question though, but surely you should be called the Watermelon Express as opposed to the Pineapple Express, right?
Well, for the time being, I believe so. For the time being, maybe. Water, pineapple, anyways.
Pineapple, always pineapple.
So I can see that Sky Kiss has had a hand up. Listen, I'm not telling you I want you to stay as long as you can. Have you got time for more questions? Are you okay with that? Yeah, okay, wonderful. Right, so Andy answered for you, Leela. Sky Kiss.
Thank you, David. I just wanted to say a few little things. My mother was 10 when her father came home from World War II. And he was in the Navy on a minesweeper ship. And so he was gone. He had three little girls, and he was gone. And we here in the Ukrainian spaces, here in Twitter, I know it's not just on Twitter, but when we see these videos of the kids running to their parents who come home from fighting for a little rest and recreation and visits with their families, it's so amazing. It just is very touching. And I was listening about Roman and the bees and the butterflies, and I thought, well, I almost sent him this one picture, and now I'm like, okay, I got to send him this picture because he'll probably, get a little chuckle and feel touched. So I'll do that. It has a butterfly in it.
Oh.
And I'm very, very I love butterflies. I love a lot of creatures, earthworms, and a lot of those tiny helpers around the planet. So I wanted to just say that my grandfather would always bring me produce and a couple of peaches, an apple, something that he cooked, like squash, and it was just I was just thinking, my little memories of when I was younger and living in the same city. He was very much a father to me, my mother's father, and I'm very blessed that he wasn't near Pearl Harbor when it was struck in World War II, and he he survived. So when I was listening to Meta talk about her grandfather, I'm very, very happy that he, he learned a lot of skills building aircraft hangars in the Navy, and he became a well-respected home developer and community property developer and builder. He was really a master builder. Started building, went on to build like a house for his wife and daughters and so on and so forth, and just became a respected home builder in a big city in Georgia, the South of the United States. So I was just thinking about all of that, while I was listening, and also one of the things that we do here in this space, as has been mentioned, we support a lot of individual fundraisers, not just Maria Aid and the port reports specific fundraisers, which we just raised, like, I don't know, it was maybe $100,000 or more for Kherson particularly. But I wanted to also mention, and David had mentioned Chef Senya. Well, I love watching the videos that Chef Senya, and I've talked to Chef Senya, I don't know, 4 times or so over the months. And he's always got such good food and
There'll be a
salad.
reason to that, Sky Kiss. He owns restaurants.
Well, yes, but I mean, he's got. I'm talking about his amazing spreads that he takes to the front lines, to the soldiers, and it's just wonderful to see. And then Chef Richard's borscht, and it's just wonderful. So anyway, I follow both of those guys for over a year or so now. And also I wanted to speak to something that Roman had.
But 1 second there, Sky Kiss. I need to say to anyone. So everyone's been talking about this butterfly and bee video. If someone DMs it to me, I can put it into the space. There you are. Carry on talking, Sky Kiss.
Thank you. I'm almost done. Thank you. So something that Roman was saying about how he's eager to recover and get back to his unit to fight, and I would just emotionally, I just felt like, oh yes, this is unit cohesion, and it's so vital. This love of the cause and country, and fighting to all the way to victory, and just being so true to this cause and this victory, and the unit cohesion, just the band of brothers kind of thing, that emotion. So, and then I'll finish with the sunflower surge is in progress. It may not be massive, but it's starting. Okay, that's it. Thank you.
And that's great that it's starting. Thank you.
It's beautiful.
Thank you very much.
We love it. We love every little thing, however small. Every little victory counts, right?
Yes, always. Every little bit counts, isn't it? So the problem is when people think, and this happens a lot, they think that someone else is doing it, right? And that's always important. Much better that people take more stuff, too much stuff, than too little. Meta.
Yeah, hi again. I'm sorry. Yeah, my cat is here as well, telling you how inspiring you have been. And let's get some ATACMS, F-16s, and Gripens to Ukraine so they can run out the Russians from Ukraine, and we can save the watermelons, because that harvest is very threatened at the moment. And for the second, I wanted to say, David, you're not much of a salesman for Twitter, because you sort of force people to sing for thousands of people. So I challenge you to sing along with Lila when if she comes
Meta,
again.
my dear Meta,
Here's the
you don't want to hear David or myself sing. We tried.
Well, which is
Exactly.
why I was saying, so I am very much a salesman. I know my limitations. I can hum in the background, right, to what Lila is singing. Is either that or if she does something from African Black Mambaza, I can sing a little bit to that. It's the only thing I can do.
You can
But
be the
But you have to promise to
Jess.
be with Lila. With Lila, you can hum.
Come back no more, no more, no more, no more. You can do
Yeah,
this.
you can do that. Yes, yes. Because otherwise, it's a bit cruel to, sort of tell somebody, you have to come as a tweeter, but you have to sing to a few thousand people, But Lila is I've heard Fairlane. She's just wonderful. So I'm
They're
sure
just
Lila.
both naturals. They're just both naturals, and they're talented. And if there's one thing, David and I are not, we're not talented at singing.
But okay, you can do a duet.
And importantly
you can do a
here,
duet.
And importantly, Meta, right? So when you said there might be thousands listening, so why would I make thousands suffer when they could have something very pleasant listening to someone else singing, right? As opposed to a broken record on my side.
I think no more. You and Axel could do this duet to introduce Lila, and then her wonderful song would sound even better. But I'd love to hear you and Axel both introducing Lila.
We are good
So
at
we can do a fundraising for
We're
that.
good at self-immolating in the deepest despair in this case, but we're not good at self-ridiculing ourselves that much. And we will definitely not inflict the pain of you having to listen to us singing.
Don't worry, we can get a pleasure now of probably. I see Sky Kiss is having her hand up for quite a time, so probably there's a question we can talk about.
Well, I think it was G-Man first, but we can go to. Yeah, but it's okay. I'm sure he won't feel left out. The Sky Kiss and then G-Man.
A quick question. What is the name of the song, and would you spell it for me? The famous song. I want to learn to sing it. I have to find the word.
Which one? The one David told before, or
Yes, it's very, very famous. One that we hear a lot. We can hum it, but we don't know the songs because it's in Ukrainian. So I have to find the lyric.
It's called Chervona, which means red. Kalina, it's one of the
Red Viburnum.
Yeah, exactly. So if you write this and you write boombox, it's the name of the band who remix it. If you just write remix boombox and Chervona, it's gonna appear for you in YouTube on the first results.
Thank you. Thank you.
Welcome.
Just tweet it to the space actually, and you can just check the last tweet in the space and just copy it from there. It's in Ukrainian in it.
Where?
It's got all dogtastic. There you are. A mic, Axel. Mike, hot mic. Anyway, G-Man, you go to yourself. Go to that, and I will. G-Man, over to you.
So, good evening, everybody. Good evening to our special guests, Lily and Andy. So I have a cunning plan about Axel and David singing. It's actually, I don't know, one of the cunningest plan that ever has been formulated. It's cunning and it's subtle. So here's how it goes. We do a fundraiser.
Does it
And
go
there's
hand in
two
hand with my
fundraisers
plan
here.
not to
No, I'm
cross,
sorry, Axel. I haven't
not to
stopped.
cross the trench?
There's two
I'm
fundraisers.
about to
One
mute you
says,
there,
do we want to
G-Man.
hear
I'm about
David
to
and
mute you.
Axel sing? The other one says, do we not want to hear David and Axel sing? And whichever of the two fundraisers raises the most money wins.
Did you mute G-Man? G. Baldrick?
Yes, I did. I muted him. There you are, G-Man. See, that idea is not coming out. Put your hand up again and you can speak.
Yeah, can we just highlight this, G. Baldrick? We did run out of milk 2 weeks ago.
There we are. Right. Anyway, so has anyone? I think people have been messaging me the video. Let me see if I can find it. Axel, if you could. Oh, G-Man, we can
Axel,
you can
check
come
the
back up
DMs.
again if you don't mention me singing. There we are.
Yeah, that's fine.
Singing.
So
That's a deal.
those that shall not be mentioned could have a fundraiser, but
David,
we'll not go there.
Can you or Axel please invite up Jack Fry?
I don't. If they DM me, I don't know who Jack Fry is.
Okay, he's in the
Yeah,
listeners.
Ryan. Sorry, I was just driving. I was unable to see anything. There's a Jack.
I do not see a Jack Fry.
There's a Jack Fry who's requested. I've just.
Oh, I do
invited him
now.
Thank you, guys.
Hello, I'm Jack with
Hello.
Atlas Global Aid. We responded down to Kherson and we worked with Chris and Renegade Relief Runners and a bunch of other organizations. We got a boat. Well, we had 3 boats down in Kherson.
Sorry, Jack, 1 second here. I think we missed the start of what you were saying. Do you want to start at the start again and explain it?
Yeah, Jack's a friend of ours. I met him in Kharkiv months and months ago, but he knows Chris and Julia from Renegade, and he responded down to Kherson a few days ago after the dam collapsed, and he's giving us some update info from his perspective.
And that's brilliant. Wouldn't it have been good if you'd have let everyone know, Ryan? Right, so Jack, welcome. Listen, now that we know and everyone knows, I didn't know, please tell us the whole story.
Yeah, so I run an organization that's 501c3 registered in the US and tax-free registered in Ukraine. We do non-lethal aid training, supplying the military, humanitarian aid, everything like that. And earlier in the war, most of the people on my team were in a GUR Legion unit, and we did a lot of maritime operations earlier in the war. And some of us still currently serve. So when the dam collapsed or when the dam got blown up, we knew immediately that we had the skill set and the onset to be able to go assist down there on a different kind of capability. So we purchased a rib boat. We had 2 other rib boats down there, and from the second day, I think it was, we sent an initial team down there to meet with the Kherson chief of police. We linked up with the deputy head and the head of the water rescue police, and we started working, pulling people out, pulling animals out. We had 2 full-staffed ambulances down there and a whole line of care. So we would treat people out in the apartments on the island, if you're familiar with that, who were staying, and then helping people leave who wanted to leave and bringing supplies to those who stayed. And then we did work a little north earlier too. I know someone brought up there are villages that are completely isolated right now because of the flooding. So we did send a few boats up to go run aid from other organizations. I think Patriot UA or something like that was one of them that brought a bunch of stuff. So we have pretty extensive experience in that realm, and we were able to work in areas that others weren't. Actually, the second or third day we were working, they stopped all organizations from coming to that boat launch besides ours. It was the main boat launch that Zelensky had gone to, and then the next day the former president, something, I don't remember his name, showed up too. So we got a pretty good grasp on everything that's going on, and the transition into the recovery phase now. That's all. If anyone has questions or anything, I just figured I jumped in this a little late, so let me know what you got.
Well, we've also got Frontline Kitchen here as well, so maybe you still want to have a little chat. Richard, hi. Richard, send a speaker request. I'll get you up. Ryan, while I'm doing that, do you want to chat to Jack by any chance?
Sure. I'm just glad to know there are such good people responding down around Kherson, including Jack and Leela and Andy. I've seen a little bit of what they were doing, and
the launch site. Was that where we were heading in and our guys got hit by any chance? Or I don't know if he's talking about the same location.
I'm not familiar if it was the same one or not. I can maybe PM you the pins to where we were.
It was the location where they had the main bridge that was kind of blocked off by a big, not ship carrier, but a big cargo ship that's effectively on its side to block the bridge location. I don't know if that's the same one.
I know there's a bridge that you could get to, but you had to cross water. I'll send you the pin and you tell me if it's the same one.
Thank you very much.
And if Jack and Richard don't know each other before now, you guys should both know each other. I'll vouch for each of you.
Yeah, we're not related to Blue Atlas or whatever that was.
That was exactly the conversation I was having for the past 5 minutes. Was is this not the Blue Atlas people? Because someone was messaging me saying, "Can I endorse Blue Atlas?" And I have zero idea who these people are, but they've got 100 followers or something on Twitter, and they're asking for support. So yeah.
Leela, go ahead.
Yeah, so I would like to tell you that I think I will leave now. It's been a crazy long day. We had to drive and I have to wake up super early today. It's already quite late in Kiev. And yeah, thank you so much for this more than 2 hours. There's so many things we would also like to talk about. I just remember it's about when we talk about rehabilitation, about a few projects we're working in with the empathy dogs, like emotional support dogs, because a lot of soldiers, they don't want to talk with psychologists because they're human beings, but they don't mind staying with animals and they feel calmer. But I think we can leave it to another spaces, another time. And it's been a really interesting for me. It was the first time this kind of experience, like talking with so many people. And yeah, thank you for inviting us, me and Andy, and hope luckily my brother could join us. I'm super happy.
You are welcome back anytime. That's one of the things that we have going for us here at MriyaReport is we're on 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. We never close this space. It's always broadcasting, and it will until.
I forgot about it.
Yeah, we were doing this 2 days before the invasion, and somehow we fell into a routine where we felt we couldn't quit doing this and quit supporting Ukraine until Ukraine has repelled all of the Russians. So anytime you want to come back and talk about rehab, we're here and we'll be happy to have you.
Yeah, and I would like to second that, Leela. Thank you very much. Right, but if you follow me and send me a DM, that would be wonderful because we can talk about our album that we're going to do, right? And we can make sure that we get that done, right?
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Lilia,
You're spectacular.
Lilia, he's going to be humming. He's only going to be humming whilst you sing.
That doesn't matter.
Yeah,
I'll still be
that's
there in the
also
background.
important. Yeah, you can you imitate the drums or someone beatbox like?
I'll do the drums.
I
I'll
could
do the
do.
drums. Used to be a drummer back in the day.
Oh no,
And we have we do have a proper rock star who comes on occasionally at the with our John Stewart from yes. We should get him going. Anyway, Leela, it would be wonderful if you would follow me back. It isn't a chat up line. It is we need to get an album going, right? At least on the space so we could do 2 songs. Wonderful. Thank you very much. It's been an absolute pleasure.
Thank you too. Thanks a
Thank
lot.
you.
And hope you have a peaceful, without missile night. All of you guys who are in Ukraine. Of course, Ryan, and I don't know who is else in Ukraine from people who are here. So
Frontline Kitchen, don't forget about us.
Yeah, Richard's in Ukraine.
Absolutely.
Jack Fry's in Ukraine.
but we saw a lot on your vents on the way today from a few vents from Kramatorsk to Kiev. So we've met some of you. So thank you and stay safe and Slava Ukraini.
Heroin Slava.
Harem Slava.
Bye.
Smert Moskovyan.
Oh, that's the right answer.
As long as
I know a little bit of Ukrainian.
Well, just about as much as you actually need.
Exactly. I know all the important parts.
Yeah. Also, one super important word is shinomontage. That's a place where you change your tires. It's like super needed if you want to go anywhere. Like, we actually met an American soldier from the International Legion, and he told us like we got like pharmacies and shinomontages are like the 2 most common, places in Ukraine, and like 2 most useful words for a foreigner. That's how it goes.
I just go to Epicenter. They have everything.
so. While Richard is with us, and Richard, I know it's getting late for you. Can you tell us a little bit about the spirits of civilians in Kherson that you have met with? And they're facing unbelievable hardships at the moment. No drinking water, no fuel, sanitation issues, and very little food.
Yeah, they are really feeling the love at the moment because there are a lot of international volunteers that are kind of taking the risk and taking the boats every day to deliver them food and drink. And it was actually quite sweet from the people I follow, including Ryan, where you see these people that are kind of heading across. And Mark Yan, one of our longtime drivers, who has been kind of going to the other side of Kherson to deliver this humanitarian aid, and you see them going to the same little old babusias that we had visited. So although it is a few days later, the humanitarian aid is getting across there, and yeah, they are all unbelievably grateful. And I haven't uploaded much of that content because of all of the drama that's going on in terms of the deaths and whatnot. And it feels slightly strange posting the positive content when there's so much horrible things going on. But yeah, they are incredibly happy and positive that we're coming here, and the mood on the ground isn't negative. But this is obviously from people that have been through such hardships over the past year that this is not a point for them to complain or feel slightly sad. They're just very grateful that we're there.
And Richard, I did see that Frontline had prepared enough meals to feed 20,000 people. I mean, and these are all freeze dried. How does it work?
Yeah, not freeze dried, but just dried in a dehydrator. And effectively, all they need to do is add water to it, and that takes away from every single process that involves washing up and water prior to that. So therefore, it uses less water. But another thing is the fact that obviously everything that's getting to them is going on a boat, and it's not really convenient sending heavy, not dried, but tinned fish and meats, and lots of pastas, for instance, and stuff that takes up a lot of space, where we can send one very, very small packet, which will then feed 20 people. And, it's just larger than your hand, but you can feed a whole family or, half a community with a packet of it. So it's the ideal situation for when you need to get something to something else within a small boat, if that makes sense.
It makes a lot of sense. Oh, one other quick question, Richard. How long does it take to prepare meals for 20,000 people at Frontline?
Very good question. It's 1,000 packets, kind of maximum that we're pumping out a day, and each of those packets is enough to feed 20 people. So, 20,000 people fed in a day. So that amount of food was made in one day.
That is amazing. So Frontline Kitchen is cooking, preparing right around the clock. Is that right? 24 hours a day?
Yes, that is correct. But obviously, those extra 20,000 meals didn't come as part of the normal production because we still have to feed our troops. So this was additional on top of it.
And how long does it take to deliver the meals to Kherson? I believe it's coming down from Zaporizhia. Is that right?
It was coming from Lviv to Kherson, and because of the magic of the internet and Twitter, it could arrive within 10 seconds of me doing the post. Because I ended up waiting, not out of my own choice, but because of my earlier depressing posts, for the moment that they were actually arriving to post the video of the fact that we had packaged all of this up and sent it on its way. It's about, if you were to do it in real time, it's kind of 16, 17 hours, including, 2 half-an-hour stops heading down to Kherson from Lviv. It's very fortunate and nice that the military kind of swerved their commandencia. I'm trying to think of the word in English. But their nighttime curfews, that's the word, curfew, as to you're not meant to be out after a certain time, and they sway the rules for us because we are bringing food for civilians, but really it's normally so strict that no one can get away with it apart from obviously military convoys and whatnot.
So in Lviv, Richard, you wear a baseball cap. In Kherson, you wear a helmet. How does it feel when you switch headgear?
Oh, what a question. I don't know. We only put on the headgear when it's life or death. And yeah, because of course there's no point wearing it when there's not. They say it's time to put on your bulletproof vest and your helmet. And these are from guys that have no fear of any other moment at all and don't actually wear the equipment themselves, but they understand the people that they want to protect, and that is us. So unfortunately, there's not enough to go around, and they say, hey, I can't have you dying because I'll get in a lot of trouble.
Yes, they would get in a lot of trouble, I guess. I understand that. Richard, I've got a hand here, probably a question for you. Robin, please go ahead.
Thank you, Alan. Richard, I just wanted to a comment to thank you for everything you do. And I know you were recently set a very, very hard task by the government. Are you still doing that? I know you had been tasked with doing something that was not feeding. I don't want to mention what it was unless you want to, but I'm just wondering because it seemed like an awfully hard thing, and I'm hoping that everything is all right with you.
Yeah, I appreciate the question of concern. Everything is fine, and every day is just a bit hard at the moment. But we're trying to do the old British stiff upper lip thing, which I know immediately after saying that, I'm going to have lots of people messaging saying that was a terrible idea and you shouldn't think in that way.
Well, I think that stiff upper lip has gotten the Brits through a lot in history, but I'm thinking of you and praying for you, and God willing, things will you'll have a successful time there, and we'll get this over with soon with a victory.
Yeah, very much so, Richard. And did you do what I told you to do?
Yeah, Richard.
Go on, Richard. You can say it. Did you do what I told you to do?
I genuinely cannot even remember at this moment, David. I'm sorry, but
Well,
I'm going to say probably yes, because if you give me a command, I follow it.
Yes, it's exactly. I don't believe you, but I'm going to message you again. I'm going to message you again. Right, there we are. I might just make it every, I'm to see if I can automate it on Signal, that it just messages you every hour with the same message. I think that's the way to do it. And then eventually you'll just go, oh, really? Right? Yes, really. You've got to
This
get it
wasn't
done.
talked about getting an iFax, was it? Because I still haven't done that. So I know I'm going to get in trouble, but I am wearing a seatbelt. So.
Oh, well, how wonderful that is. I feel so much better now.
But Richard, you made a video about tourniquets, and maybe you can talk about this because it was very important for people to learn as to what is available and what's not.
I will do that, but if you don't mind me giving, if you don't mind giving me 15 minutes, I'll be right back. The only reason is because I had no plan on jumping on this evening, and I had ordered food, so my food is sat there, and I would love to speak to you because you are lovely people, obviously.
Well, go have your food, and then we want you back.
Burger before it's cold, so
go do it, Richard. We'll speak to you in a moment.
About 20 minutes. Okay.
Brilliant.
Take your time, Richard, and tell me it's not McDonald's again.
Meta, just so you know, I've tried to bring you up. Meta, I've tried to bring you up. You need restart your phone or something, and I've sent you an invite. Use that. Oh, I mean, this has been a Herson-tastic evening, hasn't it? Everyone, I mean, half the audience has spent most of the time down there. That's brilliant news, and we said every little bit counts, doesn't it, Alan?
Every little bit does count, but when you're able to deliver food for 20,000 people, that doesn't strike me as a little bit. That strikes me as a lot.
Yeah, it is a lot, isn't it? We've not heard any. I've not heard anything out of the British MOD as to whether they're sending anything like purification units down. I need to try and see any of the UK components still listening today. If you would. Right, you can tweet or write to your MP and ask them what the MOD is doing about getting purification and other things into Kherson. We have this stuff palletized. It used to be, I say used to be, in my day, which is a very long time ago, it was palletized, ready to go for exactly this type of emergency. Can't believe we stopped doing it. So I think we should just make sure we get on and remind our MPs we have the kit and we need to send it, right? People don't need to know how to use it. That can be done over a video call and the rest of it, because this stuff is very simple, right? Here you are. This is where you get the water from. Before the water run, you make sure you test it first because you don't want any of the contaminants in it, right? So once you've got your source of water, maybe it might be dirty water. This is how you start the filtration unit, and that's what they do, right? They've got smart people down there, and they can do it. Let our MPs know. And with that, Meta, you're up now.
I'm up. Yes. I had a question OPSEC in mind, but I haven't heard so much about Kherson. Richard is gone, but I assume you know. Is the right bank sort of accessible now? I heard there were some
The right
Sorry.
bank, the
Yeah.
right bank is the one that was always successful. That's her
Sorry,
song.
left bank. Sorry. I'm well, yeah, tired. Yeah, left bank. Because there's so many people, but I assume from Richard that they can at least deliver some help to the. But can they
Well, we don't know
evacuate?
yet. So when Richard comes back, maybe he might be able to tell us a little bit.
Thanks. Yeah, I'll wait.
Wonderful. Right. So we've run out of hands here at the Alan, except for we haven't run out of things in the nest. I don't know. Have you looked? Did you look at President Zelensky's speech with the South Africans to his side?
I haven't watched that speech yet, David. I've had a busy day. I'm a little bit behind on things.
No. What I was really saying is, if you haven't, you give it a watch. It's very interesting, and I would suggest to everyone else, right, have a read, right, and then see what President Zelensky is saying to them. I think it's very, very interesting, right? And with that, Kerry, you're going to fill up 5 minutes of time for us, whilst everyone else looks at what is in that tweet, which is the fourth one in, by the way. This is after the Russian terrorist attacks on the key region on the same, and it's 1 minute 51 of video. There we are. See, all the information at my fingertips. There you are, Kerry.
Thank you. I wouldn't manage 5 minutes, but maybe 1 minute and 51 seconds I might be able to do. Hello, Alan. Hello again. Last time I spoke to you was when I woke up in the middle of the night and had a really lovely chat with the nighttime gang. It was really nice to catch up with everybody who was on that side of the planet. I was going to say about when Roman was on. So there's another couple of videos. So he's got the one with the insects, which was so beautiful. The sunset, if we can get the sunset one up there.
Kerry, DM
DM
me these things, right? I've got quite a bit on my hands, as well as finding all these things that everyone says need to be up in the nest. So if you DM it me, it makes it really easy. But I still want my 2 minutes of content from you, though.
No, don't worry. And I've got one last one about him and then something else. And then there was one other one he did, which was fabulous, which was when he was just like eating a cereal bar. Like literally, he was in the middle of, they had just completed, he was in the trench and they just completed a really challenging situation. And I think he like almost found it in a pocket, like when you find a 20 quid note, like you were saying the other day, and you've forgotten about it. And he was just the beauty that comes out of this guy, his absolute appreciation of the little pleasures in life when you're in this complete hell. And he'd found this bar, this energy bar or whatever, and just the pleasure and appreciation of enjoying that and just really understanding the ridiculousness, the insanity of the situation, but then still taking pleasure in that moment of finding this thing to eat and enjoying it. Really precious person, such a unique person to be able to be in this utter hell and to find the moments of joy. He really comes across as a special person that channels that. And then the other thing I was going to say has completely gone out of my head. So I shall have to throw it back to you guys because it is not coming back to me.
And I have no idea, so I can't even help you, Kerry.
I know, you can't read my mind, can you?
But it does mean you will be looking for those tweets, so I can add them to the nest, though, doesn't it?
I will do. At the moment, my hands are covered in dirt. I'm in the garden mulching, so I'm nighttime mulching. But if I remember what it was, I will come back on again. speak to you in a
Yeah,
bit.
I was going to say,
Oh.
Carrie, it's a little late for that to be working in the garden. And David,
She does it by she does it by well, she can't do it by moonlight. There isn't any, but I think
I'm
she's
doing
got a
it by
little light.
natural light. No, I'm not. I'm doing it by just natural light and feel. I like working like that. Remember, I said to you in the beach hut, I just do everything in the dark. You get used to it.
You're a mole. You're really a mole, aren't you? Right.
David, David and Carrie, we have Jack Fry back with us, and I would like to turn to Jack again. Jack, go ahead.
Yeah. Sorry, I accidentally switched to our charities account and lost the speaking privileges. But someone brought up the question of the left bank. Something that we looked heavily at, and we sourced private satellite.
Break.
Yeah, Jack, your audio was breaking up a bit here.
Okay, is this better?
I tell you what, Jack. Listen,
Yes,
here's the thing, right? Because why don't we start at the beginning, right, and then we can get to the left bank in a moment, right? So the bit we got before that you are or you were in maybe the Legion. You've got a 5013C, and you've been doing. So do you want to tell us a little bit more about that, and then we'll develop a little bit? Is that okay?
Yeah, I can.
That would be wonderful. Tell us your story.
So when the war kicked off on February 25th, I was snowboarding, which was my 22nd birthday. I had just gotten out of the Marine Corps in October of the year prior, and this kicked off, and we spent 4 years training as a machine gunner, how to fight the Russians. So when this kicked off and I saw innocent people being murdered and raped and the cities just being destroyed, I bought the plane ticket on my birthday while I was snowboarding and came over here and got wrapped in with a very skilled unit. Maybe you guys have seen the Navy SEAL who got killed out here. I was on his team at the start of the war. And as things progressed, we kind of got shoved around or screwed over by a few organizations. So I took the initiative to pull out more or less from being so active in the Legion teams. We had a lot of experience in maritime operations and other things like that. And I started the charity so that I could kind of fill the gap of what these teams needed, and then expanded it from there. And then after that, I did join the SSO, which is Ukraine Special Forces. And right now I'm still under contract while I manage and run a charity. We have a lot of volunteers.
Give me a second. So there's quite a lot of detail you've put in there, Jack. So when you say there was the stuff they needed, what do you mean? Do you mean in skills, or are you talking about in equipment or anything like that?
It was in equipment specifically. So pretty much everything we had was self-funded at that point. A lot of us put a lot of capital in to just get all of this equipment we needed. I mean, even as basic as helmets and plates and body armor at the start. And then as we call it leveling up here, it was more mission specific things, whether it was night vision or fins to swim in the Dnipro and Kherson, or in other areas in the Black Sea and things like that.
Yeah, so I was actually, we'll get to the fins and the rest of it a little bit in a moment, right? Okay, so all right, yeah, and here's the thing. So I'm going to add a little bit of detail here. Some of you will know this, some of you won't, right? Maybe they're more experienced people will know, but buying things like level 4 plates is extraordinarily expensive. And as far as I know, and Jack, maybe you'll be able to confirm this, is that they've become even more expensive in Ukraine because the price has gone up because so many want them, right?
That is correct. The price of anything military related has probably gone up 100%, 200%, or 300% in cost here.
Yeah, I sent my my Kevlar helmet to a guy who's in the it's in the National Guard or Border Guard. I can't remember which ones it is, or you still stay in contact, right? And this kit, it was amazing. I could see that this is in the early days on eBay in the UK. The price of these people were almost giving away their old Kevlar helmets, and the price went up very rapidly because obviously people were buying them up to either give or sell them on in Ukraine. It's quite extraordinary. So yeah, so you could your own kit could cost you a couple of $1,000s easily, I guess.
Absolutely. The night vision that all of us use in itself, the retail value on it is anywhere between $12,000 and $15,000. So it with our mission onset stuff, it got very expensive very quick.
Yeah, gosh, and that's what people forget because most people most of us Europeans and us Westerners think of things as like people in the army. You're supplied with a kit. They stopped They stopped giving me stuff because I kept on breaking it when I was in the British Army. They went, no, you're not gonna. You can't have it. You just break it. Right there we are. Yeah. Happens, doesn't it? Right, okay. So that's really interesting. You were talking about the finning in the Dnipro, right? Out of interest, what sort of fins were you using? I mean, because there's all sorts of special ones nowadays, aren't there? In my day, they were really basic.
Yeah, so it wasn't anything special. It was just I can probably find the receipt for them. The SEAL that we had on the team found them at a store in Kiev, and we just bought a bunch there. We were able to wear our shoes or boots with them, so that was kind of the ideal situation. So when we got to the other side of the river or wherever we were going and whatever onset it was just an easy transition. So it wasn't anything super high speed, but it worked.
Yeah, and importantly, you can do it with your boots on, right? Because here's the thing, and people who might not know, right? If you're sitting there trying to put boots on and you come under fire, it's a very, very unpleasant experience, right? So you just want to be able to move on it really easily, don't you, Jack?
Yes, that's correct. You want to move fast and keep a low profile, not fumbling around in the water.
And importantly, slipping over, because guess what, right? You're in your bare feet, and it's all clay and mud around you at the time. Yeah, okay, wonderful. Okay, so we've got to that bit. Do you tell us from that bit? That would be wonderful.
Beyond that, I mean, that team specifically, we traveled to most every hot zone in Ukraine during the war and participated in those. But moving forward from that, like people were transitioning out, or like things just weren't working out with the teams. So we started the organization just so we could fill a gap and actually make a difference and be a change in our own niche way and be effective. But because of all that experience is kind of what made us jump into action when the dam broke and Kherson was flooding.
Because you've got all those skills, right? Understanding water and the rest of it, and all those, and all of the other things that come with it will have been essential. So I've got a couple of questions. You may not be able to answer these. That's all okay. Just say I can't answer that. So because we have heard that. Actually, no. So probably the better question is: so when you presumably you said to someone, whoever it was, the colonel, the major, the brigadier, or whatever, I've got an idea. I can think we could get a unit and we could fit it in, right? How easy was that, getting that fitted in, right? As in fitting yourselves in, and they went, yeah, okay, that works. And then presumably you were under contract to them or whatever. Tell us a little bit about that, if you can.
Are you speaking on like us doing
as in the military side a bit? So I'm still before your help with Kherson, really.
Okay. Can you rephrase the question?
Yeah. So listen. So you were saying you went. Listen, there's a group of you went, right. So we could get some material and the rest of it. But you can operate in different ways. But normally in most units, like if you were in the Marines, right, you just don't go and go, you know what, I can set up a section and we're going to do X because there's someone above you who goes, no, you're not, right?
David, I think I can clarify. Jack. He's kind of curious about the command structure setup of her, or how exactly you
Well,
guys were.
I was trying to work out how you fitted your idea into what they were doing, right? Because normally, right, as I said, in a normal army, right, if you went, there's a couple of us, we're quite good at doing X, Y, and Z. They're not interested, right? So I'm trying to work out how that part worked, or was it just like they gave you free reign?
I wouldn't say it was free reign. It was more or less like in the beginning of the war, we were defending Kiev, and we proved our worth there. So then they started utilizing us for higher ticket operations, whether it was going through the Black Sea to a peninsula down south, or the nuclear power plant, or other things like that. So it was kind of more of the higher speed operations, and kind of the ongoing joke that we had was because we were the expendable ones.
And that is something, by the way, that we've heard. I've certainly heard from other people from who've been to Ukraine, talking about there was a different view of looking at it, right? So I'm assuming you're talking about the Kinburn spit there, aren't you? So when you were talking about the peninsula, I assume you may, if you can't say, you just feel free to say you can't say.
It's well known. It's already out. We had a few guys on our team die in Bakhmut in January, and that story's hitting the media. So yes, that's where we were operating. We were inserting rib boats, similar boats we were using in Kherson, behind the Russian lines for harassment and sabotage activities.
Brilliant. So Jack, by the way, so if you, then this is just a personal thing. So I followed you. It would be wonderful if you might follow me back. So I might ask you a couple of questions. You can say no, I'm not going to answer them. But there's a couple of things it would be interesting to know, but not for this space anyway. Okay, brilliant. So we've finished that bit. Now let's get to Kherson.
So under the organization, we just brought in a few more staffed employees to kind of lessen my workload. And we woke up in the morning, and Ron Carter is his name. He's a super solid guy. He came out for 6-month stints with us. He's like, dude, they blew the dam. The Russians blew the dam. And it didn't quite, like, I didn't quite understand it in that moment when he said it, but he's like, this is one of the largest geological disasters in Ukraine. It's serious. So then from that point,
that must have been a real surprise and a real shock, right? Because you wouldn't, it's a bit like someone saying that the Hoover Dam's just been blown up, right? There will be a does not compute moment, right? You're going, sorry, what did he say?
Yeah, that's exactly what it was like. So then from that point, I instantly rounded up some of the team, got people ready, told them to pack for a few weeks, and sent them down ahead before a secondary team came down with a few boats. And I can pause there if you have questions or anything to add.
Right, okay. So the stuff that we found, because you've got the boats and the rest of it. I mean, I guess there's a real difference, because one side you're doing humanitarian type stuff. But were you able to go? Were you armed when you were going on the other side of the bank? I'm assuming you were, right? Because there's still quite a considerable amount of risk on that side.
So when we went over there, I have a permit for weapons, but I just had a pistol with me, and we have a permit for self-defense. The Russian state media is very familiar with who we are and stuff like that, so we're allowed to carry, but not in like a sense of that's our onset. Our sole mission down there was to do search and rescue, help people get out who needed to get out, and do medical care where we could, and then assist in anything else.
So you must have been conscious that you still there might be a possibility of being in a firefight or something like that if they were closer than you thought. I'm not sure how the intel was going. Sometimes, of course, you'll know the intels go quite well, but did you get a sense that they might be coming in closer, or was it all this just sort of them much further out with sniper rifles or something?
Yeah, I didn't have too much of a concern with that. Obviously, it's never a 0% chance of that happening, but I knew that the Russians also flooded out their own positions and pushed their own lines back for those days. And given our timeline and the response, I knew they were just going to be as disorganized and running around with like a chicken with their head cut off. So it wasn't really a concern that I really thought of. The only thing I was really concerned of was like the people that we were picking up, safety. So we had the spare body armor and stuff for them. So that was the bigger concern. As far as the sniper fire, it was where we were. I mean, we were on the Dnipro too. It was still like a 2-kilometer range. So I knew either he had to be a shit hot sniper or it wasn't going to happen. And if he could hit me from 2 kilometers, then I think he earned it.
Yeah, I think that's my soldiers think, right, there you are, right, if you can hit me from that far away. Yeah, no, I'm laughing for everyone here, right? It's a bit of an in joke in the military. Yeah, okay, yeah, I get you. And yeah, for the civilians you're picking up, having those, that would obviously give them a level of confidence as well, right? Not even, just on the, they're finally, we're getting to safety moment, I think, in their psychology. Do you think?
Yeah, I think so. I think especially the first few days we were doing it, just people being glad to get out of there. There's people in bad shape that needed medical treatment, but just actually having a way out, I think, went a long way with them. And then let alone just like a bunch of Americans picking them up too. I think they're a bit taken back by it.
Yeah, of course, right. No one really expects foreigners, and I say that with all due respect, Ryan. Sorry, Jack. No one really expects foreigners to be the people coming up to collect them. They'll be thinking of whoever it was. I was going to come up. I can't even remember a Ukrainian name. This is how stupid I am. But anyway, a name that is Ukrainian. Insert Ukrainian name. They expect that someone like that to come along and rescue them. You've done a wonderful thing there, Jack. Wonderful. So the things that the people you were seeing, there's more dehydration, or was it shock, or the types of things that you might have been seeing with them?
So there was dehydration, definitely was one. With our response time, most people had enough supplies that they're okay, but there was definitely the cases of that. Shock for sure was one. Hypothermia was one I've seen with people who were in the water and went back inside. And then just other like typical infections or other things like that. Just people didn't have the access to the medication or other things that they needed. So that's where our medical team came in to handle that.
Okay, well, all right, okay. I think so. You're providing first aid on site then, as opposed to just getting them back across the other side as quickly as possible.
Yeah, absolutely. If you after this check out our Twitter page I might have posted it, or our charities page might have posted it. There's a photo of our medics hooked up to an older lady on an IV, giving her some antibiotics and stuff.
Oh, wonderful. All right, IV antibiotics as well.
Yeah, we had everything that we needed for any situation. We had 2 full staffed ambulances and 2 medics on each boat, or a medic on each boat, I should say. So it was a whole line of care that was going on. And not everyone wanted to leave, so some of it just had to be on site. Some people came back, and then that's where they got to treatment. It just depended on the situation.
And here's the thing: there's lots of people here who probably won't understand this as to how why is it that people don't want to leave? Because most people go, "My house is the house is flooded. Why do they want to stay?"
So a lot of, I mean, it's a Ukrainian mindset in general. You'll find that everywhere you go. Here is like, this is your home. They don't know that there's anything better anywhere else. This is where they've lived for X amount of years, and this is their home. They don't want to leave. Not realizing like there's an actual support network once they cross over. It's not like we just dropped them off at the launch and we're like, good luck. There's a hotel down the road or something. So I can understand that aspect. There was another angle too of people that were just like, oh, the water will go down, it'll be fine, like we'll be okay, everything like that.
So, I mean, there's the other part is that they've been under occupation for over a year. The level of self-reliance there, and as you say, look, my mum at 90, if someone had said you've got to leave at her house, she would go, no, I'm not. Right, I'd be picking her up and carrying her out. So yeah, it's difficult for some people to understand, and self-reliant people are more likely to make these decisions as well, right?
Yeah, if you check out our Twitter page too, this one might be on mine, but after the first day of the boat, we had to bring it to a mechanic at the end of the day. And while we were waiting to find the route because the roads were flooded, an artillery shell hit the building we were next to. So me and one of my volunteers or employees were the first ones to respond. I just switched out of my tennis shoes into my Crocs and grabbed the medical bag and ran upstairs as fast as I could. And it was like the top 3 levels were pretty much gone. The building was catching on fire, so we started pulling people out of their apartments, getting them outside, seeing who needed medical care. And then I was climbing through rubble and digging to see if there's anyone that needed help. And in the process, I almost slipped and fell off the 9th floor, and I stepped on a nail and continued to get back in the water after that.
Oh, well, there you are, right? Well, needs must, right? But that would have been deeply unpleasant, and hopefully you've got your tetanus shot as well, right? Yes, I
Hopefully he's
can
on
imagine.
a regimen of other antibiotics as well.
Ryan, anyway, so one thing, Jack. So Ryan, if you want to send me the website and Jack, I assume you've got an organization Twitter page as well. Ryan, if you send me those, that would be wonderful. DM me, please.
Sure. Definitely wanted to reiterate that Jack doesn't mess around. I'm glad to know his team and some other people were there on the ground doing rescue work.
I think the fact that he was 4 years a Marine told me that. And joining 18, people typically have a particular mindset. I joined at 16, Jack, so I've beaten you. But anyway, it's not a competition. The people who join the military early typically have a very, very specific mindset, is in my experience. Okay, Ryan, if you get on and DM me those, that would be great. We do have hands, so we got Skykiss and Meta. Jack, meet Skykiss.
Oh, hi, thank you. Well, my grandfather lied about being 18. He was 17 still when he joined the Navy. But we were at war, and he was a vital young man, and he wanted to join. And I have a couple of things to say when Richard comes back. This has been very interesting. So I want to ask Jack, so this building that was catching fire and you're helping to rescue people. Was that in the flood zone or a different place? I'm sorry, I was away from my phone and got a little bit connected.
The building was right next to the flooding. It was right outside of the launch, presumably, which is why it got hit, because the Russians were targeting that launch site.
Oh.
So it was just really the case of, it's a horrible thing, but again, we have the experience in that. with artillery and everything like that. I was in Bakhmut 5 days before the city fell, so we knew exactly what to do.
All right. Okay. Well, and I thank you. I've actually got the profile from the Cajun Navy drawn up because someone in this space had mentioned a couple of days they thought that the Cajun Navy was coming in, and they work all over the Gulf Coast. I remember the third day after Katrina was the day I left New Orleans after the storm hit, and I saw a lot of, just basic boats on trailers coming in with the National Guard. And I know the Cajun Navy was trying to get in, but, they are a civilian outfit. So, and I was very lucky. I was not in the 20% of New Orleans that did not flood. 80% flooded. I knew a lot of people who lost their homes and everything. And we had to, or we were advised to get our tetanus shots before we went in. And I thought, well, I know my area. I don't need the tetanus shot, but suppose one of my friends asked me for help to come and help for a day or two. Just go through the rubble of their flooded homes because that's what happened. And a lot of them weren't back in New Orleans. I was allowed in pretty early. So once they get your electricity back on, but at least we didn't have artillery. We weren't being shelled. So a lot of, I met people who had been on rooftops for days waiting for rescue. I met a fireman who was going to be with his family in Chicago. He'd been fighting fires that broke out, a lot of broken gas lines, fires that had been set by thieves, all kinds of stuff. It was just absolutely horrendous. I was watching it unfold on TV safely away. But the Cajun Navy is really good, and I'm going to follow up on just looking into what they're doing. They are in country and they are helping. So I do know that. I feel good about that. Just being from the Gulf Coast, the South of the United States. And then I'm going to have a couple of things I want to say when Richard comes back. He had to go off and eat. Thank you very much, Jack, for your descriptions of your experiences, and do take care.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Another thing I'll mention, David, is too, I got pretty severe smoke inhalation while I was up in this building. My volunteer tells the story better, but I just came down the stairs to make sure everyone was getting out with everything they had, and I just was throwing up, which was pleasant. But yeah, this is what we do.
I mean, look, you're really, really lucky. If some of the smoke, toxic smoke, extra 20 seconds, it's enough to take someone out, and you might be unconscious. Incredibly lucky there, Jack. So yes, so you've got a hole in your foot. You've got antibiotics going around you. What were you doing today?
Today, since the water levels were getting too low, we took a pullback. So we took a few days off to kind of reassess the next phase of, it's not going to be so much the search and rescue stuff, which is what me and a few of the guys were specialized in, but more on the recovery side. So now we're looking at, we sent 2,500 meal replacement kits. We have another pallet that we'll send down. I don't even know how much water we brought, generators and other things like that. So now the next phase is going to be the recovery aspect of how can we help these people either rehabilitate their homes, or how can we help them just recover in general. Other medical things like that will be in the works too. All of our medics are British, believe it or not. Some of the most level-headed British people I've met in my life.
Oh,
Richard's not in
when
here,
you
is
say
he?
medics, do you mean doctors or paramedics?
So they're paramedics and all prior service combat medics with extensive experience. I believe one of them is a doctor of some sort. I just did not have enough time to.
No, it doesn't matter at this point, really. I was being nosy and interesting, right? You know, yeah. I mean, look, paramedics are normally very interesting people. They're good. They're good people to be around, especially when you might have an injury. Sorry, I interrupted you.
No, I think more or less that was it. Just figuring out the phase now to assist in the recovery. So we worked with the chief of police and the head and deputy head of the water rescue operations, and now it's really transitioned away from what we specialize in. At least some of our team specializes in, which is going in and finding these people and helping them get out, no matter where it is. So now we're just looking at in what way can our organization and our volunteers best assist in maybe ways that people aren't thinking about.
Jack, FYI, I know a lady who is a friend of the mayor, and when it's a more reasonable hour in Ukraine, she will be informed about your 4 generators. So if they have an application, I will let you know, or they will contact you directly.
Okay, yeah, that'd be great. I know that they're going to be without power down there for at least a few months while they try to sort out all that stuff.
Well, cost of diesel fuel is also an issue. So when they deploy a Jenny like that, they have to decide whether they can afford to keep it fueled up. But if it's a hospital or something the mayor needs, then
Yeah, I figured
is what it is.
they'd go to hospitals or orphanages or something like that. That'd be the
Yep.
ideal one.
I know of one orphanage down there. Kristen
Ryan,
Julia
I don't
who it is.
want to interrupt you, but I haven't finished the interview yet, right? So there's going to be some points where I would suggest that you, Jack, Richard, should be talking about, because you might be able to pull resources, right? But there's some other stuff that the people here listening to might want to know. So, Jack, when you were doing the search and rescue, was that were you doing it in quadrants? What you were doing, is it just like, and how is that coordinated? Was someone going, "Yep, we've cleared that place," and how did you know that was being cleared?
So the first day, more or less, people were giving us addresses to go to, that there's people that wanted to leave or people that needed help in some form or fashion. So we would take the address and put it in Google Maps and just navigate to it via the roadways to get there. And that was all on the island. So then after the first day, we did transition into, we were taking it by like grid search. Essentially, we're going in like, hey, we've been here, we'll pass through it again, but then move forward to deeper search in these other areas. Specific area of interest was closer to or actually on the Dnipro, where houses were still completely flooded and not many people were going to, just because of the inherent risk there. There were maritime mines in the water, which told us immediately that the Russians were sending some specialized people over there to plant those.
Yeah, of course, right. So here's the thing: maritime mines just don't arrive in a place like this, right? Because they're certainly not going to make it their way from the Black Sea. Yeah, they're animals. We know they are, right? It's not a surprise, is it? Oh, that's really interesting. Really, really interesting. So, out of it, so is it like Google Maps on your phone? Is that how are you using in just, you know, I say sailing, but the boating down the road?
Yes, that was exactly it. So we utilized Google Maps specifically and followed the roadways because we knew for the most part it would be cleared of obstacles. Now you still had to look for vehicles that were on the roads, that were under the water, and things like that. But we knew that there wasn't going to be trees, or there wasn't going to be, who knows, a statue or something like that in the roadway or the railways when we used to.
Okay, yeah. Sorry, when you said the statue, I was remembering. There's a very old joke. Is that you? Anyway, you wouldn't. It's an in joke. I'll try and explain it another time. Yeah, look, and there's the thing, isn't it? The underwater, right? When you're above water and when it's all dry, we take our landscape very differently, and suddenly you go, yeah, that could be even a shopping trolley can be a bit of a risk. So, what I didn't ask you, the question was asked. So. Is you one of the lucky ones? You've got a Kevlar. It's got Kevlar over it, so it's less likely to get punctured. What can you tell us a bit more about that?
What about the Kevlar? What were
Oh,
you
I was talking
asking?
about your boat, right? Because obviously risk of puncture, etc. Is it just a standard, little, a standard little boat? You might just put a 20cc engine on it, or is it something different? Is it, be some of the more SF type boats might have Kevlar over it because they give them a little bit more protection from puncture.
Yeah, so we were utilizing rib boats, which is
Oh yeah, a proper rib. I did. Okay, right, wonderful.
Yeah. So we didn't have a concern even if we popped the side of it. We knew that we'd still float, and then we had a powerful enough engine to be able to go upstream. And then we did have patch kits with us in case that did happen, but we didn't need that, luckily.
Thank you. Anyway, listen, I can see that better. I'm going to ignore you for a time being because I can see Richard. Yes, I know. I do apologise. You can tell me off later. Hello? Is that?
I was about to say we had metal boats.
Yes.
So we didn't have to worry about the
1 second,
stuff.
Richard. 1 second. Right. I was going to introduce you. Right. So here, Richard, you've got your hand up. Now you can speak.
Thank you so much, David. I'm glad we did it in a polite manner rather than me barging on in here. Yeah, we had metal boats, so we didn't have to worry too much about the punctures. But both us and it wasn't an official army escort, but the army were also heading out to try and people that were stuck in their houses without arms. I may add, there was no gun in sight that they had on them, so maybe it was some kind of volunteer army corps. But when we were heading out, we were doing the same things, checking Google Maps to make sure that we weren't going to hit anything. And we hit something and we wondered, what the hell is that? And turns out we were going over a dam, but it was actually the metal walkway of a dam, which is close to one of the kind of offloading areas. So because it was 2 meters high or so, that was the walkway that we were going over. So when we were hitting it, it was a mighty thud. And nailed the engine and whatnot and the hull of the boat. But I don't know if you know too much about these little speedboats, but they're actually designed to take quite a bit of a beating. And when you hit a structure like this, the blades kind of get knocked up out of the water, so you don't shred the blades immediately. But going back to what Jack was saying about kind of quadrant searches and how we were finding people, it was literally just because we had these boats, we knew that we could enter into places where these rubber dinghies couldn't because they would get pierced. So we were going over these metal fences and into places where it would very easily pop anything else straight up to buildings because we could effectively crash our boats into them without doing too much damage. So yes, half of our boats are not in the best condition, but it meant that we could save a life. So we didn't really care too much about leaving a few dents and scrapes and whatnot on the boats. One of the propellers on the boats is not in the best shape, but it's still running perfectly fine, just with half of the propellers missing.
I mean,
with-
that's what happens, right?
Yeah,
Sorry,
of
you probably
course.
don't know.
When
I
you're
was
running
a
over
I was a
recompenses.
military diver for
Oh, really? Were you? Geez, the
13
worst
years.
person I could say that about then, hey?
So yeah, so I do know a little bit about them, and
Okay,
certainly losing propellers as well.
Hmm.
Right? Okay. So we've got more hands. Alan.
Thank you, David. To Jack and Richard, I'm wondering how far the water has receded. And when the water fully recedes, there will be a new set of problems. What are those problems? How will you deal with them?
You probably have to ask Jack on this one because I'm not on the ground in Kherson at the moment. I'm back in Lviv sorting all the humanitarian aid to go back down to Kherson. I have people that are on the ground. We've got 40 boats at the moment, but I have not had communication with them, only with our man Ernest, who's probably at this exact second entering Russian-occupied Kherson. But I will leave Jack to fill in the rest in terms of the water levels.
So the water in itself, after, let me think how many days this has been, it's receded to a point that at least where we were, the boats were more or less useless in the city area, or the island, I should say. It declined after it reached its peak the first day. I think it declined like 15 centimeters, and then the next day it was 25 centimeters. But it was low enough that it was, say, 2/3 of the way up, like a stop sign, is more or less what I noticed the last time. And it's just getting lower and lower. And then as far as like the next concerns is going to be, once it is lower and low enough, then the police and the rescue are going to go in and recover bodies, and it's going to be fairly red taped. So the efforts after that are going to be any disease that came, and then reconditioning these places so that it's actually livable, and all the mold and the mud and muck that's been turned up is taken care of before it becomes a real problem.
Jack, has there been any evidence of cholera in Ukraine-occupied Kherson, or what I will call free Ukraine?
I heard reports that it was there. To be honest, I have no idea. I was a machine gunner in the Marine Corps, and I'm doing my best here. But medical stuff, I have no idea about. People just inject me with antibiotics and tell me I'm okay.
And that would be the truth. David, do you mind if I ask Jack where else?
Go for it. Go for it, Alan.
Where else have you been in Ukraine since you arrived? And you've been there since the war began, practically.
Yeah, so we've been quite literally all over. So conflict zones, I guess, is what I'll bring up. So early in the war, it was Irpin and Mashun. And then it transitioned down south to Mykolaiv and the Kerch Strait. And then it went to Zaporizhia, then Kharkiv. Then where did we go after that? Kharkiv. Then we went out east. Oh, I missed Severodonetsk. We were out there. Blaho, somewhere around Kherson. Everywhere. I mean, everywhere that there's a hot zone, we operated in or operate in.
Pretty amazing. Did you see action as a Marine, Jack? I think you probably didn't, but I wonder about that.
Nope. So I joined when I was 17. No deployments, nothing interesting. So, yeah, I'm 23 now.
And you've had all the action you need, right? So it's all just a matter of time, Jack.
And David, only a young man can make the decision that Jack made to go to the sound of the guns, which is what Jack did.
Oh, it's incredibly brave, incredibly brave.
Jack, what is the most valuable aspect of your Marine training that you've brought into Ukraine?
I'd say it's just my ability to work through problems and get, I'll say it this way, to get shit done. I really don't spend a lot of time bullshitting or beating around the bush. Like, if something needs to get done, I'm going to find a way to do it and do it effectively. So that aspect of it.
What was your reaction to seeing destruction in Ukraine?
Early on or now? It's
both.
It's early on. I think it was a bit of a shock, but it was where I was in the environment I was in, so I became acclimated to it. Now it doesn't surprise me. Like when residential buildings are being hit or anything like that, it's a horrible thing, but I don't expect anything different from the Russians. So it's just become the normal, sadly. There's a video on our page of, we had a girl on our boat we were bringing back to the boat launch, and you can hear the artillery shells hitting, and she ducks in the boat to take cover, and I just hold up the okay sign because she doesn't speak English, and I tell her it's normal, everything's fine. The types, maybe.
And what is your impression of the Ukrainian people, the Ukrainian citizens living through this? Are there any special people you've met that you will never forget for the rest of your life? And can you tell us about them?
Yeah, absolutely. In general, Ukrainians as a whole are very strong-minded, strong-willed people. So they are rebuilding their cities faster than they're being destroyed, and overall, just their optimism and courage and everything, for the most part, is very inspiring and something that I really look up to. There's a lot of Ukrainians that I won't ever forget. I haven't had much time to reflect on a lot of it, but there's Ukrainian officers that we've had that have gotten killed with us. There's one guy specifically. He was born in Ukraine, but he was a Canadian citizen. He came back before the war. His name was Gregory. He volunteered to come back and fight for his country because he felt like that's what he needed to do. Sadly, he got killed January 15th in Bakhmut, but he was a really good friend of mine. But he was always the most charismatic and caring and professional person I've ever known in my life. And there's hundreds of people that will say the same thing.
I'm sorry to hear that, Jack. Very sorry to hear that.
Jack, it's what I will call early evening American time here on MriyaReport. What would you tell listening Americans about supporting Ukraine? How would you persuade any Americans who have doubts? What would you tell them?
I have I'm a bit more blunt in how I view things. I think in America, a lot of it has turned more political than it has actually what's going on. So I would encourage people to do their own research and see what's actually happening, and then take the politics out of it and see, there are innocent people being killed here on a daily basis, but that doesn't mean, drain your savings account and send it to someone over here. I think they should properly vet people they want to support, find something they believe in, and whether it's cash donations or volunteering time or assisting in other ways, there's a lot. We have donors that only purchase equipment that then we ship over here and then send confirmation of delivery. So there's a lot of angles, but just remembering exactly what's happening and that this is still the daily life here for these people, and it's what they have to live with. Whereas we just people read about it or see it on TV in America.
And so for those of you listening, especially Americans, that the best place to do your own research is right here at MriyaReport. Retweet this space. We have been here 24 hours a day, 7 days a week since the day Russia launched its genocidal invasion of Ukraine. You can also go to MriyaReport.org, tap on the donate button, and send a generous contribution for aid that will reach Ukraine swiftly and efficiently. That's MriyaReport, MRIYA report.org. David, back to you.
Yeah, I'm gonna. There's a couple of things. So in a moment, so I've got some more questions for you, Jack. You've seen my question. I haven't told Alan that yet, so I better let him know. But I do have a question for you. When you how did you first arrive? Did you just fly into Poland and then make it across? Get on a bus, get on a train, come in, and then what was the process when you first arrived? Did you go through some clearing center when someone said, "Oh yeah, you're a 4 years Marine. Here you are. You think you can fit in here," or was it really, really hodgepodge? I've heard both stories where it's been someone's gone, "Yeah, that's brilliant. You can go in here," and I've heard other stories where there were guys who were really experienced and they were sat in a room and people came in and grilled them as if they were spies, right? The Russian spies with very London accents, by the way. But
Yeah, so how that worked is I just purchased a plane ticket, never been to Europe in my life. I flew into Warsaw, Poland, and I figured I'd figure it out when I got here. I tried to find ground contacts before I left with no real luck. So I just showed up, and just by luck, I guess, I met a guy, or a guy approached me and said, "Are you going to Ukraine?" And I was like, "Yeah." So he took a few of us off the plane, and we rode with him to a safe house in Warsaw, and then rode in a car across the border. Right before the border, we met with an ambassador. He told us what to do and where to go. So then we crossed the border. Some went to the military base in Lviv. And from there, they started separating people from experience and non-experience. I immediately was on the way to Kiev with these guys to help them get their grandparents and family out of Kiev. And then after that, I got reconnected with the guys I was on the plane with. They separated them with the guys with real experience, real deployments and stuff like that. So they messaged me and just said, "Hey, we need a machine gunner." So I was like, "Okay, just tell me where to meet you." And then that's kind of where it started.
so did they? Because this is the hodgepodge part of it, really, isn't it? So did they give you a contract? Was that later? How did that work? As I said, once again, this is one of the things of it. Some people we've heard, just haven't. It's taken them ages to get contracts. Sometimes it was all immediately, and then what I'm trying to say.
Yeah. So immediately they did counterintelligence checks on us, and those were expedited for our group, and they gave us what you would call mobilization contracts while they figured everything else out, so that we were quote unquote legal, and not mercenaries or classified as mercenaries. So all that was taken care of fairly quickly, but I've probably done about 50 counterintelligence checks at this point now.
Yeah, because they would, especially in those days, they would have been very worried that people might be coming over, and whoever they were, whilst their need was great, obviously their need to make sure that they've got the right people would obviously be greater. Okay, we've got more hands. Better, I'm passing you over again for Richard, but then we will go to you, Meta, and then I would just let everyone know. So I've spoken to Jack. We're going to I'm going to have a minute's silence. I'm going to play the last post, and I'll read the fourth stanza of the Fallen Out for Jack's friend. Okay, Richard.
Hello, David. I just wanted to effectively say good night, unless anyone had a last thing to say or ask before I was off. I didn't want to be rude and disappear off without saying goodbye. But yeah, if there's anything that anyone wanted to ask quick about her son and whatnot, I'll be here for the next couple of minutes or so, and then I'll.
Wanted to stress,
get to bed.
Richard, that you and Jack need to exchange information and could probably do good things for Ukraine together.
Yeah, I was going to reiterate that you two maybe sitting down or just getting on the phone and talking and say, are there things that there's crossover or even pooling of resources might be a good thing, right? Within all of these things. Wonderful. Oh, we got more hands as well. Okay, brilliant. Meta.
Thank you, David. But firstly, I want to thank both Jack and Richard. People like you are making history. Do you know that? That you are making history. You know, it's people like you who are changing things of the war. But I wanted to ask both of you who have been in Kherson now, and I'm so worried about the civilians. You know, OPSEC and everything. It's so hard. If I was younger, I would be there helping you, Richard, in your kitchen. I would be chopping carrots or something. But what is the situation for the civilians, as much as you can say, on the left bank? Can they get out? We've heard a lot of different things, you know, about that there's been rescue operations, etc. But how do you see the emergency about the civilians on the left bank? That's sort of that worries me the most. And there's reports about cholera. There's reports about you know, these stomach diseases spreading, everything. What's the situation in your opinion? It's not official. This is not an official news report. But how do you see the civilians' situation? Thank you.
Mine will probably be different to Jack's in some way, but Ernest is, as I was saying earlier, on his way there, and yeah, they'll be flying an experimental drone to be able to drop off aid to these people that are cut off because the Russians are not supplying them with any support or aid in any way. So we'll be airdropping food and water to these people. Yeah. Over to Jack on the official perspective.
So unless Russia opens a corridor to get people from the left bank over, the window of opportunity has really closed. I mean, it's something that could be done, but it'd be too risky, in my opinion, for that to happen. So the airdropping of supplies over there is really the best approach to helping those people. Until maybe the UN or someone steps in and figures something out, but who knows if that'll actually happen.
The idea of the UN helping was tragically funny there.
Yeah. I saw a few of their cars coming in, I think 5 days into the flooding, so I gave them a nice honking when I drove by them.
Yeah, I remember the convoy coming down, and I had lots of people saying they were coming down for their photo shoots and then to politely F off. And now today I saw the tweets of them going, oh, we were there, we were saving people, we were helping people. And all I saw were a few very small dinghies that were loaded with a couple of boxes and them doing their photo shoot, and they're probably getting out of there. But I don't really understand how them thinking that some very small action of bringing a few food parcels is going to make up for their complete incompetence over the past year. But that is speaking from a position of a lot of anger towards them. So
Toyota should stop. Go ahead,
Toyota should stop selling
the
Land
first few
Cruisers to them.
days and when it was
Hang on, Axel. Is that you talking? Is it right, Axel? What you were saying?
I just said that Toyota, which is a veritably conservative and sensible company, should stop selling Land Cruisers V8 versions to the United Nations because it gives a bad image to something as credible and as sensible and dedicated to humanity as Toyota. It's an absolute disgrace that these bastards are driving in their white convoys and simply, utterly doing nothing relevant.
Makes me wonder how much trouble I would actually get in if I started a car theft ring of exclusively UN.
Please do.
Paint them up nice.
It's no. It's simple. The Ukrainian government can highlight this. They can highlight this at the United Nations, and they should do so. And I'm quite sure they will in the coming weeks. This needs to be said. Somebody needs to say it.
I took a video 2 days ago in Lviv of their armored. It must have, I guess, it would have been a Toyota Land Cruiser cruising through Lviv, and it's like, yes, obviously you need to be having a armored vehicle in Lviv because it's very, very dangerous, and it's a great use of resources rather than sending it to the front.
You could take an effing
save the life on day one. You know.
Yes. Everywhere
like,
those guys go in
why?
those cars, they could take a Bolt or a Yukon or a blah blah, or they
100%.
can just freaking walk.
And it'll be cheaper than the fuel of running those big old armored vehicles, I'm sure.
And you'd support the local economy. Win, win, win.
Right. Anyway, we've still got a hand up. Richard, if that was the bit, I will message you later on Signal. You have get some sleep. You won't get a lot of sleep, but the two of you, you and Jack, you need to get on and have a conversation, I would suggest. But I will message you later, and I'll remind you about getting that IFAC. It's important for many reasons. Right, Sky Kiss, over to you.
Yes, briefly, I was going to say, when you come across one or an opportunity to get one, please get your IFAC. And I want to shout out to you, Richard, the kitchen. While you're away, the kitchen is sending out 20,000 meals. That's absolutely awesome. Now, that's all I want to say. Thank you, and sleep well.
Good night, everybody. Lovely to have you here.
And good night to you as well. Okay, so what we're going to do if almost immediately, we're going to have a minute's silence for known as Doc Snickers. Right, it's probably just as well. He was called Doc Snickers. I would not have been able to pronounce his name, for which I do apologise. So what I'll do is we're going to put the last post on. This is something we in the UK we play on the Armistice Day, and then we read out, or normally we will read out the fourth stanza for the Fallen. So I'll play it for a minute. Well, it's just over a minute. And I'll read out the poem as well. They shall grow not old, as we that are left grow old. Age shall not weary them, nor the years condemn. At the going down of the sun, and in the morning, we will remember them. Thank you very much.
David, I must say, this is one of my very favorite things that you do here. Thank you. This is a poem by Lawrence Binion, and he composed it in 1914 during World War One. Yeah, it's a remarkable expression of loss and gratitude.
No, it is, isn't it? The for me, I mean, it has a whole load of meaning. My grandfather was in the First World War. He was at Jutland. Obviously, my uncle was in Lancasters. You know about my dad. But I was I was a boarding school boy. I do remember age of 7. We were being walked at boarding school through to the church, and every armistice day, this is what they would do. And it was one of the things that I really remembered about going to church. I'm not a church person, but as a kid and at school, every Sunday we would march off, and I do remember because it was at the times when there was still a lot of people alive who had been in World War II. They would have, in their 50s and 60s at that point, and had a lot of meaning for me, a lot of meaning. And Jack, I'm very sorry for your loss. But I get, Jack, are you still there?
Yes, I'm here.
How much time do we have left with you?
A little bit. I'd say 10, 20 minutes before I go to bed.
And that 10 minutes suits me because my shift finishes in 10 minutes. Yeah. So I've got you to the end of the shift. That's absolutely brilliant. So I do have we've got a few more questions, if we may. Right? You don't have to answer them. If you want to just listen, you can do that, and I'll remind you that if at any stage that you're wondering what to do, you're going home, twiddling your thumbs, you are always welcome here. Log in, have a listen. We can get you up, and we can tell you. Just listen or talk, whichever way you want to do it. We have quite a few people who do it. One of them at the moment, Ben Aria, he's in hospital at the moment. I think his vehicle hit a mine, and we have Nuclei, who was also from the IVF, who came over here, and he was badly injured. It's all badly is all a relative aspect in war, isn't it? But he was injured, came back, and he comes back every now and again into the space as well. You are more than welcome to do exactly the same, and I would encourage you to do it. And with that, I've actually my mind's gone blank, Alan. I had a question, I can't remember. This is what old age does to you.
Hey, David, I kind of know Jack. We had breakfast once at a restaurant in Kharkiv, and then he came and picked up some bags from me one evening while he was trying to procure some very needed winter equipment for some soldiers in Ukraine. And less than well-informed, someone who was very well-meaning tried to correct his pronunciation of the city Kiev, and I was a little bit flabbergasted by the whole interaction, but it will forever be cemented in my memory, and that's how I will always remember Jack. Jack, the guy who risks his life, goes all the way to Ukraine, does everything in the world, bends over backwards, actually literally risked his life on the front, and then starts an aid organization to do even more to help Ukraine. And somebody who doesn't know if she's scratching her ass or winding her watch decides to correct the way he pronounces the name of the capital city.
It's normal. I had
Yeah.
someone ask me today if it was my first day in Ukraine. So
Jack, I have a question for you. When you get through your service in Ukraine, do you think you'll come back to the United States, or would you actually consider making Ukraine your home?
Yeah, I mean, I'd come back to the U.S., but I think Ukraine is my home now. I'm working on the citizenship aspect, and I'll try to keep both. But I don't know, something about staying in a place that you fight for and your friends have bled for is definitely something I'd like to do. At least be out here for long after to continue to help these people.
Yeah, because the project isn't just with the war, is it? The project's going to go on for a very long time afterwards. And the rebuilding process, that doesn't just mean the clearing the mines, which is going to be an astonishing task, but just rebuilding, as you've seen. I mean, the thing, Jack, you've come from a relatively affluent country, the United States, and going across places that are just completely devastated. Yeah, that would be an interesting. You'll recognize the amount of rebuilding needed. It's going to be an astonishing task. But with that, I think I'm going to say, oh no, I was going to knock off early. I do apologise, Alan, and I do apologise, fella. I was going to go with that. I'm off, but I've looked at the time. I can't be leaving early. Does anyone have any more questions for Jack, please?
Are you coming back with Rima?
Rima and Ron should be coming back down. I need to actually figure out when they get back to me. I know Ron's back in the morning. I need to circle back with Rima, so I'll know hopefully tomorrow. That's one of my million problems.
Yeah, no rush. Stay in touch. I know you've got things much more important to do on the ground, but when you both have some time, we'd love to have you here.
Yeah,
I know
absolutely.
You're
I
both
think
doing important stuff, and more people should know who you are and what you do.
Yeah, I think we would definitely get Ron and Rima on here. They're a little bit more sociable than I am.
Oh, come on.
So I think that'd be good.
It will absolutely be very good, and if we could organise something with all three of you, get me on Signal. I'll send you my my Signal number as well, and maybe we could sort something out and organise it. That would be really good, Jack.
We just need more machine gunners on this space. Simple.
You won't meet a machine gunner. Most machine gunners are what we like to call rock eaters. So I don't know that's exactly what we need.
Well, you're the exception to the rule. You don't meet a whole lot of machine gunners that turn into aid organization leaders. So happy to call you an acquaintance.
Very interesting that you highlight rock eaters.
You know, David, I'm not kicking you out. I would never do that. You have stayed with me through the night more than once. So if you take an early night, only 4 minutes early, you can certainly do that.
Is that? Am I allowed to? Oh. And I'm going to declare my love for both you and Fella now. I'm not embarrassed to say it. I love you both. Thank you very much. And with that, I'm going to say good night to everyone. I'll say a nostar for all of those lovely Welsh people out there. Jack, it's been a pleasure speaking to you. I will, and I really, really look forward to speaking to you a little bit more.
Yeah, you too. Have a good night.
Thanks, Jack.
Jack, I do hope you come back as soon as possible and accept David's invitation to come back anytime.
Absolutely. We'll try to find some availability that we can get some of the other people on here too, so that you can hear it from other perspectives, and we'll sort it out.
It sounds good to me. And fortunately, tonight was not one of those nights when David was required to hold until relieved. Both he and I and Axel and many other co-hosts have been here hours on end flying solo. And it's a marvelous experience, sometimes a little draining. With that, I do want to welcome up my co-host, Fella, very proud to be serving with a NAFO fella tonight.
Thanks, Alan. How's it? Everybody's having a good night so far. I had a good time listening to Jack for the last, been in here for about half an hour. It's a very, very interesting experience you've had.
Jack, if someone is listening and thinking about going to Ukraine as a volunteer, might not have military experience, just an ordinary person, not a Marine, what advice would you give them?
I'd say volunteer with an organization. A lot of it, I probably get hundreds of emails of volunteer request forms that I don't really look at. Everyone that works with me or that I work with has just shown up and wanted to come and work. So if they come with that attitude and pure intentions of wanting to actually do good and do work and not think that some work isn't as glorious as others, but it has its part. I'd say that's the best thing that you can do, and then you grow and build from there. You learn how things work here, how people are, and get the experience and kind of work your way up.
That's good advice, and as it should be. Don't arrive thinking you know what should be done or can be done. Arrive knowing that you need to listen, not talk. It's not that much different from being in the military, as Nuclei has told us many times. When new recruits arrive in his squad, he's a volunteer from Israel fighting for Ukraine's freedom. It's pretty well enforced. Follow the veterans. The veterans can save your life in the battlefield, and they can teach you what you need to know. And pretty soon, you'll be a veteran able to teach others. I think that's pretty much how it works, Jack. Don't you think?
Yeah, absolutely. One angle that we strive for pretty heavily is force multiplication in everything that we do too. If we can inspire people to do something similar or to take action in something, that's also part of what we do. So, 100%. Just listening, figuring things out, and working your way up. Absolutely.
And this is true whatever role you might take on in Ukraine as a volunteer, as a member of the military, even if you are a Ukrainian citizen, as a member of the government. And it even applies here at MriyaReport. Fella, you are going to be a veteran soon and teaching others how to be a great co-host. I've already heard you co-host, and you're already a great co-host. Axel, of course, I learned a great deal from. I learn every night from David and from Mockers. My God, without their examples, I would not know what I was doing, and I would
Come on,
not.
you're the consummate professional, Alan. Please.
We didn't have such buttons in the radio studio, Axel. These buttons can be very confusing.
Yeah, I think Twitter's having some moments tonight, though. We've got a request on there, and the only option it's giving me is to decline it. So I think Elmo done broke something again.
Well, the analog world, though it has it's past, the analog world of dials and lights, not buttons, was a much simpler world to live in. A switch is a switch. It's either on or off. It's either working or not working. It's that simple. Fellow, we have a hand up. It is, I think, Squirrel.
Yes, that's Squirrel Team 6, actually. But thank you for letting me speak. I just wanted to say thank you very much for everything that you're doing. And thank you for letting me speak in this space. And also, I have been listening to you talk about Kherson and the people that are still stuck there. My understanding is that the water has not receded much there, and the Russians won't allow people to evacuate, which is, I think, ridiculous. But whatever reasoning they have is not good enough for me. They should be able to evacuate the people. I can't imagine people sitting on their. I mean, I watched what happened with Katrina, and you think people would learn lessons from that, but apparently not. Having people sit on their rooftops for any length of time with their pets and their children, and especially with their elders, and the temperatures that Europe is experiencing right now, and any rain or otherwise, it's cruel. But as you know, with Russia, cruelty is the point. I don't think that a humanitarian corridor will be opening soon for them. I think that it's incredible that the NAFO and the army has managed to evacuate the people that they have, and that they're still evacuating, that the Frontline Kitchen has evacuated people, that other civilians have done this and have saved pets. It's incredible. I feel very disgusted. And frankly, if I was using emojis, I'd use the barf emoji. And the swearing with the swearing emoji to explain how I felt about the UN and the Red Cross, how they're not actually helping Ukraine. Sorry, my voice is going. The people that are helping Ukraine are Ukrainians. This is what the world needs to see. Is that Ukrainians are helping themselves. And this is both, it gives me hope, but it also makes me sad that the international community is not coming together to help them. This is actually what we also saw in Syria during the revolution, is that the Syrians were on their own. And the white helmets were actually came out of this to help people in Syria in the bombings, and to take them to the medical points to be treated. I'm hoping that this doesn't happen to Ukraine, that they do not have to get to this point, that the international community abandons them and forgets about them. I mean, weapons are one thing, but the other thing that the international community needs to do is to help them with the dam, with the ecocide, and the evacuation of people and the animals, because it's incredibly important.
Oh, I agree with you, Squirrel. I don't think the international community will abandon Ukraine. And you're right, it's not only about the weapons and military support. It's not only about Ukraine's membership in NATO, for example. And unfortunately, there will be many, many more opportunities for humanitarian assistance in Ukraine. This is simply going to be the nature of the conflict that we see every day. But I'm also really pleased by hearing Jack say that Ukrainians are rebuilding their cities, rebuilding their country faster than the Russians can possibly destroy it. That is an act of heroism and determination that we all must recognize and honor. And as you say, Squirrel, join in with. We can join in that rebuilding that's occurring right now, and that will go on for many years after Ukraine wins this war.
This is one of the things that I've actually seen on video. I can't remember who it was. I think it was someone in the Georgian Legion that went to one of the places that had been bombed, and they started rebuilding people's homes, and I started crying, like because it was like like these there's so many of these moments that you see on video or read or you hear in spaces about Ukraine and about people doing these things despite the odds against them, that they will do them, and rebuilding people's homes that have been wrecked by the Russian bombs is just it overcomes me with emotion.
I agree with you, Squirrel. Bucha is being rebuilt. A terrifying street in Bucha looks like a beautiful street now. And this is because, as we've said, because of Ukrainians' determination to keep living, to renew life, and to build a new Ukraine that is stronger, more secure, and for that matter, more beautiful than ever before. Alexei, no, Axel, help me out here. I used the wrong first name, so I will never recover the last name. The former director of the Ukrainian Railway, who was here as a guest and is now working to integrate Ukraine with the EU. Axel should be asleep, so I'll recover his name in a moment. But he often spoke of building back something completely new, not simply repairing what the Russians have destroyed. And this is on the rail system or infrastructure, the power plant system, rebuilding something new, something better, something superior for the future. So I think we will see Ukraine do that.
Like, I just can't believe that the trains still run. This is the thing that, the people that want to, throw shade on Ukraine. They say, oh yeah, the trains run on time, well, in the Third Reich, the trains ran on time too. And I'm like, no, it has nothing to do with that. Like, not everyone in Ukraine is a neo-Nazi, like no one is. It's ridiculous, but it's just there's been a genocide in Ukraine for the past 5 generations. And I think I really, really believe that this is a generation that will stop it, that will be no more genocides against them, and they will be able to live in a free and independent country under democracy.
I'm certain of it too, Squirrel. I was trying to think of Alexander Commission. He was the former CEO of the Ukrainian Railway. Jack, back to you, please.
I was just gonna
Alexander Commission.
I was just gonna head off to bed unless there's any last minute questions.
Carrie, is your question for Jack before he heads out?
No, it wasn't actually. So that's fine. Thanks, Jack.
Thanks, Jack.
Thanks, guys.
Jack,
Have a good night.
Have a good night.
in
Be
touch.
safe, sir. Good hunting.
Be safe.
Thank you, Jack. Get some rest. back to Carrie.
Hi, you guys. So I've been off because I've been going through all of Roman's videos trying to find the one that I mentioned about him eating this chocolate bar and just reflecting on life while he's in the eye of the storm. And I finally now just found it. I had to go off because I needed to go through on his Insta account and Twitter and be able to hear him speaking. So I have finally found it and just sent it to David now. But what I was going to say earlier that I forgot what it was, and now I've remembered. There was one thing that, in particular, that I found really difficult actually while he was talking earlier, which was just hearing the reality of these poor soldiers who are there in the heat and the heart of the battle, and just hearing him, from him, hearing him say about why have we not got the F-16s? Why have we not got the Atacams? These are the guys that are really there doing it, and completely 100%, they can't understand why they haven't got this stuff. It's heartbreaking. That is the reality when you hear someone like him talking directly, and the frustration of that was sad to hear.
It really disgusts me that we have not given them the tools that they need to win. Anthony Blinken said that, and Jens Stoltenberg had a conference before the counteroffensive, and they said that they have everything they need to win the war. And I was like thinking, yeah, but they're missing, what the soldiers are asking for, because those are the guys on the front lines. Anthony Blinken and Jens Stoltenberg are far removed in their cozy mini mansions.
He's such a positive person, and I really hope he will get that. He's been so reflective, so determined, and so positive all the way through, and I really hope and pray he will get that back again. I really hope he will, because he's quite a unique person. But it was sad to hear him, how he was feeling tonight was difficult to hear.
Yeah, it was really, I cried a couple, like my eyes teared up a couple times. But it was just, like, I do talk to a couple of soldiers that I've made connections with, and, the things that they talk about on the, when they're fighting is just, you feel like you're reading a World War II diary, like, really? that hasn't changed? Like, we're in 2023 and that hasn't changed? Like, you're not getting that? What's going on here?
A squirrel, I don't think war ever changes. And I think that is worth all of us reminding ourselves of. And it makes no difference if it's 2023 or 500 BC. War simply does not change. We can do our best to help. We can do our best to send what is needed, do our best to contact our elected officials and get them to send all the weapons that Ukraine needs to win this war. But the facts of war will simply never change. And I am not a military person. I have no military experience in my life. I have veterans in my family who I've listened to and who I honor, but I just don't see the facts of war ever, ever, ever changing.
Yeah, this is and the thing is, the more technological we get with war, the more that it's removed from us, the civilians, you know?
Well,
Um,
as we've seen in Ukraine, war is not removed from civilians because Russians target Ukrainian civilians
oh, they do,
every
yes,
single
that's
day,
true. That's
and
true.
it's the technology in part that enables them to do that. I don't think that technology removes us from war or from the experience of war. I think in many ways, Roman is a very good example of this. So is Richard. So is Jack. Technology in their hands brings us in view of war, and we cannot look away from the war that is being presented to us. We simply cannot look away because this is a genocidal war that Russia uh, is inflicting on Ukraine. We need to recognize that, and we cannot look away from it.
There's there's a lot of actually, excuse me, there's a lot of soldiers that actually are like posting on social media about their, like, how they feel about what's going on, and you can and you know they explain what's going on around them, and you can hear like the shells and the bombs in the background, and it's just, you know, when I think about myself in their place, I would feel nothing but anxiety, you know, like where, like, when am I going to die? What is this? Is this a time? Is this a time? Like, is it next time? Is it 10 minutes from now? Like, it's just, it would, I'm not a war person. I don't have any military experience, but I do have people in my family. One of my cousins actually did 2 tours in Afghanistan with the Canadian Armed Forces. I'm actually Canadian. We had the largest Ukrainian diaspora before the war in Western countries, and now Poland does. But we have done a lot for Ukraine, and humanitarian wise, and also weapons wise. But I don't think we've done enough. I really don't think we've done enough. I think that we have to do more.
And everyone here is pushing to do more. Of course, what we see of the war is only a snapshot. The Ukrainian soldiers on the front lines not only hear the artillery shells that you might hear in a video, Squirrel, they also feel the impact. They also have training that enables them to live and fight another day. Squirrel, I just want to go to another hand here. Clyde, please.
Hi, thank you. Just a brief question. I apologize if this has likely been talked about. I've been busy the last couple of days and haven't been on much, but I see some writings about the Russians bringing in more helicopters to, I think the city's called Berdyansk. Is that correct? And that this has really been resulted in losses for the Ukrainians. And I just was wondering what the counter to that is, and how big is the scope of this problem, and any comments that anybody on the space with expertise would have. Thank you.
Yeah, they've brought a few more helicopters down to Berdyansk, and I haven't seen a ton of evidence in the last few days, other than every single day at least one Ka-52 is getting shot down. They're pretty quickly running out of serviceable Ka-52s to feed to the meat grinder. How much of an impact does that have on the battle space? That's a difficult question to answer. It probably depends on the individual pilot and a little bit of dumb luck. But, you know, they've been, I think now have lost 3 in the last week. And last count, that's like 56, 57. I'd have to go check Oryx, how many have been shot down. It's a rather large number, and they've only have about 100 of these, and that's in terms of serial production. I wouldn't imagine that they've got more than 10, 20 airframes left that are airworthy. So how much of a difference does this make? Probably not much, but it's a juicy target that is within range of Ukraine at this point. Why haven't they hit them already? I think that's actually probably the more interesting question.
Okay, I thought I saw some posts from Ukraine-friendly posters who thought this was really a concern. And again, I'm probably wrong, but I saw the number 100. That seems like that does not seem realistic to me. But anyway, thanks.
No, it's a huge concern because the ones that are actually called Alligator, they can actually hit the Ukrainians outside of the javelin range. So it's incredibly dangerous for them.
Well, and I'm going to pop on there real quick for a second. The Ka-52 is also known as the Alligator. That theoretically, can they hit, and it's beyond Stinger range? On paper, yes. In practice, we haven't seen them do it. So thinking that some standoff PGM capabilities that led to believe their airframes have are Wunderwaffe that exist on paper. And they may exist in reality, but for whatever reason, they don't use them. So that they don't have a terribly large number of the Ka-52 remaining. I think Mi-24s and Mi-28s, which the Russian conception of rotary wing air power is very different from that of the US and most of the West. Their rotary wing craft tend to be very large, very heavy, lumbering beasts compared to what we would use for the same mission profile. So you can't exactly think of them employed the same way that we would use them because of the speed maneuverability differences. But that being said, Stingers will still reach out and ruin your day at a little over 4 kilometers. So without PGMs, you know, you're firing blind. So I don't know how much of a threat that is.
Yeah, and Clyde, I think if you saw a report that 100 Russian helicopters have been deployed at the airfield in Berdyansk, I think that is roughly 3 times the number that were actually deployed there. What I saw was 28 additional helicopters in Berdyansk.
Okay, I really appreciate the answer. I just didn't know. I guess one last follow up is that what would be the standoff solution? I'm using standoff meaning long range. I don't even know what I'm talking about, as you all figured out by now. But what would be the longer range solution to eliminate this threat if this is really causing Ukrainian casualties? Even if it doesn't make a big difference in the battle space as far as the progress of the battle, it costs Ukrainian lives, and they have to have a country left when they're done. So what would be the solution to that? And then I'll step down. Thanks.
F-16s.
Thought so.
Look down, shoot down, buddy. Once they get those, there's radar capabilities and target engagement capabilities that Western aircraft have that the Soviets, either from lack of money or lack of competent engineers, just never really developed a good answer to. They've got some crap on paper, but the more and more this war is going on, the more and more we're finding that a lot of these Russian, supposed capabilities exist more in sales pitch than they exist in observable reality.
Great. Thank you for the space. Thanks again for all you're doing.
And looks like we got some hands. I didn't get the order. I don't know if you did, Alan. I see Will and I see Meta. And only because Will's higher up in the list, Will, go on and go for it.
Hey, thanks, fella. Good morning, Alan, or good morning for me. So the attack helicopter question is something we talked about extensively in the last couple of days after Tyler Rugway published that thing in Drive about this concern. And I'll say that Clyde is correct, but they are still a threat. Attack helicopters are still a big problem. The expansion of the helicopter fleet at Berdiansk isn't really mostly attack helicopters. It's KA-29 type helicopters, which are really old, ugly toads, we'll call them. I think they're called they're something. Well, it starts with an H, but they're those really old helicopters that are configured for transport. But the attack helicopters, the ones we're concerned about, are the MiG-24s, the Hind Ds, the old-fashioned ones you'd remember from the 80s movies. The MiG-28, which is basically, and it looks a lot like a copy of an Apache, right? So clearly they tried to copy the Apache. And then this Alligator, the KA-52, which is the double rotor thing, so it doesn't have to use a tail rotor. So those things can be fitted with standoff munitions, ATGMs, anti-tank guided missiles, that do have a significantly larger range than does a Stinger. However, the key is Stingers and Iglas and the manpads that they're using in theater. The key is how these things are being used. Is there's one thing to be inside a person's radar coverage and have them know they're there, and then fly high enough to depth. What they do is they fly low over the treetops, so they're not using the full range of their anti-tank guided missiles, because in order to stay out of the radar coverage, they're flying low, but they do have a capability to hit the tanks. The one key issue with all those anti-tank guided missiles, which is why I say Clyde is probably at least partially correct in they're not as big a threat as we think, is they are flying low, and those are laser targeted. So they have to paint, they have to keep those ATGMs on laser target. So they do have to expose themselves at some point or stay on target long enough so that they can be hit once they're finally seen. But what they try to do is they try to come in low over the treetops, so you can't tell which direction they're coming from, and that gives the people using manpads a very minimal amount of time to be able to hit them. And these the things that I was looking for in the theater that were provided by the United States were things called the Avengers, which are the little Humvees equipped with Stingers on them, right? So, but it has an indigenous a radar system inside it, so it can be on all the time, and they don't have to spend as much reaction time for tracking and targeting, and they have an opportunity. I haven't seen any of those Avengers in action since we saw them maybe 6 or 7 months ago. They had pictures of them in the autumn, actually, once they'd been supplied. But those are really a short range solution still, and there's still this about a kilometer, maybe kilometer and a half, a difference between the range that the ATGMs that they have for those KA-52s and the MiG-28s. But the key is they don't also have that many of those missiles. They don't have that many platforms, as Clyde said. They are losing them, and I think they've actually lost 4 in the last week. So they are having to come in close enough to the battlefield in order to be interdicted, but not like they were in the first days of the war, where they were flying unimpeded and you'd see somebody pop out of a tree line and catch them. So I think they're presenting a difficulty, because as Fella said, if you don't, this is why you go to war with air superiority, so you can remove the attack helicopter threat from the battle space, which I reckon if you talk to a tanker, one of the most feared things they would see in the battle space would be an attack helicopter with anti-tank guided missiles. So they are a threat. Are they the threat that they're purported to be? in Russian Telegram? I'd say no. I say Clyde is correct. Virtually every weapon system we've seen from Russia in this war hasn't worked as well as it says on the side of the tin. And every weapon system we've seen from the Swedes, Finns, Britons, everybody work better than advertised on the side of the tin. But the key is survivability, right? There are a lot of Ukrainians dying right now that wouldn't have had to die had they provided F-16s and the F-18s we have here from Australia in a timely manner a year ago when we first started talking about it, because they'd have that air cover. The attack helicopters wouldn't be entering the battle space because their life would be very short, and it'd be a different picture on the ground. But despite the issues related to the range and the capability of those things, I don't. Well, we'll see, right? Like Alan said, everything we see is a snapshot, and that snapshot is about 4 days old. But we will see eventually that they are a problem, but not the problem. They're not going to stop the offensive, right? They're not going to stop Ukraine from taking more land. It's just a matter of more damage and more death on the way getting there that they shouldn't have to happen. And I feel partially responsible for not pressuring my government to get all the aid that we needed soon enough. But if you speak to the Ukrainians, we are still there with you, and we will still get you whatever we can as fast as we can. But and keep the pressure on your governments, right? I mean, honestly, these guys, they're gonna have a restraining order on me, my representatives, by the time this war's over, if they don't pick up their game, because every day I contact my just like Ray.
We'll just stay shoulder to shoulder with Mick Ryan. Even if they put a restraining order on you, they won't dare touch you if you're next to Mick.
Yeah, y'all's aircraft are going to come at them upside down. They're going to have absolutely no idea how to handle that. But in all seriousness, I do foresee several servings of extra hot Captain Tungstenberry cereal getting delivered to that airfield in Berdiansk before too much longer. I think Mr. Gimler's is going to pay him a visit.
And there's another answer too, fella. So this is the punchline to this thing. So they are a threat, but the Gimlers itself, as they push down a little bit farther, even the places you want to take out are the Saki airfield. The Zhangkoi in particular is where they park their helicopter main attack force, and they've moved a lot into Berdyansk. And so there's a couple of weapon systems that can do that. Gimlers, ATACMS, of course, if they provide those. And there's another off-the-shelf item that's from the 90s, 80s, 90s. It's sitting around gathering dust in France. It's called the Apache. And the Apache was a cruise missile that was developed to be able to pockmark and destroy runways. So it flies, it's a cruise missile. It'll fly down a runway and drop 10 50-kilogram bomblets out and puncture a runway and destroy aircraft that are not in revetments. And France has those. They've basically abandoned them for use, and they are capable to do that right now. And Doman dug that weapon system up, and somebody should also be talking to the French, if anybody speaks French, and ask them why they wouldn't provide those, because like the MiG-31, you're correct. The way to take out the MiG-31 that's launching Kinzhals, and the way to deal with these attack helicopters is they got to land somewhere, and when they land, you ought to strike them when they're landed.
Question: do you see them having Gripens anytime soon? And also, can you explain why they're using really old Sea Kings? We're trying to get rid of ours in Canada.
You want me to answer that, fella, or you want to answer that?
Yeah, fella, go ahead, fella.
I was having some Twitter challenges there. I was trying to approve a request, but it's not giving me the check mark button still. Why are they using older Sea Kings? I mean, you got to remember what the role it fills, right? It's basically a people mover. Whether you're using it for evac or you're using it as a transport, the thing's a minivan. and it is providing airframes that have fewer hours already on them than their dwindling Soviet stock is going to give them. So personally, I'd like to see them get another type of Apache, the rotary wing variety. And I do think that could, especially those Hellfire missiles, because that's when people talk about a helicopter buildup at Berdyansk, or, the Russians using attack helicopters in general, we got to remember is these aren't Apaches they're facing. They don't have fire and forget capability. So they got to sit there and laze the target, paint it the whole time. This is why they lose them so often. So it's still dangerous. It can still obviously kill tanks, but it's not like an Apache that can hunt and take out columns of tanks, because it only has to see you for a fraction of a second to get the job done. The Russians never quite got to that level, thank God, for the rest of the world. And definitely for Ukraine.
Yeah, and if they're going to get Apaches, let's ask Britain to give them the longbows.
Yeah, we have very incredibly aging Sea Kings in the Coast Guard, and there was actually a crash a couple of years ago that was really fatal to all the, I don't know if you remember, to all the crew on board. I knew one of the guys that got killed, and the Canadian government decided to hurry up the replacement of them because of this. So it just kind of confused me why they say, oh yeah, we're going to take these Sea Kings and send them to Ukraine. And I was like, excuse me?
Yeah, I think the Sea Kings are primarily search and rescue helicopters, and only a couple have been sent to Ukraine, to the best of my knowledge or memory. And it's possible that Ukraine can, do something to make them into attack helicopters, but it's unlikely. Ukraine also would have use for search and rescue helicopters. No question about that. The other thing, Fella and Will, I do want to mention about the attack helicopters that Ukraine has shot down, and I think it is 4 or 5 in the last week. And there seems to be a Ka-52 or something shot down every day. Usually, when you take down a copter, you take down a pilot, right? So it's not just about taking down a helicopter.
Correct.
It's about taking down a pilot. And Russia doesn't have enough pilots for any airframe.
Yeah, we were talking about that the other night, where they have kind of the opposite problem that Ukraine does. They've got more airframes than they have type-rated pilots. And, we've been seeing trainers getting killed flying missions for the Russians. So that tells me probably their pipeline to regenerate their pilots, it doesn't likely exist anymore. So, but why are they using them? Like you said, they're good search and rescue. I would like to see them get Blackhawks and Apaches as well. Just if nothing else, those old Soviet airframes, they're getting long in the tooth. It's getting to that time where they're going to need to be parking more and more of these. But I think we do have some hands. I know Meta's been waiting, and Red Fella has finally been able to get up. If you want to go, Meta.
Thank you. I really gotta get to bed, but it's sort of interesting because I'm in a European zone, and so we've had this discussion with the European. There's been Latin, but also HOPSI and general. The air guys, and we've been talking about, because it's despite of the OPSEC, this helicopter problem has come through. So Clyde is not wrong. It is a problem, and not going to, because I'm not an air guy on an expert, but I'm expert on listening. And they came to this conclusion that the Berdyansk air field has to be destroyed, and it's 20 kilometers from range to what they got, because the shadow storm, it's not for that. You need HIMARS with a longer range, or you need ATACMS, or you need a missile for 2.7. You need a ground to ground air missile that can take that airfield off, and it's 20 kilometers of range. It's ridiculous that they don't have it. It's ridiculous. It's in their own land. F-16s and Gripens might come and surprise us, but it's they're dying. Their best soldiers are dying on the front line, and the Leopards and the Bradleys that they've been training for and they've been waiting for. It's like, they need one missile, one ATACMS, and they can take that airfield. And this trade-off, that is what I've got from these talks. It's been hours and hours I've been listening for this, and these guys are dying there. It's ridiculous. They don't have the air jets, and they won't have them until the end of the year, sort of. Maybe Gripens, but that will be maybe a 12. That's not gonna, change so much, but in one front it will change stuff. But why not give the ATACMS? Why? Tell me that, fella. Thank you.
There's no answer to that question, Meta. We can only hope ATACMS are on the way, but there's no way to answer that question. Red fella, go ahead, please.
Sorry, I'm just giving a sec. Caught me a bit of a wrong time here. Okay. Let me just swallow quickly.
Well, it's always good to eat something, red fella, especially this time of night. So
okay, I'm back now. Yes, thank you for letting me on. So, sorry, I've got
no,
a bit of a
red fella, take some water, wash it down, and then go right ahead.
While Red Fella's
I'm ready.
posing himself, I'm gonna just summarize what Axel sent us. And Alan, I don't know if you know how to pronounce Apache the French way.
Yeah,
Apache.
It's Apache.
It's
Apache. Oh, that's what I figured.
Simple.
But there's really only
Just,
one Apache, Axel.
No. Just sod it for a second. Without Lafayette, you'd be paying taxes. Apache.
Gotcha. So that's it's an air-launched cruise missile. Looks like 200-kilometer range, and like Will was saying, it drops anti-runway submunitions, 50 kilo, by the way, and it looks like it says the Storm Shadow missile was derived from this. So if they derived the Storm Shadow from this, would stand to reason they could probably adapt it to the existing airframes like they have with the Storm Shadow, but
it has
probably
the
don't
same
know what I'm
mount.
talking about.
It's an MBDA. It's a German development. The mounting development for all of these missiles is the same. Comes out of Munich, where MBDA is from. It's MBDA France doing it. Simple.
I'm ready. Okay, I'm ready now. Sorry about that. I do have a bit of a funny cold. It's a long story, and I won't tell it. So just have to cope with it. I'm afraid it's. But to answer the question about Sea Kings earlier, it's to replace Ukraine's search and rescue fleet. Because in the beginning of the war, I don't know if anyone heard, but there were a couple of one search helicopter that was sent to look for that US donated ship that was sunk by the Russians in the beginning. They lost a search and rescue helicopter as well. And they actually suffered quite a bit in their search and rescue fleet. And so because they needed the aircraft now that would normally be in their search and roll use units, they needed them like their Mi-28s and all the other ones that can carry troops and things. A lot of them were taken away from things like firefighting duties and civil rescue duties. And so the Sea Kings have basically been brought in to fill those roles. And even now, those Sea Kings are providing frontline evacuations as well, taking injured Ukrainians from the firefight. So that's the answer about the Sea Kings. So, sorry. So, as for the other thing, we were talking earlier about aid and rescue and things like that, and I really wanted to sort of interject in that moment. Today, I've just put out the announcement for it. As a matter of fact, we are hosting me and a friend as part of an organization we're part of to do with Ukraine. We are hosting a charity swim, and if you check my Twitter out, you will see that this is a 12-hour swim. It's being done for it's being done for the hospitalers to raise 24K for the hospitalers. So if anyone is willing to, if they can put the message out and share it around and things like that in general, just to generally sort of get more and more people interested in it and things like that, that would be great. Is that all right to ask?
Yes, perfectly all right to ask, Red Fella. And are you going to be doing this 12-hour swim?
No, I will not be doing it, but I'll be on the sidelines and I will be probably sort of kind of presenting the event more or less. I'll be trying to figure out what content we're going to put in in the middle, because we can't film the pool all the time. We can only film the pool when there's no one in it, because there's laws around pools and cameras and stuff for obvious reasons. So basically, well, it's not necessarily law. It's just something. It's just a pool policy, really. You can't film the pool during the public hours when this is taking place, because this is taking place when other people are also in the water, and it will be on one of the lanes. They're going to close off one of the lanes to allow us to do this. And so, basically, you'll see if you'll go to my Twitter page, you will see it there. It will be 12 hours. It'll be, sorry, let me just find a second. Okay, here we go. To fellas and all, we would like to announce Swim for Ukraine, #Swim for UA, which is taking place on June the 24th, where my good friend at Gozi 1984 will be swimming for 12 hours to raise 24,000 for hospitalers in Ukraine. For more information, do not hesitate to head over to the Just Giving page for more info, as well as to donate. And we look forward to seeing everyone there. And I've I have put the link to Just Giving and things like that. If anyone wants to feel like donating before the event, that's fine. Donate anyway. We're also going to have raffles. We're going to have an auction as well. So yeah, if anyone can share it, drop us what is it called, a retweet, things like that. Drop us likes and retweet and share it. Spread the news. That would be great, because we are really hoping to get to that goal and get the money for the hospitalers that they need out in Ukraine. And yeah, thank you. And sorry if I'm kind of a bit stuttery, just a bit of nerves, I guess. Thank you all anyway.
Thank you, Red Fella. And definitely take a look at Red Fella's tweets. Find the tweet he's talking about, and tweet it out. Make a donation if you can. Or if you are able to swim for 12 hours, That would be an amazing time. I'm not even sure I could float for 12 hours, but if you can swim for 12 hours, join in.
I don't think we're really allowing people to join in. We might have that change, and that might be the case in the future if anyone does want to swim for 12 hours in the future. But at the moment, from what I've gathered, it's the one person who I'm doing this with who will be swimming. There might be another person who's doing, but I'm not sure about that because there was going to be two people, but now it's looking like there's going to be one person doing it. But yeah, she's been training for this for literally for the month. So we've been working on this. She's been training. She's an avid swimmer. She's really getting hyped for this. She's actually from Poland herself. That's the Gozia person I'm talking to. Talking about. So it's a Portishead swimming pool. So if you wanted to come down and support, that's fine. This is in Bristol, by the way. Otherwise, we do have the stream as well on YouTube. So that's the other alternative as well. And yeah, that's basically more or less it. But as for we do have planned to have other events in the future. So if this event is successful, there will be other events. We're thinking about doing an event local to our area, actually, about helping Ukrainians helping a sort of Ukrainian culture fair in the future. So that's one idea we've got rolling on the cards for a future event. So this event working out well and us being able to run this event will be a test of what we can do in the future, hopefully. Because this is our first event.
Sounds a good, red fella, and I'm certainly glad you are dipping your toe in the pool to benefit Ukraine.
Well, I'm not swimming myself. Sorry, as I said, I'll be on the sidelines presenting, and yeah, I'll be there telling and be there moderating the YouTube channel as well, moderating the stream. So that's what I'm doing. But yeah, if anything, all the credit should go to Gozy1988. It's her idea, but I've been helping as well. But yeah.
Yeah, I understand. Given your current condition, you shouldn't be swimming for 12 hours. I recommend either tea and honey or maybe some Drambuie to settle that throat of yours. Sky Kiss, go ahead.
Thank you. I just had to get my screen up. Yeah, I'm enjoying this discussion about the Apache, and I'm wondering if there is a good graphic for those of us who would like to learn more about the various airframes and the missiles that go with them. There might be more than one graphic. That always helps me. I'm, an artist and a visual learner primarily. And I also want to ask a quick question. What is the last link in the nest? All the way to the left as you're facing your screen. Just so I can know if I need to jump out of the space in order to come back and get the updated links.
So when you say all the way to your left, that would be the first link, not the last link. And okay. This is a video from Roman, who was a guest here earlier this afternoon.
Yes, I got that one. I didn't know if more links had been added. Thank you very much. And again, maybe my question about the airframes and the missiles that they fire might have to go to a different time when we have more of the air wing with us. But maybe we can get some good answers.
Yeah, that's probably going to be a Latin question. And real quick before we go to other hands, the speakers panel is full. So if I can ask folks that aren't going to be speaking anymore, or don't intend to raise their hand further, if you could go ahead and drop back down to listener, that would be great. And I think it was Chris, then Will.
Hey, can everybody hear me?
Loud and clear.
Yep, solid copy.
Perfect. Perfect. Sorry, I'm driving, so there may be a little hum in the background. But I just wanted to add, I guess, to the Apache longbow discussion. So the U.S. actually developed, but has not used and has not implemented a air-to-air capability for the Apache longbow, the Apache, I think, C's and D's. I think the Brits and pretty much all the European customers of the Apache have fitted the pods to their Apaches that can fire stingers. Now, the air-to-air stingers, I looked at the specs on this. For whatever reason, their range is significantly longer than the man-pad stinger. So the stinger on the Apache, I think, for the Brits and for export, the air-to-air stingers, they call them, have, I think, a range of about 8 kilometers. So they, hypothetically could reach, especially at the range that they're firing them, these alligators. But also, in addition to that, the nice thing, I guess, about the Apache, well, one of the nice things is that it has a very powerful zoom optic on it, and it has a 30 millimeter gun, whereas I know that the Mi-24 Hind helicopter, I believe it's the Russian 50 caliber, which has a much shorter range. And so, like, in terms of a standoff capability, kind of what they're designed to do now, the Apaches, especially the American ones, have this high optical zoom capability where they can kind of almost like a sniper rifle shoot that 30 millimeter gun at very long range, but very accurately at targets, potentially other helicopters, that kind of thing. But in terms of that's one solution. The other solution, I was kind of wondering why, because it's an older system based on in terms of a ground-based system that was based on the M113 armored personnel carrier. It's called the M143 STAG, or the ADS. It's the Vulcan air defense system that has like a 20 millimeter rotary Gatling gun turret on top of it. It's not. I believe the American version wasn't automated, but it did have thermal optics to where you could target a range finding radar that could target air targets like drones. That I think would be ideal, especially given the ammunition situation. But I know that the Portuguese and I think the Chileans, their variants that they were exported of the M143 VADS, I guess have, I think, an active scanning radar on them that it somewhat automates the turret. I was kind of wondering why, I don't know, those haven't been, those haven't been discussed. And I'll end there. Thanks.
Yeah, that would be possibly one that we could start talking to our members of Congress for, and quit Googling. It's the M163 VADS. But one thing the Ukrainians have been pretty good at is not being afraid to ask. So they are telling us what they need. We just need to keep reminding our congressmen and our senators and our MPs, wherever you might be, that continuing to support this is going to be highly critical. And then as far as hands, I think we had, I think it was Will, Sixth House, Meta, and Skykiss.
So all I was going to add was Skykiss. Basically, until the air experts get here on actual functionality, just use Wikipedia. Put Apache missile in that, or KA-29 in Wikipedia. You'll get all the basic information. There are other resources that you can go to for that you're probably already looking at for military technology, but most of what we're talking about here has recently been updated in Wikipedia, and there's a lot of information there for you, just generally.
All right. I think it's Sixth House, then Meta, then Skykiss.
Hello everyone. Are you hearing me correctly?
Loud and clear.
Yep.
Roger that. I'm just passing by. I am myself a Ukrainian guy from Kiev, and I want to just say a big thank you from the bottom of my heart for your support, almighty support, I would say. What is going on in that space, I didn't really thought that, you can, having those in the particularly Twitter spaces like NFT spaces, because I'm now preoccupied with my project, and I just saw that space and I was just stunned, really. I was really, really amused by that project with swimming for 12 hours and about that gentleman Chris explaining the difference between calibers and you co-host fella, whatever your nickname is, fella, about the congressmans and supports. And yeah, you're totally right about we are not afraid to ask, but we ask not because we are afraid of something, because we just need it. Because without that support, we will be all dead, and that's true. And yeah, maybe
Absolutely.
yeah, maybe I'm being a little bit annoying, but guys, just again, wanted just to say thank you, and yeah, that's pretty much what it is. Thank you.
And you're more than welcome. Maybe asking for stuff is the wrong way to phrase it, but they've been doing an effective job communicating what's required for the task at hand, I guess would be the longer way to say that one. But we have Meta and then Skykiss.
Yeah, hi again. Yeah, thank you. Ukrainians really need a short time also, because we are talking about aircraft. F-16 won't be there. Even Gripens won't be there until the new year or something. And they are being attacked by helicopters, and Russians have the air priority. So why can't we get the ground to ground ATACMS or something? France isn't doing their share. I don't know if Finland has some ATACMS. Probably has. We have a lot of Israeli weapons, but we can give them unless White House gives green light. So there has to be something that can be done to get the ground to ground. Short time solution. Give them 10, give them 20. Ukrainians, they have shown that they can do the best with them. They won't let you down. They won't misuse them, so to say. Just give them what they need. There are HIMARS launchers and there are missiles that can reach the airfield in Berdyansk and in Sevastopol. So for Berdyansk, that's 100 kilometers. To Sevastopol, that's 300. They won't be hitting any civilians in Russia. They only want to take down those aircraft who are shooting the civilians in Ukraine. And I don't know what to do anymore with this problem. But I'm so frustrated that we can't get a couple of missiles. It's only a couple of missiles. And it's such a fuss. It has to go to Congress and then to Senate and then to France has to ask for a permission, and it's a no go from Turkey. It's like it's
Meta,
sorry.
Yeah.
I do wish we could solve these problems here at MriyaReport. We can't solve them. We can only lend our voice to sending every weapon Ukraine asks for into the battle. That's all we can do. But there are bills in Congress requiring the administration to send ATACMS to Ukraine. ATACMS are part of the 2024 appropriations and authorization bills that are wending their way through Congress right now. Maybe Congress is slow, but this is the process we have in the United States. There are all kinds of bills that we wish could be passed today, but they need to be written, introduced, sent to committee, have hearings, witnesses, and then passed out of committee, and finally brought to the floor, or brought to the floor of the House or the Senate, both obviously, or brought into the legislative process as some part of a larger bill. That's just how things work. There's not much we can do about it, but let's lend our voice, especially to ATACMS from the U.S. And the United States does have to give permission for any other country with ATACMS to send them to Ukraine. That might be the faster way to do it.
And Meta, just remember that at least for when we push on social media, the campaigns to get people to contact their elected officials, ATACMS are always part of it. Now, one capability that we know is supposed to be being sent, and I think they might have already received a small number of them, are the GLSDBs, which would allow them to hit Verdansk from the current front lines if they got the HIMARS launchers a little bit on the close side. But I have a feeling we'll be seeing ATACMS sooner rather than later. And I am fully on actually the this fall for F-16's bandwagon. And if they showed up in June or July, July or August at some point, I wouldn't be shocked at all. We know, Alan, wasn't it the budget for that Congress passed last year had a line item for funding the training of Ukrainian pilots on our airframes, I do believe. So there may have been some things in the works for quite a while.
Oh, thank you so much. That gives us a comfort, But it's so terrible to hear these stories like that when Jack was here. How it is in the front line, and they say we need F-16s, but it's not going to be there, And so and now they're dying because they don't have air defense, because they are, as Thomas Tyner said, they are putting all the patriots that they thankfully have received, but they are in protecting the civilians. They, as Thomas Tyner said, they had to make a decision: are we going to defend the civilians or the military? And it's a terrible decision for any state.
It most certainly is.
Yeah.
But they're doing. I still think they're doing quite well. They are pushing that line forward, including even today in the South. So, have faith in the armed forces of Ukraine. That's a big part of the message. They are getting it done. Do we wish they had been given certain things last year? Yes, but we can't change that, and the correct things are in motion. But I think Sky Kiss has been waiting for a little while now. I want to move this in a slightly different direction.
Well, I did want to say that second, basically what Meta said and what Alan said, and thank you, fella, for your input. All I guess good directives, because it's really up to those of us who are U.S. citizens to do this work. and to support and call for it, to campaign. We've been campaigning for ATACMS. I know NAFO has for, gosh, it seems like since the beginning of the war, a long time, many, many months. So, and we're going to continue to do that. And I also want to thank everyone for a really enlivening and you know, at times heartrending afternoon here. I've been here most of the day. And it's now supper time, and I want to say that all the input that we get that helps us to learn more helps, when we're writing the letters or making the phone calls to our elected officials. So thank you very much, everyone. And I will come up with some questions later, but I'm going to drop down to listener now and take care of some things, and I'll keep listening. Thank you. And thanks for co-hosting, guys. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thanks, Sky Kiss. And it is 8:15 in the evening East Coast time, US, and it's 3:15 in the morning in Kyiv. So it's about the time of the night where more people start getting on social media. So this is a good time to ask everybody, if you could, to retweet out this space and share it, so that everyone that follows you can get eyes on the little ribbon at the top on Twitter has been being a bit glitchy for me today. But and looks like we have Jag Girl has their hand up.
I was just going to say, and for what it's worth, yesterday I was looking under what was trending in ATACMS, and somebody in Georgian Legion said that they were already there. It looks like we haven't seen evidence of that, but just let you know somebody had stated that. That's it.
Well, we know something hit Saki, right? Something that left very much ATACMS-sized craters with ATACMS-style precision.
Was that
Could
today?
it have? No, this was last year.
Oh, last year. Okay, yeah. Okay.
Could it have been a natively developed platform? Certainly. However, the simplest explanations are usually the best. So versus assuming a brand new weapon system just absolutely aced out of the park its first deployment, we've seen them probably use them before. So it wouldn't shock me. And, like Alan said, there's a line item to force supply them next year. And I for one hope that a certain national security advisor finds some of his fortitude and his backbone develops a bit further. But yeah, every phone call, every letter, every email, F-16s and ATACMS. That's in addition to just generally providing support, that's the name of the game right now.
And fella, Chuck Ferrer thinks ATACMS, not in obviously many numbers, but and it's certainly a weapon Ukraine would conserve. But Chuck Ferrer thinks yes, there are ATACMS in theater, and he thinks we've seen them used a couple of times.
Yep. And I remember him talking about that, and I happen to agree with him. I think that they were given a limited number of them. They may still be getting limited numbers of them and stockpiling them, but I think they've been sent in. it's just a real question of slowly boiling the frog. There's still a lot of politicians, wrongly, but not in their minds because they were brought up with it, are still deathly afraid of angering the Russians, whether it's consciously or subconsciously.
And those lines of escalation are really drawn by advisors in the Biden administration or advisors in the EU or to Macron. I mean, for example, only Russia has escalated its war on Ukraine. They've escalated it not only in the number of war crimes they've committed and the atrocities that they commit every single day. They escalate it by blowing the Novakhovka Dam. There's absolutely no doubt that Russia blew this dam. They escalate the war by delivering nuclear weapons to Belarus. These are clearly escalations by Putin, and it's the West, it's NATO that needs to respond in a stronger and stronger way. There is simply nothing the United States or NATO or the Ramstein contact group has done to escalate this war in any way. All you have to do is go back to Ben Hodges a year ago when he said, any weapon you give to a country that's been invaded is a defensive weapon. And that is simply 100% true.
Oh, most definitely. And you look, they've all of the targets that they really need to actually hit, most all of them are within their actual territory. And, for the ones that are 5-10 kilometers inside of Russia in the east, they do have their own systems that can do that. So I don't think that's necessarily, at least for me anyway, it's not really a concern. If they schwack something in Belgorod with a HIMARS, I'll sleep fine. But it's still something that a certain segment of society, especially in politics, that have been career politicians, they just have this ingrained in their mind because this is, the great power myth of Russia is how it always was for them. And we just got to keep pushing. And, I think mine's just about tired of hearing from me.
So speaking about the Novakhovka Dam, and especially after speaking with Richard from Frontline Kitchens and Jack, and I don't remember the name of the aid association, the aid group that he founded, but Jack is a Marine who is in Ukraine right now. Both Jack and Richard have been in Kherson recently. But news that I've seen that I find very interesting, and again, this continues on a comment that Chuck Ferrer made that by blowing the Kakhovka Dam, the Russians really shot themselves in the foot in a few ways. One, it makes it easier for Ukraine to cross the Dnipro River. Secondly, and we've already seen this, it flooded Russian fortifications and emplacements on the south bank of the Dnipro. In fact, reportedly, Russia has pulled back its troops 30 or 40 kilometers from the banks of the Dnipro, primarily to reinforce Russian defensive lines in and around Tokmak. But here's something else that's happening. Russian forces are now suffering an epidemic of cholera. This is throughout Kherson and Crimea. It is completely as a result of Russia blowing the Novakhovka Dam. And now we hope that cholera doesn't spread in free Ukraine, in Kherson on the right bank of the Dnipro. But right now, Russian troops are being devastated by an epidemic of cholera. And this is going to really erode their ability to fight in Kherson Oblast.
And without antibiotics, cholera can get pretty nasty, and it is highly communicable. So, especially as it tends to be found in the water supply. So, if you're if one guy in the trench has it, it's pretty likely everybody has it. And that'll take guys out of the fight in a matter of days from dehydration without going into details. But that is not something that you want to have if you are manning defensive emplacement. It's probably not going to work well.
Yeah, it's
they got
dehydration in the worst way you can think about it, fella.
Oh yeah. No, I'm familiar. It's a very unpleasant path to dehydration too, especially in a trench. I wouldn't, I wouldn't want to be any Russian soldier in that south area right now. And I was listening to Chuck talk about it the other night, and he's absolutely right. Like, whether or not we think that they tried to just create a little PR stunt and release a little bit of the water, or they actually tried to fully blow it, is immaterial. I think they tried to fully blow it for what little that's worth. But this is going to open up that whole northwestern flank in Kherson in a matter of another week or so once things get a little bit more dried out. This is definitely not smart of them, but this will just kind of go on that long list of self-defeating things the Russians have done throughout this whole war. It's like it name the worst, crappiest decision in the long run you can make, and they're going to have picked nearly every single one of those.
Yeah, I think the Russian bingo card is full at the moment. And I do know that Ukraine has imposed an almost total blackout on news from the line of engagement. This makes sense. The only reports we have is that Ukrainian troops are making solid advances and are attempting some surprising maneuvers. I think we'll have more about this tomorrow, Monday, Tuesday, but it's news we really have to wait for. I will take a look, fella, and see if Chuck has new maps we can put up in the nest, both for conversation and for people's information.
Yeah, I haven't seen any maps really other than some Russian sourced ones in the last couple of days, and they all are basically showing the same, in a couple of the axes of attack in the south, a kilometer here and a kilometer there, getting a couple more villages each day, a couple more settlements each day. What's been, at least to me anyway, a little bit more interesting is seeing the amount of equipment that the Russians have basically thrown out into the open. Seen quite a bit of equipment that's been destroyed just about in open fields. So I don't know if this is indicative of desperation or just poor training on the crew's part, but I'm under the understanding that area of Ukraine in the south is very much just a flat steppe. So it is both great for tanks and bad for tanks, especially if you're in the middle of a field. You're going to stick out like a sore thumb to a drone or to, a gunner and a leopard that can see you on thermals from 3 kilometers away, and you can't do a damn thing about that. Looks like if Meta's back and has her hand up. Go ahead, Meta.
Yeah, I'm still not knocked out, still not asleep. But yeah, I wanted to add, I'm in a better mood after your comments. So what I wanted to add is that if there's one priority that Ukraine has is night vision. And this night has been voted in Europe as the night because it's the full moon. So let's keep our thumbs up. Full moon in Ukraine.
Yeah, I think it's the new moon, Meta, which
New
means
moon,
the
new
sky is
moon.
dark.
Yeah, but it's so dark that the Russians can't see because the Ukrainians have better night vision in every step of the way. So let's keep our thumbs up, and tomorrow maybe or in a week or so we'll have the news what happened, because we still don't know what happened after the Sevastopol blackout yesterday. We have no news, and no news is good news. I don't know, but it's so frustrating to wait for the good news. But full new moon. Let's hope for the best. Thank you.
That's a kind of an interesting alley of conversation and thought, is just Crimea in general right now. It's just had its water supply cut off. And for all intents and purposes, the northern rail linkage to Crimea is under fire control now. Things have to be getting pretty spicy in the real estate market, with Russians wanting to get the hell out as soon as humanly possible down there.
I wouldn't want to be there.
I've heard a few people talking about it, whether or not they should blow the bridge. Like, well, of course they should. I think the reason that they haven't is the Ukrainians are specifically allowing it to remain in place to make it easier for the ones that they don't want to have stay there to kind of self-deport themselves and get out the easy way. But yeah, now with that water supply cut, that kind of moves up those timetables and changes that equation a bit.
Yeah, Reznikov said that they won't have to fight for Crimea. Reznikov said it like half a year ago, that they only need to cut everything, sort of. But now they've cut the water, but that was not the intention. But they cut the lights, they cut the everything. Soon they cut the land bridge, and in the dark of the new moon. Sorry, I was wrong there, but new moon. We'll see what happens. I think Crimea will be pretty empty tomorrow. Thank you.
Well, I don't know if it'll be empty tomorrow, but I'm sure that Russian settlers in Crimea are on the edges of their seats. And I bet they are all hoping that their Lada starts. I don't know, fella, if you saw this amusing video from the economic forum that Putin hosts every year in St. Petersburg.
Oh, it was awesome. It wouldn't start.
This is the risk of live TV.
But you know what, though? It was such a good, if you could encapsulate Russia as a TV commercial in 15 seconds. Putin comes to show this, new model car, and the damn thing doesn't start. Because of course it doesn't. Because it's probably carbureted, or uses some super generic fuel injection in a box kit that some guy bought off Alibaba to make this one-off so Putin could show. And it's like, that was the most beautiful thing I saw, was just that level of humiliation. Like, good God, these people can't even make a car. And that's as a country.
So here's a good old Russian joke for you. A Russian goes to a car dealership to buy a car, says to the salesman, I want to buy a new car. The salesman says, sure. What color? He says, white. Okay. You can pick it up in 10 years. And the Russian who's buying the car says, morning or afternoon? And the salesman says, why does that matter? And the Russian says, it's because the plumber's coming in the afternoon.
Oh my God. Well, it's funny in a way, because their auto industry, I think year over year production is something like 80% down, or something to that effect. I wish finance was around right now. But it's the cars off the assembly line is down substantially. And the ones that they're selling now, these that have been well equipped in like the 1960s, they might look like somewhat new cars on the outside, but you have no airbags, you have no anti-lock brakes, you've got no Bluetooth. You might get some knockoff cheap Chinesium head unit. But these are not the cars they were able to produce even 3 years ago. These are the cars they were able to produce in the 1970s and 1980s with updated sheet metal on the outside. And that video was it was so hilarious. And they're not saying it like the kind of the contradictory delegations from Africa over the last couple of days, but I guarantee you there were a lot of attendees that were sweating bullets, making sure they weren't seen laughing at that.
But how do you control your laughter, even though if I laugh, I'm going to prison?
Yeah, this is true. Or you get sent to the front. I could see that going either way. But it's funny and it's terrible all at the same time. I had seen a video that I'm not going to share it to the nest or anything. The post got fairly popular, so if you follow any of the accounts that are in here right now, you might have seen it over the last couple of days. It was a guy that was on social media. I think it was originally posted on VK, and somebody grabbed it and dropped it over here on Twitter for the rest of the planet to see. A guy just got himself a brand new Lada. Couldn't tell you which model. And he was driving it down the road, and we'll never know what happened, but the car ended up face planting into a ditch after it rolled over. No airbag, no nothing. The guy also wasn't wearing a seatbelt, but wasn't going all that fast, so he was more or less unharmed. But this is the state of their auto industry. And I think if I'd seen a couple of these cars a few years ago, it was actually before the war. Even the base model Russian cars then, these things were, $8,000-$10,000 cars. They were very, very, very cheap. So you already knew there was crap that they didn't have that your Hondas and your Nissans and, your Skodas and whatever else you're used to buying would have.
Well, the critical question when you crash a Lada, do the bottles of vodka fall off the front seat beside you and smash on the floor? That's really the most important thing to protect whenever you're driving a Lada, if you're a Russian. Fella, I want to ask everyone to retweet this space. It's MriyaReport.org. That's MriyaReport.org. MriyaReport.org. We're here 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, a global space of volunteers who support Ukraine and believe in Ukraine's victory over Russia, who believe that Ukraine will end Russia's genocidal war. You can also go to Maria Report and tap on the donate button and give as generously as you possibly can so that aid quickly gets to Ukraine. That's MriyaReport.org, MRIYA report.org. I try to do these updates and fundraising requests as quickly as I can, but it's very important that you do this today, tonight, this weekend, and bring your friends here to join you in supporting Ukraine. Jameson, welcome. Go ahead.
Yeah, since we were doing bad jokes, I was wondering if you guys heard about Zelensky's joke with Russia fighting NATO. Have you heard that one?
Tell it to me again, Jason.
Okay. All right. So Russia's supposed to fight NATO, and immediately the Russians take significant casualties. They lose a whole brigade, and there's just body parts everywhere, and things are smoldering. And so then the press is like, okay, so they lost a brigade. How many people did NATO lose? And they're like, well, obviously none. Well, how much equipment did NATO lose? None. It's like, why is that? It's because NATO hasn't shown up yet. There's my joke.
Yeah, that is a good joke. Zelensky told it, you told it, I've told it, and it's the whole truth. But I did put Chuck's maps up in the nest for everyone's information. Fella, you and I and speakers here can take a look at them as we go through the evening. But Ukraine is suffering losses. Obviously, Ukrainian civilians are being killed every day. We talked a little bit about the choice that Ukraine had to make with air defense, protecting cities, protecting civilians, or moving that air defense closer to the front and protecting soldiers. But one thing I will say, with Western equipment like the Bradleys delivered to Ukraine and in theater now, Bradleys protect Ukrainian soldiers. Bradley can take a direct hit. Every single infantryman inside that Bradley will probably live to fight another day. And the Bradley will probably be recovered and repaired to go back into the field. Jameson, is that your evaluation of the sturdiness of Bradley fighting vehicles? Well, I'm putting Jameson on the spot there, fella. But I have seen photographs of an entire Bradley crew standing beside a Bradley that took a direct hit, not a single casualty.
Yeah, and you can kind of tell we all saw those same half a dozen or so vehicles that the Russians were sure to repost 50 different angles of for the last week. The thing that really struck me with those is all their back ramps were down. Everything, there wasn't, for lack of a simpler way to say it, there wasn't just shit strewn everywhere out the back of them like you usually see when insert Russian vehicle here gets hit. So that struck me as those vehicles did their jobs. And the area where that happened has now been taken under control by the Ukrainians. So that's why we've seen pictures of at least one of the Bradleys that was damaged there getting repaired. They're quite a bit more robust. A lot of the Russian infantry fighting vehicles, they don't even hold up to armor piercing 50 cals. So they're not really in the same league as something like a Bradley. But I'm just glad they're doing their job. And yeah, this looks like one of the other maps I'd seen earlier today. That whole, well, around what was the Kakovka Reservoir towards the town of Vasivka. I've noticed, and I've seen on some other maps, that town, Luhov and Lisne, there has been some spiciness moving in that direction. So I think this was discussed, if it wasn't by Chuck, but one of the other guests we've had, that trying to punch into there and get that road and that route to Enhadar at least taken under fire control. And it looks like they're working on it. So these guys, it's not funny, but if the Russians are actually having to deal with mass cholera outbreaks, this is about the worst time in the world possible for them for that. So
yeah, and it's the Russians who are going to have to deal with the cholera, because the cholera, it's potentially an epidemic among Russian forces in Kherson Oblast right now, because the Russians essentially are hunkering down in their trenches, in the defenses that they have tried to prepare. Well, you stay in that trench, you are among 100, 200, 300 troops that have cholera. There's a very good chance in a trench with that close human contact, you are going to become a victim of cholera too. So yeah, it is the worst possible time for this to happen to Russia. It's great news. And this is an example of how disease on the battlefield takes as many casualties, sometimes more, than the war itself, than fighting itself.
And it's always kind of been that way too. Yeah, the microbe can be mightier than the grenade. And as bad as Russians are in logistics, somehow I don't see them carting up and distributing the requisite doses of antibiotics to bring this to heal. This could be really this could become quite interesting for them. And by interesting, I mean, they can get the hell out of Ukraine in its entirety. But hopefully that is the net result, is that it speeds their collapse into POW camps that likely have antibiotics. Food for thought. They have a surrender hotline. Use it if you're listening. It looks like we have Tom with his hand up.
Yeah, I just had a follow-up question regarding the cholera. How do Ukrainian forces deal with coming across Russian soldiers that may be contagious with cholera or anything else? I don't think it's just cholera that is happening, dysentery, although I don't think that's contagious per se, the thing that's waterborne. But how do the Ukrainians deal with it if they're coming across contagious soldiers that that they may be taking prisoner or that may be surrendering to them?
That is a great question.
Yeah, that can actually answer. Yeah, that's cholera is not spread by respiratory droplets. It is, however, spread by close contact and not washing your hands before you eat or drink. But it can be, we've all seen the pictures of Russian trenches. They're indistinguishable from lines cut into a local landfill, right? So we know sanitation is not a big priority for these guys. With, that being the case, if you can get them into a controlled situation and, if you as the defender yourself just remember to wash your hands properly before you eat, it shouldn't be a big deal. And then antibiotics, like it's not a mystery how to treat cholera. It's not one of those things that's just going to go away on its own. Back in ye olden day, that was a killer of quite a few people on the battlefield. Cholera is a very old one.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Tom.
Yeah, no, thank you. That's very clarifying. It seems like it's manageable risk for Ukrainian forces. So thank you for that answer.
Yeah, if you're in a developed country and you have those kind of resources, cholera is not a complex thing to control. And the Ukrainians, every time I've seen pictures of their fighting positions or videos, even pictures and videos they probably didn't necessarily want seen, not that they showed anything untoward, just, OPSEC, they give away your location. They were pretty clean and organized. So I wouldn't think, even if the, stray incident happened where a soldier didn't wash his hands, gee, imagine that. It happens. I don't think it's going to turn into a huge deal, or it shouldn't. We can move a lot of antibiotics. The NATO especially owns logistics, and we understand how to move that kind of shit fairly quickly.
So I as Fella said, you look at Ukrainian trenches when trench warfare, especially, was the dominant manner of battle every day. The Ukrainians not only had well-built trenches, but clean trenches, and even portable saunas that were available to Ukrainian troops. And we also saw how individual Ukrainian soldiers, and if one Ukrainian soldier takes care of himself and his equipment this way, I think you can be pretty assured that other Ukrainian soldiers follow the same pattern. So this is keeping boots dry, having a spare pair of boots available to you that are dry, having dry socks. Trench foot is a thing. If you don't have dry socks, it's going to be miserable for you. So the Ukrainians have been well trained. They have taken their training to heart. But I've not seen, as Fella said, a single Russian trench that I mean, it doesn't. Boy Scouts have better prepared campsites than the Russians have trenches.
Yeah, I mean, if you've ever seen a latrine dug in one of the in this type of encampment, you don't dig your latrine. I was going to say 5 feet, but 2-3 meters from where your fighting positions are and you're sleeping. And this is one of their problems. It's sanitation, and if it's because they don't care, they don't know any better, I have no idea. And I don't really care at the end of the day. It's just their stupidity is going to make it easier to beat them. And hopefully that means saving Ukrainian lives, civilian and military alike. And, if they do have a cholera outbreak right now, and I think it's very likely they do, especially with, there's a lot of dead wildlife and a lot of dead bodies from people as well that were just exposed to floodwaters. And with the Russian logistics severely hampered, if these guys are having to rely on well water, oh yeah, cholera is going to become a huge problem. And one thing I've noticed out of this last spending bill, and basically all of them, or a appropriation package for Ukraine, is trucks. You know, they keep pumping trucks in there, and that is precisely what is needed to get these guys, among other things, potable water. Yeah, what is it that Chuck says? Bullets, beans, and water, or something like that. That's what your logistics guys are there to move. And you know, the Russians are likely having to rely on well water, since a lot of their lines were cut off and washed away. So I think it was Will and then Meta.
Yeah, I just wanted to add on to that, Alan and fella, that you know, this goes to what we've been talking about for 9 months or something like that. You know, what you train for is what you can expect, right? That's the best of what you can expect. And I can tell you, I spent the bare minimum amount of time in the Army just so I could go to college. And I went to college. I went to the Army, but everybody does basic training. Everybody does 13 weeks. Everybody knows how to dig a field position. Everybody knows how a camp is laid out. Everybody knows why you do PT. You know, a KP. You clean up everything every day. And this is so. What you train for is how you can expect people to react. And the difference is, from friends of mine who were in the Russian Army at the same time I was in the U.S. Army, they didn't learn to do anything. They got conscripted, and they spent 2 years doing nothing but grift for officers, wasting time, and being hazed. And so, you know, like I've said before, Alan, the one time my best friend in Russia ever hold a AK-47, the one time that he was in the Army, the very first day he was in the Army, they gave him an AK, probably not operable, so they could take that photo of they do, so you can send home to your family, I'm in the Army, you know. We trained on everything. Everybody who don't care if you're going to be a clerk or a cook or a special forces guy, they all go to basic training, and they all learn the same things, and they all go do field exercises periodically, and they all know how to lay out a camp, and they all know how to locate latrines, and how to police up the area so it's not a place, so it's not obvious to people where the people are, right? If you're flying over in a drone, pretty easy to spot where all of the Russian troops are in these fortifications, because they leave middens everywhere. They leave trash middens everywhere.
Yeah, piles of literal trash.
Right. So you just track the trash. And that's why when you're in the Army and you're learning to do, why are we doing this? This seems like a waste of time. It's not a waste of time. It's always the same. And fella, I think you might correct me, but I believe the First World War was the first the first war in history where more people died of combat action than died of disease. And these diseases, typhus, cholera, and they're not even mentioning the cryptosporidium and giardia outbreaks that they've got in Crimea, because they're not the most important thing anymore, right? When you do this sort of thing and you don't have basic care and hygiene, because you never learn to do it with people, this is what you get.
Well, you know, medical care and war have both changed over the centuries. In the Civil War in the United States, more troops, both Union and Confederate troops, were killed by disease than were killed in fighting. And I don't know about that statistic about the First World War, Will, but I find that really interesting.
That would probably be about right. I studied microbiology for my expensive piece of paper, but that would be about correct, just chronologically, for when for the germ theory of disease and basic sanitation practices in operating rooms to really have converged to the point where you started to get better medical outcomes. Because, and I know Alan's read all about this, especially during the U.S. Civil War, but that late 19th century period, these people still thought you could cure somebody by letting blood out of them. So to say that medical science was primitive, even through the latter part of the 19th century, would not be an understatement. So that would probably be about right, that World War I would be where you would see that kind of convergence of medical understanding and, the actual technology, as primitive as it was, needed to make that kind of a difference. But that was a very interesting point to bring up. And, you do get what you train for. And if these guys aren't taught this stuff, of course, they're just going to do the simplest thing their lazy asses can, because in many cases, they were, you know, Eve Meta was first.
Thank you. Already tucked in bed, so I won't be bothering you anymore. I say this every time, but it's so interesting. But wouldn't it be karma? If they killed 50,000 dolphins and foxes and all these beautiful creatures with blowing up the dam, that the same amount died in cholera. I don't know. I think it's karma. And for the second, I just want to throw this out. Aren't antibiotics under sanctions? I think all the medication are under sanctions when it comes to Russia. That's a beautiful thought. So that's what I'm going to bed with. I'm thinking they all die of cholera, and tomorrow will be a what is it, Alan? After new moon, it's a growing moon, or what is it? But anyway, I'm hoping they all get cholera, but not the Ukrainian people. So that's what I'm hoping for. Thank you.
Yeah, antibiotics are not sanctioned. They're medical supplies, which is one of the things that are still allowed into Russia. And the type of antibiotics.
Are you sure? Because I heard
Barely.
that. Okay.
Because you got to remember, even if it gets in for civilian use, there's absolutely nothing you can do if it goes in for civilian use, getting used by the military. Nothing. That's one of the things to be realistic about. Anything that's let into the civilian market, it's going to find its way to the military if they want it to, and you're realistically never going to stop that. Let's see, Sky Kiss.
Yes, I'll be really brief. And Meta, that reminds me of one of my favorite things. I need to do this again. There's an Italian YouTube channel that had HIMARS one evening or early morning hitting. I think they were some smaller boats. I'm not really sure. I have to look at it again. But it was just the most beautiful sound. And I must have listened to it 7 times the first time I listened to it. And it's really wonderful. It's way, way down. I mean, months down in my profile. So I'll probably listen to it again soon because I've been wanting to do that. It just sounds so beautiful. And then, of course, there are the many videos of the equipment on the road, and there goes a rocket off to kill Russians. And I like that kind of thing. It's not problematic for bedtime when that's really what you want. Yeah, I have a question for Will. He's still up here. Oh, I don't see him.
I think Will has dropped Sky Kiss.
I think he has. Yeah, well, I'll put it out there, and if no one knows the answer, I'll ask him when I see him again later. So it's about the wells, specifically in Crimea. It's like, is this flooding somehow damaging, infecting these wells? And I mean, I do see.
Yes.
Yes. Okay. All right. And I know NAFO Dave will be around, if not tonight, later. He'll be on soon. And so I can also ask him about that since he's a microbiologist, as was my mother. I probably could have asked her, but she's deceased now. So I just wanted to ask that question, just to, and I'll move forward on it. But yes is the answer. And so
Now, I mean, still
I
ask
think
Dave. I have not touched microbiology since I was in college, but that was my area of study, and groundwater contamination is going to be a major concern for that entire area in Kherson in the south, and probably into Crimea as well. That just anything that goes into the dirt, it's got to filter down through. And it's going to end up in people's wells. Unfortunately, probably for a while, depending on what it is, there's ways to go about, remediation. But that there's going to be a whole hell of a lot of ecological mitigation work that's going to need to be done there after the war. And this is going to be one of the things that we're going to need to make sure that we hold our politicians' feet to the fire for getting what remains of these Russian assets that are seized, properly liquidated, and utilized to help with the rebuilding and the remediation. And I think, Prince Heather, you had a note that you have something on this from hosting with Dave.
Oh, yes. I ask NAFO Davo about weird bugs all the time, and lately they have all been around what is happening with this flood. But first of all, what I want to say really quick is when it comes to water supply in Kherson, losing that canal should not be as big a deal as everybody thinks it is. They were without that canal from 2014 until they were able to capture the area and open that canal again in 2022. They lived without that canal for many years. The majority of the water in that canal goes to irrigation and industrial uses in very small amounts. I want to say, I can go and look it up again, but I want to say approximately 7% has to do from that canal has to do with water for the population. So regardless, they did without that canal for so many years. It being gone again, they should remember how to take care of that. Now, when it comes to the cholera, the giardia, the dysentery, the other creepy things that you can get from the bugs that will be forming in the water because of deceased animals and deceased humans and those types of things. The World Health Organization, very early on in the first few days, made an announcement that they were sending vaccines and antibiotics and all of the tools needed to deal with issues along those lines. And that was one of the things that we did learn as we were investigating this. NAFO Davo did the investigation, really, is that there is actually a vaccine now for cholera. And that is part of what was sent. So it will be interesting to see how it plays out. And I think it's very valid to point out that Russians may not have the access to these things that the Ukrainians will. In a lot of ways, that is that's the fault of the Russians for not allowing the UN and others in to help them. But as far as the Ukrainians go, the Ukrainians should be fairly well equipped with the supplies from the World Health Organizations and other organizations to be able to deal with any outbreak that happens. The Ukrainians are also doing a much better job of getting a very quick handle on doing things like backup power and water filtration. And they're doing a really good job with awareness. And I had seen the stories about the cholera outbreak in the occupied Kherson area and in Crimea today. And I was going to ask NAFO Dave about it. We are actually co-hosting in, what is that, 50 minutes or so? And so we will probably talk about it more, and he probably will have more of it to say than I do, and definitely more knowledge on it than I do. I'm basically regurgitating things that I have learned from talking to him in the last couple of weeks since this dam has broke, because I've been seeing stories and not concerned, but interested in finding out what kind of bugs and what kind of viruses and illnesses may come along with such a significant flood that will definitely have major contaminants in it, including deceased animals and human bodies.
And, there was one other really important contaminant that hasn't been talked about is all the oil, all the various heavy metals, all of the general battlefield pollution.
Absolutely. We talked about that a little bit too. Initially, from when the dam first broke, there were 150 tons of lubricants having to do with engines and things like that were released, and there were another 300 tons that were at risk of being released. Beyond that, of course, you have all of the fertilizers and everything like that. But Greenpeace, actually, I think it was yesterday, just put out a report saying that there were 32 facilities, such as fuel storage, fuel refineries, gas stations, and things along those lines, that were flooded and impacted by what happened with the flood. And so all of those contaminants are also big problems. The one thing I can say is that Ukraine has been testing the water in, I believe, over 40 different locations multiple times a day, and they are tracking it very, very closely. Sorry,
Prince,
sorry for sort of
Prince,
interrupting.
no, not interrupting at all. I actually, earlier tonight, I was going to ask that very question. Is the floodwater being tested? Do we know what contaminants are in it? And are these test results reported anywhere in Ukraine?
I'm sure that they are. I have not looked to try to track them down in several days. When they first started coming out, I started seeing some, and they weren't, they were high in some metals, and it was from the Black Sea, from the Odessa region very specifically, and the salinity was really low, which is what you would expect when fresh water intersects with salt water. I'm sure that they are out there, and I'm sure they probably aren't extremely hard to find. I just haven't done it, because there is so much data there, I'm betting, because they are testing, like in 40 areas multiple times a day. That's a lot of data. But I know I actually recently found a Telegram account for Ukraine's environmental services. And I'm betting if I dug around there and got to their website, I could find information on this. Like I said, I just haven't tried. It hasn't been the biggest. It's definitely one of the sticks in the fire, but it doesn't feel like the biggest stick in the fire to me at this point. It's something that we can't control. Of course, we can't control any of this, but it's something that that we know is being monitored, and I'm sure that if there was something severe and something big, that we would hear about it from one of the bigger, more official accounts, from an oblast or from a government account like the president's office or the prime minister's office. And so we would hear about it from one of those big accounts. I mean, they've already put out warnings not to swim. They've put out warnings not to drink the water, not to bathe in the water, not to do anything with the water. They have been putting those out repeatedly. And just as I pull this up here, I let me just send you this in a message in text so that you can look through it. I just pulled up the environmental Ministry of the Environment, and they have some test results, and that was from very early this morning, my time. So yeah, I'll send that to you, because I was doing chores and listening to you guys, and I thought, you know what, I need to take a break from chores so that I can fill you guys in on this stuff before I finish up the chores, to be ready for co-hosting in just a little over 45 minutes.
Prince, you are a hell of a reporter. Thank you very much. Of course, it's the heavy metal contamination of this water, the flood water from the Novakhovka Dam that the Russians blew up. It's the heavy metal contamination that will last for years on the agricultural land that has been flooded. We already know that spring planting was washed away, so there will be no harvest later this summer, early fall of winter wheat. We know that this flood unleashed by the Russians has reduced Ukraine harvest by at least 15%. But it is the future damage that we also have to be concerned with. And this is the heavy metal contamination of very, very rich agricultural, very fertile land in Ukraine.
Yeah, I'm hoping that, next summer that we'll start being able to see harvests come out of those areas again, but they're going to have to do a lot of testing and a lot of remediation. Let's see. Jameson has had his hand up for a while, and then Curry.
Yeah, back to the disease, and this is even before the dam. You guys are bringing up some good points. So I think that in the First World War, they realized what caused disease, and so they're able to combat it and control it. But those numbers really didn't go down until penicillin, which is World War II. And that's when that dramatically went down. But the way, and someone said something about Boy Scouts being way better trained than the Russians, and like 100% they are. But it really makes you think. So, Chuck talked about Old Man Winter a lot, and that is absolutely a fact. And how many of those Russians got frostbite and even froze to death potentially? But they don't have the discipline or the what's it called? The processes in place and the habits in place. I mean, basic hand washing goes a long way. So basic hand washing and basic hygiene will eliminate a lot of that stuff. But even then, you're going to get stomach bugs and stuff because it's not your natural environment and you're still in a dirty environment. But it's probably, I would say it's probably going to take years, but the reality is if they're not treating it and they're not even thinking about it, they're not documenting it. But it just makes you wonder how many Russians are being taken out of the fight for simple things like food poisoning and like severe food poisoning, severe dehydration. And then that makes you wonder, so even if they're bringing in water from another source before the dam, let's just say while they were on the move, what condition are those those whatever, barrels or whatever they had, trailers, what condition are they in, and then whatever's purifying the water, if at all, what condition is it in? And so it really makes you wonder why there's any Russians fighting at all, because these are basic tenets that they're not doing. You could probably see their trash piles from space even, because they've been sitting there for so long. And every Ukrainian that I've seen interview about going into Russian trenches, they're like, you gotta constantly look on the ground, because there's either crap right there or there's going to be a mine. And it's like, I can't even imagine not only being in that position, but the hopelessness that just must pervade through that whole fighting system and everybody there. And then now they've done this to the dam. Like any building that's been in water, even if it's just 1 or 2 feet, if it's been in water for more than like 4 days, either you're going to have to spend a lot of money, you're going to have to demolish the building, because things like black mold and stuff are just going to take over. So and then you're right about the petroleum products and all these harsh chemicals and stuff we use. Like so nature rebounds very quickly, so that's good, but there will still be certain elements that are going to take a while to rebound depending on the situation. But just thinking about because we'll never know that casualty list of how many of them are getting taken out because of simple diseases. And like TB and like a lot of these things are easily treated and easily, if you have a process in place, it's going to save a lot of lives. But if you don't have a very simple process in place, a lot of people are going to get sick. A lot of people are going to die needlessly. So anyway, I don't want to ramble here, but like if you really stop and think about how bad they are and how bad the conditions are in these fighting holes, like there's not one bit of civilization in these fighting holes, with the exception of the small arms they have and maybe the radio and the phone. But even that's, backfires on. So anyway, it's just the more stories you hear about how they live and how they're not trained. Like I couldn't imagine the worst military unit in America in the last 100 years. Well, I'll take that back. So in the Korean War, you can call it a conflict if you want to, it was a damn war. A lot of the soldiers and a lot of the Marines were not trained, but they had the best NCOs in the world because their NCOs survived Guadalcanal and Iwo Jima, and they were with the Third Army and whatnot in Europe. They had the best. So, and once their NCOs found out they weren't trained, they trained them. And you can say what you want to. That was some of the most brutal conditions and some of the most brutal fighting, desperate fighting that Americans ever had to endure. But what Russia doesn't have NCOs, really, and Russia doesn't train their troops. Like, it's just amazing to me that these kids, like you try to get in their psyche, like, why are you still fighting? I know that you're afraid of your chain of command, but a little bit of arithmetic, you realize that there's way more of you than there are of them. And you only got to take out a little bit to get out of Dodge. Anyway, I'm rambling. I'm just saying, like, you can try to sit there and think about the Russians and their mindset in that fighting hole. It's like, why are you guys still fighting? And it just goes from bad to worse. And I agree that no one can suffer like the Russians. But the question the question should not be in your mind, how much can I suffer? But when is enough enough? And I'm not dealing with this anymore. Anyway, I yield right there. Thank you.
Yeah, and just did a quick refreshing of the things I've forgotten that I learned in college. I think Will might have been on point with the World War I. While for the First War, where more troops died of combat injuries than of disease. So and this was actually the kicker on the battlefield. This was the most impactful thing. Was actually a book, and that book was called "The Modern Method of Antiseptic Wound Treatment," and this was the first mass introduction to battlefield medicine of the concept of wound sterilization and sterile operating environments. This was a game changer. because, like during the Civil War and basically every 19th century war and prior involving firearms, the number one thing guys died from was on the operating table from amputations or lateral gangrene and infection that would set in. And it was the late 1800s where that all began to change. So now to answer the why do these guys stay there and fight, it's probably the blocking troops and a little bit of brainwashing. And absolutely no way, unless they can get their hands on a cell phone and call that surrender hotline, absolutely no way to do anything but get turned into fertilizer. It's, it is what it is. I would urge them to find the nearest cell phone they can text that surrender hotline on. I think it's a Telegram bot. And that would be the smart thing to do there. But this is going to be, if they do have a serious cholera outbreak starting, this is going to be a big deal for the Russians, unfortunately. Well, fortunately, but I say unfortunately because I know it's going to be affecting the civilians in that area too.
For those of you interested in this medical history of warfare, it really is a result of the American Civil War that sanitation became important, that sanitary conditions in operating rooms or first aid stations near the battlefront, it's a result of the experience of the American Civil War that practice was changed. There was an American doctor, a very interesting guy. You can look him up, Dr. Halstead. He really is the key person in driving forward this idea of sanitary conditions in operating rooms, including in hospital rooms where women gave birth. It's Dr. William Halstead, fascinating figure in American medical and world medical history. Look him up. He was also a cocaine addict, but this enabled him to conduct his research longer and longer, day by day. Fella, I think we have Curry with a hand up.
Yes, indeed.
Well, good evening. I want to springboard a little bit off of what Mr. Jameson was talking about with TB and as far as and some of the things he discussed about inoculations. Maybe I'm paraphrasing, but I'm old enough. I mean, I got to spend some years ago, I got to be a teacher in Austria. And the minute I got there, within 3 months, they said, well, you have to get a TB shot, even though I had been inoculated in my own country of the United States. And I also think about penicillin and not only penicillin, but polio. Some of the kind of behind the scenes cooperation that happened between scientists during the Soviet era and some of our American compatriots who were developing a polio vaccine. And one of the chief, and we did develop one, and one of the chief medical officers in the Soviet Union got a sample of it and inoculated his own children just to make sure it was safe. So I'm just wondering, is there maybe some quiet behind the curtain scenes of cooperation among the scientists who still have some integrity there in the present day Russia, Muscovy, or is it because I see the same things as you do? You know, the contamination of water and how it impacts people. driven by Mr. Putin and his compatriots, and frankly, I think he's a sociopath. So I don't think he gives a damn. But are there people behind the scenes potentially who are have maybe some influence and have some measure of power, or even power, just from their position? Because I think Putin is just doing to influence a positive outcome for dealing with this.
Yeah, I'm not sure just where you're going here, Curry. Are you asking about Russian medical doctors and their influence?
Well, I mean, they still have scientists and still in present day Russia who are in the medical field and have some position. Are they able to bring their information to whoever's in charge to say, hey, we have to deal with this not only TB thing, we're not getting medical supplies properly for our population, or just Putin does not give a damn?
I think supply and logistics have nothing to do with the scientists. These aren't like diseases that, sorry, Alan, but these aren't diseases that scientists really need to be involved with. They're diseases that we've known how to treat for a long time. This is just their logistics and giving a damn.
Well, I guess where that we'll have to end it there, because I don't think Mr. Putin gives a damn, to be honest with you. I think he's a sociopath.
Yeah,
and
I don't know if he's a sociopath, but he certainly doesn't give a damn. Medical care inside Russia is horrible. There is an AIDS epidemic in Russia that goes untreated. And of course, this epidemic also stigmatizes thousands of Russian citizens. But medical care inside Russia itself is the only word I can use is horrible. It is absolutely horrible, and it is probably 1,000 times worse on the battlefield and in any Ukrainian hospital that Russians have occupied and taken over in order to treat Russian soldiers. But Curry, Prince is here with some information. So if we can just go to Prince, then we'll circle back to you. And you should mute your mic. Otherwise, there is terrible feedback.
Okay, I'm off. Thank you.
Well, what Curry said made me think of something else I forgot. Not necessarily additional information. What I forgot to mention also that Dave brought up, which was just stunned me, is within the last year or two, there has been a small, but still a small polio outbreak in that area of Kherson in Ukraine. And so you think about, yeah, right, Alan, a polio outbreak. Now, it was only around 20 people, but still, it's 20 people that, shouldn't have happened. But they were in the process of updating everybody's vaccine and everybody getting vaccinated again when all this was happening. So that is, Dave actually said that was one of the things he was more worried about than other things, is if they can get people vaccinated again the way they need to prevent any polio outbreak from happening again. Especially now in this environment with exhaustion and exposure to other things, people's immune systems may be more compromised, and you don't want to see polio come up again. But yes, polio. that was not something that I expected to hear out of NAFO Dave's mouth when we were talking about it. But like I said, you know, the World Health Organization put out a big, huge list of things that they are doing, and included in that is vaccines and antibiotics and supplies that they will need to treat any of these things that come up. You know, there is actually, I sent an article to Dave a couple days ago, or maybe it was yesterday, um, that there is actually a season for the gastrointestinal bugs that show up, like Giardia and things like that. And they were already and have already been preparing for the upcoming season for that. And they have increased like hospital beds and such in preparation for that. So I think that I'm hoping that will help them be prepared for anything that comes along that way. Now, I did actually also send you guys a more lengthy report on from the Ministry of Environment about the water quality monitoring, and then and I found their website also, so I'll keep an eye on that. And then there's also the Ministry of the Environment. Two different things. Yes, I think they are two different things. And there is a huge multi-page report from the last week that I do not have time to read through right now, that I also passed along. So what it tells me though is that people are paying attention to this in a very, very close way, and there are resources available for people who would like to read them and would like to find them. And it's not that hard to do. I think for this one here, I googled like Ministry of Environment or something like that, and came up with a Twitter page, a Twitter handle, and it took me to a website. It had a website link there. So sometimes even googling if in English will take you to what you need to see and what you want to see. And here, this should be it. I'll throw this in the nest really quick before yeah, it is. A link on their Twitter handle to the big, huge, long report. I'll throw that, or a link to where you can find the news report. So yeah, I'll throw that up in the nest real quick.
Thank you, Prince. You know, there are at least two reasons, and I'm sure there are more than two reasons, why Ukraine is paying attention to the floodwaters released after Russia blew the Novakhovka Dam. The first and most important reason, obviously, is the health of Ukrainian citizens downstream. And anywhere these Ukrainian citizens are, whether on the right bank or the left bank. But the second reason that occurs to me is that when you collect this kind of data about the poisoning of the water, the poisoning of the agricultural land, you are also adding evidence to the war crime that Russia committed by blowing this dam. And we always have to keep that in mind, that this data will serve health providers in Ukraine, in Kherson. It will also serve investigators from the International Criminal Court looking at the Russia's destruction of the dam as a war crime.
Well, as I was going to add in that all of the secondary effects from the environmental contamination, that's all going to get pulled in by prosecutors in The Hague at somebody's trial, because they're legally and morally on the hook for that. You know, every outbreak that it causes in the civilian populations down there. I just, hopefully things get rolling in that direction in the next couple of weeks and actual aid can get brought into these people. Because, we've all seen the videos of, the Ukrainians trying to rescue their people from what was the south bank of the river. And, the bastards are shelling their boats with artillery. It's the most cynical thing I think I've ever seen. And they won't do a damn thing themselves to go in and try to help these people that are, supposedly by referendum part of Russia. It's pretty clear they don't care. And that as well will get used at someone's trial in The Hague.
And there is a Russian company that on TikTok, I believe, admitted that they blew the Novakhovka Dam. And I'm sure that there are rolls of soldiers in this company. They can all be identified. Can they be extradited to The Hague for trial? Unlikely, but at least they are known. And we have seen Russian soldiers boasting about what they did. And this is as disgusting as what Russia is doing, shelling Ukrainian survivors of the flood from the south bank of the Dnipro, setting up sniper stations where they can shoot individual Ukrainians trying to escape the floodwaters, where they can shoot humanitarian workers. And we heard from Richard of Frontline Kitchens tonight that he was very close to artillery shelling while in a boat rescuing Ukrainians from the right bank of the Dnipro.
Yes. I have a feeling that I guess I'm a little more of an optimist. I have a feeling that some of these guys, what I think it's going to be similar to is, what happened in the 90s in Bosnia, is that one by one, when these guys are traveling, that somebody will rat them out and they'll get picked up. Because that's kind of what happened there. The big fish, yeah, probably you're right. Unless we get some kind of collapse in their government, which would be lovely in the next 6-12 months. Lovely and possible.
But this was also part of the trials of Nazis that went on for decades. It was not only the Nuremberg trials held in the 1940s, but it was the tracking and apprehension of Nazi criminals for 40, 50 years hence.
I think there was a prison guard just convicted, wasn't there?
Yes, there was, as a matter of fact. And this simply goes to show that it might take 50 years to bring justice to the war crimes that Russia has committed. But I think that Ukraine will be as diligent as free people were in tracking down Nazi criminals. Not only the Israelis, but Americans and Europeans. They cannot be allowed to go free and live a life as if they have not committed a crime against humanity. They must be apprehended. They must be prosecuted and brought to justice. And just in terms of that fella, I think it is especially relevant about the Ukrainian children who have been forcibly abducted into Russia. This continues to this day. Every single day, Ukrainian children are taken from their homes, their parents, their relatives. They are sent to, and I put this in air quotes, summer camps. Inside Russia or occupied Ukraine. This is a war crime. It's part of the genocide Russia is committing. We've heard from some of these children, the lucky few who have been able to come back to Ukraine and come back to their families. And the very first thing that we hear from them that we know is that they are told you cannot speak Ukrainian. You must speak Russian. But what else has happened to these children? We don't know a lot about that. The Yale School of Public Health is tracking abduction of Ukrainian children. There will be a hearing at the Helsinki Commission in the U.S. Congress, I think in the coming week, specifically about this topic.
And they're so brazen about it too. It's really kind of disgusting. And it makes it really makes the term orc stick. It's the same garbage that the Nazis did too, but
well, we do know that that part of the history and methodology of Russia, Tsarist Russia, Soviet Russia, Putin's Russia, part of the methodology is deportation, mass deportation of native populations. Just a couple of days ago, we recognized the day when Stalin deported hundreds of thousands of Estonians and Latvians and Lithuanians into Siberia. We know that one of Stalin's policies, of course, was to deport Kazakhs and Ukrainians and to starve them. So I will go back once again to Dr. Nick Ford's observation that Putin's vision of Ukraine is a Ukraine without Ukrainians. And this is the same vision that Stalin had in the 1930s.
this is the same thing they pulled in Crimea after the little green men rolled in 2014. Yeah, how many they've moved in, what, 500,000 Russians into the place? And that's the bad joke I make about the reason they haven't hit the bridge yet with storm shadows is they want these people to self-deport. I don't think I'm very far off with that. But that's what Russia historically does whenever they go into an area is they move their own people in. And you can see this like all throughout the Russian Federation in the border states, especially in the more towards China and India, is, back in the old Soviet times, they made sure to have about 20-25% of the population bust in that were ethnic Russians. And they do this shamelessly. They haven't realized that the last 150 years, there's been this thing called human rights. They're just kind of stuck in the 19th and 18th centuries mentality-wise. As you say, everything is downstream from culture. Lily, you have your hand up.
Hello, everyone. I'm going to ask about number of boom reports, but while anyone looks for that, I'm going to ask everyone, tell your friends, family, anyone about MriyaReport.org. anyone can donate, that is lovely. If you can't, we understand that. Everyone is welcome. What you could do is just spread the word. This is where we come for everything real on Ukraine and a lot of good energy.
You're more than welcome. So what were you gonna ask about booms?
Did we have any big boom announcements today? I was listening on and off. If you guys already went over it, it's okay. I will just, tune in, continue.
No, I follow a few accounts that have posted up some pictures of some hits. It's the same places. Don't see anything particularly spectacular. Like there was some stormy weather, but you had Tokmak, Berdyansk, Makivka. They've been getting lit up all day this past day, but it's mostly been artillery and HIMARS. So the pace of the Gimler strikes does not seem to be abating, and that leading credence to some of the hypothesizing that some of the lack of HIMARS o'clock content and reports during the early and mid spring was because they were stockpiling these things, and that's seeming to bear fruit. But just still looks like shaping throughout most of the whole South. So, but nothing really big, no gigantic, headquarters that were deleted off the map. But I'm sure some of that's coming before too much longer. Especially into, Meta's already gone, but to her talking about Berdyansk, I mean, there's booms that are all occurring there, and a lot of this too, especially around Berdyansk, from what I've seen on Telegram, this is looking like more likely than not partisans. And the fact that the Ukrainian army has their partisan network active now tells you what the thinking is. You can go. You can go and respond. So you put your hand back up.
So, if we believe it is partisan or not, do we believe these are pro-Ukrainian fighters, whichever partisan group they're with?
Well, yes. I mean, by definition, unless the Russians are shooting at themselves, in which case, I would just say that's positive all the way around. If the Kremlin theater about declaring Wagner to be shot on sight a couple days ago, if that nonsense had actually panned out into reality, then I guess you could say there was another group of relevance that was involved. But there's various partisan groups that have been active and were active in Kherson City before it was recaptured. So they've been getting a lot of help and a lot of training in how to coordinate these. And they definitely seem to be, they took out that railroad bridge. That's what I was saying earlier, that between having it effectively under fire control and that railroad bridge that was dropped in the south, the North Line access to Crimea, land bridge wise, is already functionally very. It's not cut, but it's risky to try to use it.
Thanks, Lily. Thanks, Fella. I just do right now, before the top of the hour, want to ask folks to retweet the space. It's MriyaReport. We're here 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and we have been here throughout almost 480 days now of Russia's genocidal invasion of Ukraine. You can also go to MriyaReport.org and make a donation. That's MRIYA report.org. Tap on the donate button, make as generous a donation as you can, and we will be sure your contribution sends aid quickly to Ukraine. It's urgently needed, not only in Kherson. I know Kherson has been in the headlines because of Russia blowing up the Novakhovka Dam. Certainly, Ukrainian citizens in Kherson desperately need your help, but the Ukrainian citizens all around Ukraine need your help. So please go to MriyaReport.org, tap on that donate button, and make a generous contribution. It can be $1, $5, $10, or as much as you can give, $100 or $500. It makes no difference, but you can be assured someone just like you is doing the same thing tonight and making the contribution they can afford to help Ukraine. Fella, we are coming close to the end of our shift tonight. Is there anything on your mind before we drop down and new co-hosts come up that you want to mention?
Not really, that hasn't already been covered. Yeah, with the information blackout, you have to be so careful with every little piece of news, because with nothing official coming from the Ukrainian MOD except the little tidbits they drop in the mornings, there's not a whole lot going on. That you kind of have to watch news and look at the sources it's from and see if other things pop out. And there's not been a whole lot today that we haven't already covered that I've seen that I care to talk about at the moment. So I do believe that this next week is going to get very interesting, especially, and it'll be interesting. I'm going to stick around for when Dave's on here shortly, get his take on the cholera situation, because I've been looking a little bit more into this for the last hour, and these reports do seem to be spreading, unfortunately, in the civilians as well, but that was more or less to be expected. This could be a very serious problem for the Russians. Frankly, just as scary as ATACMS.
Maybe even more scary than ATACMS, because you can't control an epidemic of something like cholera. And I agree with you, fella. The next 7 to 10 days, I think, will be very interesting. Chuck's maps from today, and some of them are relatively old, 8 or 9 or 10 hours. And of course, they are a couple of days behind what the situation on the battlefront really is. This is because Chuck Farrer, like all of us, observes operational security. But Ukraine is making progress, and it's making progress with only a few companies and brigades on the front. The reserve that Ukraine has is yet to be put into battle. And I think that is an important thing for everyone to keep in mind. Fella, when David Brookfield was here, we're now all unmuted. Thank you, fella.
That was sorry. I was trying to bring someone up.
I've done that many, many times myself. David Brookfield uh, and this was especially for Jack Fry, who was with us earlier today, read a stanza from a poem by Lawrence Binyon. This poem was written during World War One. Lawrence Binyon is a British poet. The name of the poem is "For the Fallen." I love the way David reads it, because when David reads it, it takes him back to his childhood and to the memorial services that were held then, the commemoration services that were held when David was growing up in Wales, to remember those in the United Kingdom who had given their all in World War One. So ordinarily, I end the night with some little Ukrainian I know, but tonight, because fighting is so intense on the line of engagement in Ukraine right now, and we know that Ukrainian soldiers are giving their lives to defend Ukraine, I want to read two stanzas from this poem. David reads one. I'm going to read two, but I'm going to revise it just a little bit. This is For the Fallen, two stanzas written by Lawrence Binyon in 1914. They shall not grow old as we that are left grow old. Age shall not weary them, nor the years condemn. At the going down of the sun, and in the morning, we will remember them. They mingle not with their laughing comrades again. They sit no more at familiar tables of home. They have no lot in our labor of the daytime. They sleep beyond Ukraine's dome. This is what's happening tonight in Ukraine.
That's very nice. But going back to kind of Chuck's maps and the theory behind them, and not just in observing OPSEC, but in being very conservative with this, is all of these, you need to kind of wait for at least some degree of official confirmation. But with Ukraine not really putting out any real positional updates, at least not that aren't 3-4 days old, both the ISW and Chuck's maps are what they're going to be. And that's because of, the MOD not wanting to jeopardize their ongoing operations on the ground. But these next 10 days could be very, very interesting. I'll be very interested Tuesday when Chuck's on.
Chuck could be with us tomorrow. You never know. Depends on what happens. But Chuck will be back with us on Tuesday for certain. And again on Thursday. Nuno Felix will be with us again on Thursday as well.
One thing for us to remember in this next week that, Chuck's touched on, but really Thomas has put quite a fine point on, is that we've only seen 2 of the 37 groups that Ukraine has specifically trained up and equipped for this counteroffensive in action. All the groups that are in contact right now, and the fighting is some of the heaviest it's been since the first months of the war. All of these groups that are in contact are their existing units and their reserve forces. These aren't any of the specially equipped units except the 47th, it looks like. So, and I'm very glad to see that, that the equipment that has seen action looks like, as Will would say, the writing on the tin matches what it can do. That I think that the vast majority of these crews are they're going to live to fight another day. And that's an extremely good sign. And some of the, like I was talking about earlier, the only stuff I've really seen out of, hits wise from today has been tanks that, these crews are just, they're in the middle of a field. It's almost like, what did you think was going to happen? But yeah, and this is a big advantage that the Ukrainians have at the moment with this new equipment, is the quality of the guys operating them is going to be much higher.
And 6,000 or 7,000 newly trained Ukrainian troops are completing their training almost every week now, and coming into Ukraine, being integrated into these units. These are fresh troops. Maybe they're newly trained, but they're highly motivated. Many of them are also veterans and learning new equipment. The Russian troops are not fresh. They have been in the trenches trying to conduct various kinds of attacks, from Kremna to Bakhmut to Vuhledar to Kherson, usually small unit attacks, uncoordinated and unsuccessful. So this is why the next 7-10 days, the next 2 weeks will be important and will be filled with news. We'll bring all that news to you as we get it verified, as we understand it, and can give you more knowledge about what is happening in Ukraine.
Yeah. Yes, indeed. It's been good co-hosting with you tonight. I think some of our replacements are starting to get into the room.
It's been great co-hosting with you, fella. You have a lot of knowledge, a lot more than I have, especially on military affairs. Really enjoyed it. One of us will have to drop down. And what if it's me?
I was going to say, I think you've been up here a lot longer than I have.
Thanks, fella. Thanks for being a co-host with me tonight. With that, I will say good night, and Slava Ukraini.
Herom Slava. Have a good day. And while we're rotating co-hosts, we have quite a few spots for speakers. If anybody wants to come up, please feel free to raise your hands. Looks like you're in now, Prince.
Just as you said that, I got my volume. So yes, I am here. How are you this evening?
I'm doing well. Twitter looks like it's starting to kind of work again.
Oh, you ain't seen nothing. Just wait till you're up as co-host and Twitter decides to go haywire, and the only person who can talk is a listener. Or I'm not sorry, not a listener, but another speaker who's not a co-host. Or the only person who can talk is the person who has the host phone. Those are when it gets really fun. It's literally, I was getting, I finally got ability to speak back, and I was about ready to start reading Green Eggs and Ham. It was a little crazy that night.
Yeah, definitely sounds like it. I've seen whenever Elmo has his little indulgences in his spaces, the bot accounts just, and what I think it is when you see those big numbers is people watching on web browsers that make those numbers. And then you just Twitter, it doesn't matter what other space it is. It could have 5 people in it. It's just going to run like absolute cold molasses.
Yeah, it's been some times when they're Last night it happened a little bit, and I had a user send me a message saying that there were severe thunderstorms over the Twitter headquarters, which just sort of cracked me up. But this same person, who I love dearly at this point, offered, when we were having really bad problems a couple of weeks ago, offered to go to the Twitter headquarters and yell at the door, to see if Elon would come out to address the concerns. But I don't think that ended up happening. Either way, it was amusing, and something I definitely would not have minded happening. So,
Well, his latest stunt is he's not paying, has apparently not been paying rent on the Twitter HQ. I would not advise him to play those shenanigans with his ISPs. Although that could be what's been happening. Who knows? Curry, you have your hand up.
Thank you very much. I'm going to not say too much. I chatted a little bit earlier, but I want to say I really appreciate this platform. I've spoken a few times on this platform, and I'm truly amazed, well, grateful for the widespread of information and in-depth insights that each of you, I mean, Alex, Alan, Princess here, and so on, and I've been able to listen to so many of these things. As far as I'm concerned, I mean, we all have our focus on Ukraine. I've mentioned before, I'm a child of Finnish immigrants, and and I got a kick out of hearing Mette, who speaks frequently on this. She sounds like some of my aunties, so it was kind of a good feeling. So I want to thank you for that. I want to thank you to Mette too, because she has some good insight. That being said, we're talking about Ukraine and going forward, and so I don't have a real good insight, but I really appreciate each and every one of you who have contributed to this site. Some of the advice where you're reminding us to, I'm in the States, to contact our local representatives and so on. And I do that diligently. I really do. And I encourage some of my, I am of retirement age, and so we have, little coffee clutches and conversations. And so what are you doing? What are you thinking about? And so I tell them what I've learned here. So thank you for that. I really appreciate each and every one of you. And some of the military conversations and F-16s, A1, A2. I mean, okay. I grew up with Ukrainian immigrants who survived World War II. I heard some of these stories when I was a much younger man. What happened and what they experienced that shared with me. Listen, I agree with Alex and Alan. This is the most important conflict or decision-making time for us. And and even though I'm kind of a pacifist and so on, I'm in 100%. So my friends, I really appreciate you, each and every one of you on this platform, and for some of the information that comes forth. I think it's a little bit intrinsic, but I listen to you regardless. Thank you for educating me and also emboldening me to make some efforts on your behalf. I contribute to you. God bless you all. We are in the right fight. That's all I have to say. Thank you very much. And for that's all I have to say tonight. God bless you all. Bye-bye.
thank you so much, Curry. It's always a pleasure to hear your sweet voice encouraging people to donate and to realize exactly what is going on here. It's something we something that we need to hear from time to time, and I appreciate you always bringing that to us. Now, fella, I don't know if you were here. It seemed like there was a whole stack of NGOs that came up today, one right after the other, and I confess, right as Roman was going to bed, I went to bed. I went and took a nap myself, so I missed who some of them were. I know Roman and his sister were here, along with somebody named Andy. And then I woke up and somebody named Jack was talking, and somebody else named Squirrel came along. Was Frontline Kitchen up also?
I believe so earlier, but I was not able to listen most of the day. I had a lot of running around, a lot of stuff going on, so I wasn't really on Twitter at all most of the afternoon.
Ah, okay. I've just sort of been tracking a little bit of what Frontline Kitchen's been through the last few days, and boy, those guys have been working hard, and they have been through a lot. And I wish I hadn't have missed them because I really wanted to hear how they're doing. But one of the things that I did see was I think it was Rich loading up a van with like 20,000 servings of borscht, something like that. It was an absolute crazy amount. But how helpful will that be? Now I realize, and like he said, that they realize that their food needs to be reconstituted because it's dehydrated. But it's 10 liters of water, I think, and I think he said you get like 30 servings out of it. So it's a lot of food, and using that water to make food is not a bad thing. And so, since Herson, in the area that they've been in, has decent access to water, I think that'll be a very, very good thing for them to have available in Herson to be able to feed people who need it. So yes, I see Robin popped up. I don't know if she heard any more of that than I did. Go ahead, Robin.
Yes, I did. I heard most of it. Richard sounds amazingly good considering what they've been doing lately. Shall I mention specifically? I think I will. They were asked by the government to suspend for a little while some of their food deliveries to help them basically pull bodies out of the water. He seemed very. I think he had a video up, a YouTube clip a couple of days ago where he was obviously not looking forward to that, but he spoke today. He didn't address that directly, but he sounded pretty good. I was really happy to hear that. He seemed to be in a good place, and don't go dissing borscht. That stuff is first of all, it's a it's what the army runs on, and a good borscht has a lot of nutrition in it, so it may actually be a good way to provide some of what the people need. There was somebody named Jack who also came on. Ryan brought a couple of people from Ukraine who I didn't know. He sounded. I can't tell you the specifics. I honestly don't remember because I got a little bit distracted. But it was another person working on his own with a small group of people and doing great work. One of the beautiful things about all Ryan and a lot of the people there is to see how much difference individuals can make. You don't have to be a massive organization. There are a lot of people there, and one of them talked about that, the number of small groups and individuals who were managing to pull together in Kherson and to help. So I would imagine the logistics get a little bit complicated sometimes, but with goodwill, it sounds as though it's really helping a lot. So it was a good interview, and you heard the interview with Roman, I take it.
Part of it.
When
Yeah.
he sounded, he was, you could tell he was a little bit weak, and I sort of wish he had spoken in Ukrainian. He wanted to speak in English, I think, to to speak the language most other people were speaking, but I think it would have been easier for him to express himself better if he had been translated. But it was wonderful to hear from him. It's wonderful to hear that he's recuperating. I'm not looking forward to getting injections. Apparently, it's not one, which is sort of funny with somebody who's so unbelievably brave. But injections are apparently his kryptonite. But anyway, it was very nice to hear from him and his sister also. I would love to meet their parents. I can't imagine what wonderful people they must be to have raised two kids like that. So it was a great afternoon. Anyway, thanks. I'm going to turn it back over to you and go take my shower. Then I'll be up to listen later on. Slava Ukraini.
Hirom Slava. Thank you, Robin. I appreciate you. You always have good things. So, any highlights from the time you were co-hosting with Alan that I should know about that shook the world?
Not really. As far as on the ground developments, just due to the blackout, it's really been a pretty quiet day. At the point I came in, I think it was Ryan was getting towards the end of being up and taking questions from folks, and nothing that really jumped out because I was only in for maybe the last 5 minutes of that. But that was about it. And I'm still, one thing that was a little interesting, and I'm checking some of my sources here. It looks like they might have taken a night off of wasting cruise missiles.
Yeah, I haven't seen anything that gives me the indication that cruise missiles are coming along. They can always right away, send things with very short notice from the Black Sea. And I do believe I saw earlier that there are ships in the Black Sea who are carrying missiles. So there's always a chance, but usually, quite honestly, if we're going to see a missile attack at night from the air, this is just typically I'll start seeing launches from air bases around 2 p.m. my time, which was like 5 hours ago. So that is seriously, if we're going to see launches between 1 and 2 a.m. in Kyiv, they take off from that field way up in near Finland around 2 p.m. my time. So they didn't seem to take off today. So we won't necessarily be getting them from the air, but there are always other options that can creep up very suddenly. So we'll have to see what happens with that. And just one of those things that time will tell. And it is something I have noticed today. It's like I kept looking and looking and looking, and it's like, okay, where's the news? There's not really a whole lot of news here today. And
yeah, I was watching that one account. I think you probably follow it too. Sorry to interrupt. That she listens to the ham radio bands, or the radio bands that the bombers use, and that's been like the choreographed dance every night, every other night. And they like them to hit in the Kyiv area between 2 and 3 in the morning. And we are approaching 5:19 in the morning in Kyiv right now. So I guess they aren't messing with people's sleep tonight, at least not in Kyiv. And that, I think that's been the whole point of it. I think the Russians are well aware that the majority of what they're firing in is going to get schwacked. It's like everything else. It's like blowing the dam. They do it just to terrorize people because it's the only damn thing they can do. If they spent half of these missiles actually on military targets, this would be a totally different war. That's all that the Russians really are capable of. And, I think with that, it looks like NAFO Davo is ready to roll. So it was good hosting with you briefly. It was good being here tonight. Go to MriyaReport.org to donate. And with that, y'all have a good evening.
thanks, fella. It's good to have you on the team. And yes, Dave being ready to roll is about the only way Dave can do it, because he rolls everywhere. And I'm sorry, I just can't resist a rolling joke when it comes to Dave. It just happens. It's anyway. It's just the way it happens. So yeah.
Yeah, so I'm going to drop down to speaker, and Dave can come up.
All right, thank you. So yeah, while Dave gets up here, we'll see what else is going on. I did, while I was waiting, I did hear somebody request a boom report, and I actually haven't followed the booms very much. But what I can say is there's an account I follow who does do a bit of a summary, and they're not real detailed, but basically I can just tell you where there has been cotton. There was definitely cotton with a big boom in Tokmak. As far as other areas, Berdyansk, Makivka, the whole of Kherson, Zaporizhia, Lugansk, Donetsk regions, there was artillery. So there are just all kinds of booms spread out throughout the front line, and that is, that's how it should be. Sometimes the weekends are a little bit slower, and that's just the way it goes. Happy Sunday, Nafo Davo. How are ya?
I'm alive. So, and actually, you can't use your wheelchair jokes with me today because I'm actually in bed and not in my wheelchair. So,
Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm not
man.
rolling anywhere.
I'm sorry. You're gonna lay down on the job then.
Yep. Yeah, I'm just relaxing here, laying back. Yeah, so I could be better, but I'm here, so this is as good as I can be.
Oh man, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Now, I don't know if you heard us talking about you, but we were talking about you earlier. Did you know that?
Just now when you were talking about the rolling jokes.
No, earlier.
Oh,
We were
Yeah,
talking about.
we were talking about the cholera outbreaks, and yeah, I had no idea why she found was ready to roll funny. Now I do.
yeah, that's just how I roll. So yeah, tell me what you were talking about this wonderful cholera outbreak. Was this related to the post from Chuck?
In the article associated with it, I think it was. I read it so many places today. There's information and rumors about a cholera outbreak in Kherson and in Crimea. So I don't know how accurate they are. I don't know that cholera could have gotten all the way down the Crimean Canal fast enough to be able to have infected them, but you never know, I guess.
Well, yeah, it's you get a good influx of that into the water, into the canal, but I would suspect it's probably from people um, being transported to Crimea from the Kherson region. But yeah, I read that, and thought that this is something any biologist would have seen coming for months, because this is what happens when especially in wartime. Like there's a whole the probably the worst cholera outbreak going on right now is in Yemen, because of the war there. There was also a really bad outbreak in Syria because of the war. Cholera has consistently been linked with wars throughout history. You can go back to earliest records of wars, and you will have descriptions of a diarrheal disease that is obviously cholera. So as soon as they blew the dam, and that just when you get extensive flooding like that, because cholera is transmitted so readily in contaminated food and water, as soon as that water starts spreading, you're just going to spread the contamination everywhere. And so yeah, it's and based on the lack of hygiene that in general I've seen in videos of Russian trenches, that's just a natural a natural result of this consistent lack of hygiene. Except when they were in the trenches and you have just small groups, the outbreaks are generally contained. But as soon as the floodwaters hits those trenches and start spreading it everywhere, then yeah, it'll go like crazy through the population. I'm hopeful because the Ukrainian response has been to steady monitoring of the water, getting fresh water into the area as soon as possible, and working with UNICEF and WHO to get cholera vaccines in there. Whereas UNICEF and WHO are not allowed on the Russian side, and the Russians don't seem to really care about hygiene, even in this case. So it's kind of ironic that I think in one of Putin, I think was it Putin's speech, that he was talking about developing a bioweapon that was specific for Anglo-Saxons. Am I remembering that?
I don't think it was Putin that said it. I think it was some other guy, and I kept thinking I should probably make a note of this, but I kept rolling my eyes and saying how stupid and scrolling past it.
Yeah, well, so this is kind of the opposite in that cholera is a disease that targets the unsanitary. And so if you have a population that is generally, I guess, clean, and that knows about indoor plumbing and knows about toilets and how to use them, that population is going to be relatively unscathed from cholera. But if you have a population that doesn't do those things, it's going to hit them hard. And so that's exactly what's happening.
Yeah, we shouldn't be surprised. And they were talking about it earlier when I was just listening, and I came up and did say that WHO has put together some stuff and is taking it um to Kherson, and actually has taken it to Kherson. And that was one of the things we discovered, was that there was a vaccine for cholera, which I thought was really interesting. And that seemed to be something you weren't aware of until you looked into it last week.
Well, you have to bring that up, that I didn't know something. Yes, you are correct. I didn't know about it because it's not available in the U.S. In general, it's only needed in I guess war-torn countries is the main place it's being deployed, and in areas where indoor plumbing is not the norm. So, but yeah, it's available. It is been used successfully in several different places in northern Africa in the past, and so I'm hopeful it will help control things. And it just seems to me that Russia is continually they can't win for losing here. They're continually shooting themselves in the foot, which is great. as Chuck has said many times, if your enemy is making mistakes, let them. And Russia's making a lot of mistakes here with this dam.
Yeah, I want to go to Hans here in a second, but this is unconfirmed. This is just from a random Twitter account. So unconfirmed, big, huge, unconfirmed, but also would not be surprising. The possibility of typhus and dysentery rampant in Bakhmut, where Russian corpses are all over the battlefield. Again, unconfirmed, but I think Devo, you would agree that it would not be surprising, correct?
Actually, I wouldn't necessarily agree that those diseases won't necessarily be increased just because you have dead bodies lying around. I know there's, dead bodies are generally seen as, there's a huge yuck factor there. And we have evolutionary instincts to keep us away, because if somebody died, the probability of whatever killed them being passed on to you is pretty high. But it's just the body sitting there is not going to cause a huge outbreak unless Ukrainians come in there and start getting exposed to whatever there. And as far as the diseases themselves, generally, because the dead body is not moving, it's not, for dysentery, that's spread fecal oral. So if dead bodies don't have diarrhea, so they're not spreading it that way. Typhus, you can get typhus from contact. So they might see typhus, but I wouldn't see this as having dead bodies necessarily contributing to dysentery, because they're not spreading it at all. In fact, they're keeping it somewhat contained, and until they explode, I guess. Not to be too graphic there, I guess, but
No,
sorry.
Sometimes you have to be graphic, and I am sorry to the Hands, because this did actually bring up a question, though. We know that Russians do not have very good toilet skills, let's put it that way, and are apt to leave feces all about. Now, is the feces, if coming in contact, I mean, not intentionally, obviously, but unintentionally coming in contact with feces of somebody who is sick, could that cause a problem?
Well, yeah, of course, and dysentery can be caused by a whole bunch of different things. It's not just one thing. Like cholera is caused by one organism, but dysentery can be caused by bacteria or amoebas or viruses. It's basically just you have a immunoinflammatory disease in your bowels that causes them to, lots of cells to die, lots of blood. So you get a whole bunch of bloody diarrhea. That's the main difference between cholera and dysentery. Cholera doesn't usually involve blood, because there's no real infection with cholera. What causes the diarrhea is the cholera produces a toxin that causes it irritates your intestine extremely, mostly your duodenum and your jejunum. So your upper intestine gets really irritated and just starts spewing out liquid and electrolytes, and that's what causes you to die. Is you get dehydrated, and you can get acidosis from the extreme loss of water and electrolytes. Whereas dysentery can kill you by any number of ways, because it's an actual infection, and you've got an immune response in your intestinal wall that is killing cells and causing leakage, and it's really nasty. So yeah, dysentery could be an issue, because there could be any number of bacteria or viruses that would survive in the Russian piles of poo. which we've seen several examples of. They just, they don't seem to care much about latrines or things like that. They pick a room in a house and everybody goes and poops in it. But yeah, so the dysentery, typhus, I don't know.
Yeah.
But dysentery could be that could contribute to it if the Ukrainians are not careful.
Let's hope that they are. Let's go to our hands, and we can also come back and talk about, really crappy things. Go ahead, Elizabeth.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
So I am an actual West Nile survivor, which is nothing compared to anything that we're talking about, and yet it can be fatal. The beauty of West Nile is that I'm an entos, so it doesn't reinfect anybody else, but it did make me much more aware of infectious diseases. And I just have to say, Meta, I love you, honey girl. I hope she's asleep, but I would not wish cholera or dysentery on my worst enemy, even though my worst enemy is Russia. And with that, I'm just going to drop back and listen. I'm just, some things hit you more than others, and I'm just in a moment. So I'm going to listen. Thanks.
Yeah, we did talk about it a week or so ago about mosquito-borne diseases that may be an issue coming into summer with all of this water, and we did talk about malaria is not an issue in Ukraine. West Nile is to some degree. It was we know for sure in Romania, and I don't know if we ever looked at how much it was in Ukraine, but it is something that can be treated, and that I'm sure that they will keep an eye out for. Lily, you had your hand up and then you put your hand down. Is there something you would like to say as one of the few doctors on the panel?
No, thank you. But please, please, please tell your friends and family, people you don't like, about the space here, MriyaReport.org. And even if it's a few shekels or $1, if you can donate, that's great. But we really actually love that people come here and listen. And please know, raise your hand if you don't get recognized because there's a glitch here. Send anyone who is speaking, and Prince and Nefo fella, just send them a message and they will ask a question or bring you up to speak. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Lily. And yeah, I figured since, there were two doctors on the panel, I had to ask, both of them at that point. Navo Davo, seems to really like those bugs. So it's always entertaining to ask him about them. He will go on about bugs forever.
Oh no, I definitely want to talk about this, but I just need a few hours to sleep and I can definitely jump back on.
Well, then give yourself some sleep, honey.
But it's a beautiful conversation. No, it's very not beautiful, pretty, but it's exquisitely interesting.
It's an important conversation is what it is, because because these are things that people worry about, and we're very fortunate to have people like you and Nafo Dave on the space who are very educated on these things and can speak to them very well, and from a very educated point of view with credentials behind your name. So all right, you get some sleep, Lily.
Thank you so much, sweetheart. I'll see you guys soon. Thank you, everyone. You
Hey, good
keep the
night.
space. Peace out.
All right, Elizabeth, back to you.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Can you hear me? No, I'm not concerned. Well, I mean, I'm I'm fundamentally not concerned about West Nile among so many other horrible things, because, like I said, we're the beauty of West Nile is that I'm an end host, so I can't pass it on, and neither can anyone else. But it did make me fundamentally aware of infectious diseases in a way that I think the general population is not aware, with all kinds of infectious diseases, um, and so it has become a concern for me. And like I said, cholera and dysentery are terrible, terrible things, that I would not wish on my worst enemy, even though my worst enemy is Russia right now. It's terrible. Um, it just breaks my heart that any other human being would endure that, especially because of a man-made thing. And with that, I'm just gonna drop back. I'm sad today. That's all. That's all. Okay, bye.
All right, it's all good. Lily, did you change your mind?
Yeah, I just wanted to say that the horrible infections and plight upon people, my heart weeps, and all of our energy here are for Ukraine. So I'm not violent by nature. I would definitely help anyone who I saw. I wouldn't ask what country you're from if they were drowning. But right now, I mean, the energy, I feel like we have to be pro Ukraine 100%, right?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Yes, and as a physician, you take the Hippocratic oath. At least I think most medical schools still do that. Some of them have dropped it, but still, the people when and when people get sick, you don't or they're hurt, you don't necessarily think about their nationality or their religion or their skin color or anything else. They're people, and if you have the means at hand to help them, then you're morally obligated to assist them in that as a fellow human. And that's something I hope that I see it being lost, but I hope that that's something that we can uh, retain and get back uh, to because we are all people. Some people are making really bad decisions and killing other people, and so to save those people, we have to kill those people that are causing this. But at the same time, I think that it's important we don't view them as non-human. I think it's important to acknowledge that they are just as human as we are, and that this side of humanity is dangerous and it's lethal, and we need to be very, very um uh, uh what's the word I'm looking for? I'm not as well observant. We have to be very careful about this side of humanity and how to control it so that we can avoid having these things in the future, because wars only make things worse. They never make things better.
Oops. Yeah, absolutely. Um, Go ahead, Robin.
Yes, I sense your hesitation, and I don't blame you. But I must say, I have never in my life hated anyone or any group of people the way I hate the Russians at this point. Um, they as a group, and I don't see people objecting. They've committed crimes that would make Nazis blush. And it's not Putin who's doing it. It's thousands and thousands, probably hundreds of thousands of people who are quite willing to go along with it. Um, yes, if I came across somebody drowning, I would drag them out. I wouldn't ask what their nationality was. That's true on an individual level. But I don't. I think that there is a need for anger and hatred, and these people have to be stopped. And whatever it takes. I mean, I don't wish ill health on anyone, but at the same time, part of why these people are sick is because of this invasion. If they had stayed home in their hovels with the outhouses, they wouldn't be getting sick. And I'm sorry. I am out of. I have no compassion left for Russians at this point, and I'm sorry if that upsets people, but that's how I feel. Thank you. Slava Ukraini.
Yeah, I think Robin's going to make me do it now. And Robin knows exactly what I'm talking
I'm
about.
sorry, darling, but yes, yeah.
Well,
And
can I
the
jump?
prince knows why I'm so upset.
Yeah, go ahead, Devo.
I was just going to jump in that compassion fatigue is a very real thing, and so I expect most of the world is experiencing it in relation to Russia. I do myself. It's hard to keep compassion for somebody who is so compassionless themselves. Just want to put that in. And Russell's getting loud, so go ahead, Prince.
I'm glad to know that he found his favorite toy. And
Prince,
before
don't let me push you into anything you don't want to do.
you're not pushing me into anything. I'm going to go to Will first, and then we'll see if we want to go there.
I hear you, Russ. Woo! Yeah. So let me step in there, Robin, and not say that people weren't thinking about that, but that possibly we didn't need to say anything because it's totally understandable, and I totally relate, empathize with Elizabeth's point, but your point is also true, and the key here is to me that. Should you be wishing? You don't have to become like your enemy to beat your enemy. Is my main point, but it doesn't necessarily go. I mean, I was thinking about rationalizing because I'm a scientist too, right? I'm thinking, I don't know. Cholera is, I don't know, Dave, 65, 75% not fatal. They could treat it if they had all the modern medicine that they need, or maybe even the basic medicine. Who knows? The old time things like penicillin might work on. Don't know. So I was thinking, I was trying to rationalize. Oh, geez, do I wish that on my enemy? And I'm thinking, well, if most of them survive, it's probably not worse a risk to take than when I was talking to Aaron on here about the risk you take when you fly drones into Moscow. And I said, I'm acceptable. I find that a little bit acceptable to fly some drones into Moscow and hit apartment buildings and risk the death of civilians, but not to categorically use it as a day-by-day tool, right? To send a message, because this is war. And do I wish cholera or any typhus or hell? Let's talk about cryptosporidium and Giardia, Dave. That'll probably be worse in Crimea than these others do. But I wouldn't wish those on them. But the thing is, I don't have to wish them on them because Russia wished this on themselves. Russia committed one of the worst war crimes imaginable in this war by cutting off, purposely destroying electric generation capacity, destroying houses and killing people, including some of their own, cutting off agriculture to major portions of the country for up to 10 years, and blowing the electric power. I mean, they did this because they are willfully disregarding humanity and willfully pursuing burnt, scorched earth tactics, which, to be honest, they've done in the past. Russia has form on this through history, and no, I don't wish. I don't wish the worst on. I don't have to wish diseases on people. Although it's not that big a deal. I mean, come on, just wishing something, doing something about it is more important, right? And I'll remind you that if you don't wish biological and chemical weapons on people, Russia also has form in using those. So yeah, it's hard to feel very sorry for Russia, but you don't have to. You don't have to like become, this I'd kill them all on sight, wishing disease, everything, because Russia will do that for themselves if we just stick to our knitting, make sure we get every arm available to the Ukrainian soldiers who are kept in good conditions, do have better morale, and are ready to risk their life for what they want. End the war quickly, and that'll end all the cholera and all the other communicable disease as well. But that's my take on it. Sorry.
No, don't be sorry. That was very nuanced and well put, I think.
Go ahead, Cleo.
Hi. My take on it is that basically my first wish is that they go ahead and call the surrender number. And then secondarily, if I'm, making a wish on something, I'd say that then they are incapacitated in some way or other rather than shooting at Ukrainian soldiers. And so I don't think of it as necessarily, wishing any particular horrible stuff on them, because you don't know which particular ones are happy to be there and which are just, hoping to surrender. So that's really just my feeling on it. And if I can put it some way as incapacitated, it can be anything. And I don't feel guilty about that anyway. Thanks.
Thanks.
Well, that's incapacitated is a very good word to use here for this, because that's exactly what cholera has been doing for thousands of, if not hundreds of thousands of years, to armies. Is it brings them to their knees. It incapacitates them. They can't do anything. And as Will pointed out, if Russia even has a small amount of medical assistance, then the fatality rate for cholera drops down to around 10%. So it's mostly going to just make people really sick, and they won't be able to fight, and so they'll be perfect people to be taken captive.
Yep, sounds good. Thanks.
Which I should point out is already happening. I just came across a tweet about there was that Ukrainians who have been going over to the East Bank to rescue civilians have also captured several Russian soldiers that were not able to resist because they were sick.
And things like that will continue to happen, and that's not such a bad thing. And for some reason, I cannot bring up the article I wanted to bring up now. Maybe that's a sign. What do you think, Robin? I still know what it says. There was an article today that came out, and it was from a it was from a UK source. It's from a UK source, and it was very much about not being. It was a psychologist or psychiatrist who felt like she couldn't be shocked by anything, but she was. And I still can't totally bring up the source, but I can remember my point here. She was sent a couple of She was sent a couple of Ukrainian soldiers who had returned after being POWs, and they didn't seem like they were held for very long. I think one was like 1 month, and the other was like 3 months. And it took them a long time to tell her why they were so traumatized. And what it ended up being, in the long run, was that they had both been castrated. Very, very difficult subject here, I know. And we have seen this in the past. We saw videos of it with the Russian POW, with the Ukrainian POW, excuse me. And now we're starting to hear more stories of it. And I'm betting as time goes on, we will hear even more stories of it. And yes, it is leaving men traumatized. It is leaving soldiers who have already gone through a lot extremely traumatized. And it's extremely, and it's very understandable. I don't necessarily want to focus on that, though. What I want to focus on more than that is what seems to be and feels to be the disparity in how it is talked about for men versus women. When we read a news story about a village being liberated in Ukraine, we always hear the stories and read the stories of how women were held captive and how they were tortured and how they were raped and how they were treated. But we don't often hear those same kind of stories about the men. And what it makes me want to do is just say that we need to remember that this is happening to the men also. We need to remember that men, Russians and Ukrainians, Russian men do this to their own soldiers. Ukrainians are put through awful things when they are POWs, being held by Russia. There, and I'm sure also this happens when people are being like held hostage for a period of time in occupied areas. These things, these atrocities happen to both men and women, and men are raped, and women are raped. Men are tortured, and women are tortured. Men are castrated. Women, I'm not sure what they. I have not heard anything that would be sort of semi-equivalent to that. But what we need to keep in mind is that it is happening to both men and women. And I think the responses of men versus women may be different in the long run. And that sort of interests me. And I know we need psychologists to talk about this kind of thing. I'm not a psychologist. I just have an interest in the human rights aspect, in the humanitarian, and the feel for it kind of things when it comes to what is happening here. And it's more just to be aware when you read a story or hear a story of men or of women who have been treated so horribly. Also think that men are treated so horribly also. Gina, welcome up. I saw you put your hand up very quickly.
I did, and I was writing an article. It's good to hear you. I was writing an article on the U.S. Ukrainian Catholic bishops just issued a statement on the psychological trauma of the war. And when I write, I always include like a summary of the different crimes that, the 80,000 war crimes and such. And as you were mentioning the castration, I said, that's going in the article as well. So thank you.
No problem. There is the Times of UK in the UK had an article about it today.
Yeah. The
Yeah,
military.
I don't know if you saw
Well,
that.
no, but you know what? I know that from the military chaplains, and I'm hoping to speak with a few of them in the next week or so. But they, a lot of times, and a participant who was on here earlier that I was corresponding with. I mean, she herself was a Ukrainian military chaplain. She's based in the U.S. now, but she said a lot of times the chaplains are the only ones they can speak to about it because it's so horrific. And they're the only ones they can confide in. So I'm hoping to speak a little more deeply with some of the chaplains to tell me, you know, what they see and how they're helping men who are dealing with this horrific crime.
Yeah, and that is the thing is it's hard. You know, even the person who was being interviewed, who was, you know, intended to be the therapist for these men, you know, she said when she found out, when they finally told her, she actually sort of took a break from the session and had to go and cry, and she didn't want them to know or see that she had been crying, because, you know, that isn't a professional thing to do. But it obviously affected the mental health workers to hear that these kinds of things are happening. And it's just, you know, I I go back and forth sometimes, but I always come back to, I don't want us to turn away from anything when it has to do with what is happening in this war. I don't want us to turn our backs on any information, no matter how hard or horrid it is. You don't have to look at it, but you can read about it. And if you're not able to, I mean, don't break yourself. I mean, really, seriously, don't break yourself. But I think it's important that we're aware of these kinds of things, um, that they're happening. And always, you know, when we think about, you know, I told the story on air because I heard it in a congressional hearing. I heard it in a congressional hearing about a congressman, yes, told the story of when he had been in Kiev, and a mother came up to him and told him her experience of having been basically tied down and made to watch while um, Russian soldiers raped her 5-year-old child to death. And that is a horrid thing to have to share with people. But, you know, I wonder if that same congressman would have shared the same thing if it was about a man being castrated. These are you know, I don't want to say that's the case for sure because I don't know, but I want us to be aware that it's happening to both men and women, to boys and girls, to soldiers and citizens, and those are the things I think is more my point than the actual horrid act. Just be aware that these horrid acts are happening, um, no matter what the gender is. But I'm glad, Gina, that you're going to try to talk to some people about that a little bit more in depth too. And if you want, I'm having trouble bringing up the archived link that I had, but I can send you the link that I have that's behind a paywall, just so you can see if you can get access to that article to read it.
That would be
So,
great. Thank you so much. And as always, it's just great to hear you all. And you know, I agree. We need to, as horrific as this is, we cannot turn away. You know, I mean, that's how genocides are perpetrated by people with, you know, part of it is people just saying, I can't deal with it and turning away. If we all do that, then what are we left with? So as hard as it is, we have to, and that's the way people heal too. The bishops in this letter are saying, you know, the way we're going to move through this, there's no easy answer, but we have to be there for them. We have to walk with them through this, through the healing. And it's going to take years, decades, generations even, but we have to be there for them. We can't turn away. So thank you. Slava Ukraini.
Heroam Slava, Gina, thank you. Go ahead, Robin.
Gina, I just wanted to thank you so much for writing this this piece. I hope I'll get to see it when you've written it. That's such an important thing. Um, Thank you, Prince, for handling this so sensitively. It's a horrifying subject, and I think it's important that we don't turn away, as Gina said, not only because of the horrible violence that's been done to so many people, so many young men and women, but also because this is yet another symptom of the fact that this is an attempted genocide. There have been reports of, in many of these cases, both men and women, that the perpetrators of these horrid crimes said quite out completely straight that I'm doing this so you can't have children, so there won't be any more Ukrainian children. And this is a genocide, and the more light we can put on this now, being sensitive to the victims, because the victims will have to live with this their whole life. But people have to know what's happening. We can't turn away, and we can't allow other people to turn away. We have to help Ukraine drive this scourge out of their country as fast as possible, so that as few more people can be victimized. Thank you very much. Thank you for discussing this. I know it's a tough subject. Slava Ukraini.
Thank you, Robin. And yeah, that is part of the point too, isn't it? Is that it is another way to commit genocide. It is another way to commit genocide to prevent the population from growing, from having more kids, and that will definitely do it. Go ahead, Dawn.
Hi. If you read further down in the article, it says that maternity hospitals have also reported that they're doing something to women with window sealant, so they can't have children. It's in that Times article, and it's just horrendous.
That doesn't surprise me either. That doesn't surprise me either. What kind of birds do you have there, Dawn?
Well, but outside it's dawn. Because
okay.
It's just getting light.
Okay,
it's dawn at dawn.
It's just the wild birds with dawn at dawn. Nothing wrong with
Yeah,
that.
they're just waking up.
I always just have to ask when I hear it, but thank you. I will take a bigger look at that if I can get to read more than just the preview.
I can send you it. I think I retweeted it, so I'll have a look and I'll DM you it. I've got the one that's not. Somebody's archived it.
Yeah,
somebody put it as an archive so you could read it. So I copied it. So I'll send you it. And Slava Ukraini.
Hiram Slava, Don, and thank you so much. I appreciate that. But yeah, I mean, I actually didn't read real detailed. I got what I wanted to from the article. I know that sounds awful, but it also doesn't surprise me one bit to find out that they are doing things that will sterilize women and make it so that women cannot have children. I mean, I am sure that some of the sexual trauma that women have been put through are going to cause problems like that in the long run. But it wouldn't surprise me if they have done intentional things to make sure that women can't have children, which of course again is another part of genocide, ensuring that the population cannot the population cannot continue to have children. So what do you think, Nafo Devo?
Well, it's this is a very ancient way of replacing genetic population. You rape the women to introduce your genes, and then you castrate the men to reduce their ability to input genes into the population. So yeah, it's genocide, plain and simple.
Yeah, it is. Let's see what Curry has to say. Good evening, Curry.
I heard. I'm not aware of the articles that you are referring to. Obviously, I've been aware of the reports about the rapes of women, and I'm just appalled by that, obviously. But also, I mean, this whole genocide where women are sterilized or men are sterilized and so on. I live up in northern Minnesota. We have sort of a right-wing radio, so I have not read the articles that you're referring to, Prince. So if you would direct message me or send me a link to it, I'm going to call our local AM station because most of them are once I gain some information and some credible data, I will call them up and inform them about that. And I'm from northern Minnesota. Well, anyways, it is just effing appalling what has happened to not only women but also no men who have maybe are young men and maybe have wives at home or girlfriends at home, and then they have to go back with this legacy that they're sterilized. I mean, it's just I wouldn't say unbelievable, but it happened, and it's a genocide. And we thought, I thought that I'm speechless, to be honest with you. I'm truly speechless. It's just as a man, I mean, I have children, and I want all of them are healthy, and I get grandchildren. And what do you do as a soldier when you come home and to a wife or a girlfriend, and you have to live with this? We have to do something about this. And so I'm going to end it with that, Prince. So I think whatever information you wish to DM me, I'll be glad to read. And I will take some action on it. Thank you very much, my dear. I really appreciate you sharing with this, but it's painful as a man. And it's just like, how can you I'm speechless. So and I'm moved by it. I'm torn by it. I grieve for it. This cannot stand, and we can do something about it. So let's do something, and I will do my part too. Thank you, Prince. I really although it's so difficult to hear, I really appreciate you sharing this tonight. We have to know about it. Thank you. That's it.
Thank you, Curry. And yes, it is extremely difficult. And when I read it this morning, I think I needed a nap after I read it. And and that sounds horrid, but I think I did. I think I just needed to sort of sit with it for a while and not even do any research about Ukraine for a little bit, because it was one of those things that I felt like I was in a position of, is this something that I should bring up? Is this something that needs to be talked about? And I think in the long run, I came to the conclusion, and actually a couple of different people messaged me from the co-host team, totally separately, probably not without talking to each other about, this is a really hard subject. I don't know how to bring it up. And, this is a really hard subject. I don't know if we should bring it up. And what I told them is that it was something that I had been thinking about, and and I felt like it should be brought up. But I thought that I thought not to minimize the actual act that was carried out upon men, but to highlight that it is happening to men and women. And I think that is the key. That is the key, is highlighting that it is happening to both men and women. And that is part actually of the subtitle of the article, is that sexual violence against men is an underreported part of the Ukraine war. So yeah, so that is something that that we need to be aware of. Every time we hear about a woman who has been raped and tortured, there has been a Ukrainian man who has been raped and tortured, and possibly worse. Go ahead, Don.
Oh, I've just to tell you, I've sent you the article, and I've sent you a screenshot of that part about the maternity hospital. But also, I was thinking, isn't there something they could do with the soldiers so that they could at least be sperm donors or something, so they still could have children?
That actually, you know what? That is something that they have been talking about, and I believe that it has been done. And thank you for sending me that information, Don. I appreciate it very much. Um, people send me a lot of stuff, a lot of stuff, and I don't always have the opportunity to say thank you, but I do always appreciate it. Sometimes I can respond. Sometimes all I can do is give a heart or a thumbs up, or sometimes I don't have time to do anything at all. Um, but I always look through things, and I do appreciate it. And I've gotten several messages since I started talking about this, which is fine. And I'll sort through some of them later. But but yeah, yeah, they have talked about doing that, as far as freezing sperm and freezing eggs, because the Ukrainian army, the Ukrainian military has a lot of women in it also. I realize freezing eggs is a little bit more difficult and a little more complicated and time consuming with hormone shots and all kinds of things like that. Um, but it is, these are things that have been talked about, and I'd have to look into it again. But I want to say I read a story a while back about offering that as a free service. I will say, sort of on the opposite end of this, and this is sort of weird. In Russia, a few months ago, I saw a billboard, a picture of a billboard that was a picture of a pregnant woman, and of course the Russian flag, and basically encouraging women not to abort tomorrow's soldiers, which was like, okay, that's what it's about, is, make sure you don't abort the future soldiers, because you're going to need them to take over the world. And that really sucked. But anyway, Ukraine does not have that attitude. Ukraine is working to save their country and to ensure their freedom, and in part of that is to protect their future. Although Russia is trying very hard to genocide their future. And I am I'm sure that, as we see awful things happen regularly in Ukraine, as unfortunate as it is, I'm sure that we will continue to see unfortunate things happen in Ukraine. Um, but Ukraine, as we talked about it a bit last night, is such a strong community that I know that they will support each other, and they will survive, and they will be stronger for it in the long run. I wish they didn't have to go through this, but this is going to be a very strong and powerful country, who has fought for each other and has fought for their existence. And that's where I truly believe we will find ourselves in the long run. NAFO Dave, how are you holding up with this conversation?
What do you mean holding up? I'm doing fine. I do have some science to the rescue. We've already done this with various animals. You can coax almost any cell into a sperm, developing a sperm cell with the right chemical signals. So it even post castration, I don't know how quickly this would be introduced into doing human IVF, but there is definitely the possibility that that will be available in the near future for men that no longer can produce sperm. They can have one of their other cells used, another stem cell, possibly from your bone marrow, from your nasal, the olfactory bulb has a lot of stem cells in it. So that's science to the rescue there. And of course, there's also if they get some sperm frozen before they join the military, then that can be used too. But I would just point out that at least in the U.S., a lot of the anti-abortion laws would also prohibit this. So I'll put my foot on the soapbox a little bit and then get right off. But just be known that there's
Did Dave lose audio, or is it me?
No, I don't hear him either.
Dave, I think you lost your audio. I think you have a Twitter glitch.
Yeah, I can hear you guys. Oh.
You can hear Dave?
Does anyone hear Dave? 'Cause I don't.
I don't hear Dave. I think he's probably needs to recycle if he can hear us. You guys are the experts about whether he needs to recycle.
I don't hear him at all.
We got it going. There he goes. He fell down. He'll come back. He crashes every now and then. So anyway, Robin, I think you had your hand up, but I'm very intrigued by what Dave said. Being able to create sperm cells from other cells in the body.
Yeah, that is a wonderful thing to know about it. To pull some to take some to be able to do in some small way to repair some of the issue. Obviously, having a normal relationship may probably be impossible for a lot of these men too, and being able to have a child doesn't take the place of that, although it is certainly better than not. So I hope I hope some of them are not so mutilated that they can't be helped to have a normal some kind of a normal life with their partners. Even so, but I just don't. I mean, as Curry said, at this point, I don't even know what to say.
Yeah, there are a lot of aspects to this, and yeah. Will, you threw your hand up real quick. Did you want to say something?
Well, it only goes up one way. Is there a slow button on this? Let me check. No.
It fell down.
Right. Oh, well, I often the next after I speak, go on mute. The next time you bring a speaker up, then I get dropped, or I can no longer hear, so I have to drop. Yeah. So I heard about the castration issue months ago, and I didn't talk about it. But I didn't talk about it for the reasons, because I'm not the media and I'm not a Senate, whatever like that. And I didn't bring it up on MriyaReport back then, not out of the fact that I don't equate sexual violence against men and women equally, that I somehow give preference to men. I didn't say anything at the time because I'm a little bit crass, and I know we're at war, or not we, but Ukraine's at war, and I don't like to try to bring up and dwell on every individual war crime unless I'm enumerating them to make a larger point. But sexual violence, and I have absolutely positively pointed out the sexual violence committed against women at each and every opportunity, and its use in what the UN classifies as genocide. It's absolutely sexual violence, driving people out of their homes, separating children, this torture, including the psychological torture of having to watch your children do that. But I didn't report on that at the time because those guys were still recovering from those wounds, and those guys, I didn't feel it would serve any purpose at the time. Bringing it up now, when a victim is ready to take the stage and tell their story for a use, either to reach closure for themselves or to do some greater good through their own misfortune and pain, they really have to have agency to do that, I think, whether it's a man or a woman. And so we have a lot of sexual harassment, sexual assault type claims, or not claims, but valid allegations being made throughout my society now. And it's getting more and more attention because there's places like the Parliament where there's not even any rules, right, around sexual harassment. It looks like, one of the big companies I worked for back in America in the late 80s. It's shocking level of behavior. So as that stuff's working out, there's a lot of these women that come forward, like a Brittany Higgins, who came out and made relatively valid allegations that another aide had actually raped her in a Parliament House office, and that case got abandoned because of the court, and there was a failure. A juror failed to follow instructions and poisoned the jury, so they had to do a retrial. And then the public prosecutor decided not to retrial because Brittany Higgins' mental state wasn't good enough. They felt she was a risk of suicide. But the truth is, she continues to be drugged through it now. Right now, I mean, they're now talking about who used it as a political weapon. It's going to become very bad. So when you decide, if you've had something really horrendous happen to you, there's all sorts of different reasons why people brings it to the light at the time. And I imagine that mother who gave the testimony that you heard had somehow started to come to grips with it herself and probably was ready to tell her story, and make it do something good for everyone else. These guys, look, it is, and we know why Russia's doing it, right? As Dave said, I mean, you can eliminate the fecundity of a species, you're going to kill that species off. If you truly believe they're not, your species or whatever, it just shows the barbarism of Russia even further. I mean, we should have this could be called the Russian war crimes discussion 24 hours a day, basically. So their behavior in that case is abominable. But those guys, I would say, if they can give them some help to give birth the old-fashioned way, do it. But as somebody who's never had any children of my own, but raised children of others, just adopt. I mean, so those guys can live complete lives. I don't think they're irreparably scarred. But they are irreparably. Sorry, I don't want to equivocate them. They are irreparably scarred, but I think they can still lead complete and full lives. Just as I sure hope that woman who had to watch her child get killed in front of her, because that psychological torture just somehow seems worse to me. But they're both equal, right? They're both